Okay, everything is rolling?
Is this one recording?
Yep, the red light's on. Okay, let's say a word of prayer. Lord Jesus, we're thankful for this day and opportunity to do your service. Lord, you said you should know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And that's what we're interested in accomplishing here today, in Jesus' name. All right, now one more little technical thing, and it's weird, but it goes like this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Kate, now I'll tell you. What I just did is simply to synchronize the cameras. It's not anything magical.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean, oh my God, the countdown is here. What we're going to do, we're just going to record a bunch of stuff here, and we can do some more tomorrow. If we forget something today, it doesn't matter. We can put it in. If you think of something in 20 minutes that should have been said right up front, it doesn't matter.
Great.
We are simply wanting to reduce this down to tape so that it doesn't get lost.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the big job lays ahead. That's the editing. Okay? So I want you to completely relax. There is nothing that can't be done, redone. If we sneeze, if we cough, if, anything can be fixed.
That's reassuring.
If the ceiling caves in, all we do is clean up the mess and keep going.
Okay.
So everything here is real laid back. You got a lot of information, and we want to get this down into a storyline, because I think what you've got here is something that is extremely important for people to know about.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about you, and see now where'd you start out your life? You were born and raised in the country,
Yeah,
the city?
I was raised on a farm. In fact, I live in the same neighborhood in which I grew up. It was my grandfather's farm. Part of it was divided into thirds. But in 1939, my grandfather was an obstetrician in Norfolk. He was also in the Naval Reserves. He was in charge of military intelligence in Norfolk, which is the largest military naval complex in the world. So I was born in the Naval Hospital, which was the NATO headquarters, and brought home to my grandparents' farm. My father was in the South China Seas on a naval vessel. My uncle was in the Navy. So I come from a long line of military civilian folks. They were not full time military individuals. They had jobs, and they would go into the war. They would be in reserves, and as my grandfather was, he stayed in and retired a Navy captain. But I live in a house that was in part of my grandfather's field. And
is that right?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
But I'm being strangled financially by this Army intelligence group, JAG group, that my husband.
Now, JAG, is that J-A-G?
JAG, Judge Advocate General. I think American citizens do not realize how many JAGs are in our court system, and they take orders. They are in the chain of command, they're active reserve, and they are in our court system everywhere you look.
Not just federal, state and local?
Everywhere, yeah. And they're going to meetings once a month, and if there is a case like many of the military intelligence wives like myself, and we have information that would come out in a divorce hearing or whatever, they totally control it. It is Judge John Moore, in my case, in Virginia Beach, is an Army Ranger. He is active reserve. He's a VMI Army colonel. He's a graduate of VMI. In Virginia Beach, in the courts, there are at least 6 judges, and I'm including commissioners in that, because in Virginia we have a system where the commissioners do a lot of the decisions, And all of these in Virginia Beach who take care of military wives are military judges.
No, you mentioned the term VMI. What is that?
Well, VMI is Virginia Military Institute, and it's where General Marshall, the Marshall Plan, went to school. It's a little West Point. There's a lot of tradition there, but it's based on the Greek sort of Spartan military concept. And my father went to Washington and Lee, which is also in Lexington. And I know that there is some sort of, I won't say cult, but there probably is some sort of
club?
Secret society.
Okay.
And so it's very, very tight clique. But what I was trying to say is that the judges are military men, and they're not independent. They take orders.
They take orders.
There's a chain of command, and in my particular case and the other 11 military wives whom I have met so far, there are many, many more, but they've all been handled the same way. Mm-hmm. That's not a normal divorce at all.
You know, I've heard of these kind of situations before, but it's never been put so concisely and so reasonably that there would be a connection why some people just, no matter what attorney you have, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no.
The divorces and the settlements of assets never go the right way.
No, and there's a FISA court, which I know is involved in my case.
What kind of court?
Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. It's a Justice Department secret court that American citizens are not aware of. There have been a couple of articles on it. It's a small group of men, and I think there's a woman on it. I believe there's 7 justices. And in reality, the article that I read, which was given to me by Mike Fuller, and I know he would not mind me using his name, he's a government assassin. He was like my husband, a government assassin who did...
When you say assassin, you're talking like character assassination or kill people?
No, killing people.
Okay.
He's a mercenary, government mercenary.
Okay.
He was in Afghanistan and in Rhodesia, South Africa. And I met him and his wife through Sarah McClendon. He's a real wonderful patriot who is speaking out about what the NATO community and the Army and Marine Corps are doing.
And Sarah McClendon, she's an old warhorse, isn't she?
Sarah saved my life, literally.
Really?
Yeah. I had been having break-ins starting the night of March the 4th, after I was calling everywhere to see if I could find my husband. He would, disappear at times. And I found my husband's diary, which I have here, which they have been not anxious to have get out.
Uh-huh. No, they meaning?
General Sheehan, General Krulak, Marine Corps colonels, generals, Al Gray, Cook, and especially General Joy.
Joy.
General Jim Joy
Uh-huh.
and General Carl Steiner they're evil men. And they are in this diary meeting with my husband almost every day in Beirut. They trained the men in black who killed those people in Waco. It was General Joy and General Steiner. Steiner's army, dirty tricks, special operations. And this is what my husband does for a living, is train mercenaries, young boys from countries like Romania, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, all these countries. They're training them to be murderers. And the taxpayers' dollars are paying for this.
Okay, now they train them just through the normal channels of the military? These kids join the Army or the Marine Corps, and then they select these kids based on some criteria to train them?
They psychologically profile them. The profile, which is similar to my husband's and Lee Harvey Oswald's and McVeigh's and some of the others who were all part of this program. Jeffrey Dahmler was profiled and hidden. You know, what most Americans do not know is that all of these men were
Jeffrey
Army.
Dahmer, he has a military background?
Of course. They're all Army.
Oh, okay.
They were all picked out because they're perverted or twisted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sexually perverted.
Sexually perverted, and therefore, you know.
Yeah.
Well, now I don't think McVeigh was perverted the way Dahmler was, but certainly the group that my husband is overseeing are twisted.
So part of the criteria, they look for people who have got something in their history that gives them a weird bend.
Yeah.
Like they were molested when they were a child,
Yeah.
or they come from dysfunctional families, abuse, whatever.
Strong mother, weak father, no father, poor. Because these guys are looking for security, so they will stay in the military and do anything for that security. This was my husband's scenario. My husband and Oswald are just two peas in a pod.
Huh.
Exactly the same personality, the same type, in the same elite group, I might add, which was doing work with communists and Russians, with Czechoslovakians and with Romanians. I met assassins, I met drug lords, Fahim Kordobawi, whose family were the drug lords in the Bekaa Valley. I mean, he knows the elite of the elite of the elite, and that's why I was warned twice not to talk.
And you were warned...
I was told that I would be killed. I was told that
Your husband warned you about this, or?
Oh, my husband warned me early on in it, but he knew that he loved me in the beginning. I'm sure he really did. But he's a robot, my husband, except when he's drinking. And I think that's why he drank, because the first 3 years of marriage, he was telling me everything. And I come from a very strong Protestant Southern culture, which, you know, when you're talking about shooting people like ducks, the only thing I can relate it to is my brothers going duck hunting, and that's what George would tell me it was like. Killing is just, you know, it's nothing. There's no emotion involved. You just get rid of somebody. And he said he was an existentialist and that these murders were necessary, and, you know, very matter of fact. And I'd sort of go, yep, and we'd be eating dinner, and I was trying to get him to know Christ, you know, to sort of understand a little bit about my background and America's background. But his group they are not Christians. They're what he calls existentialist, and they study German Clausewitz and Nietzsche, Sartre, Camus, Montesquieu. And his thesis at Princeton, which was written for him by a very good friend of his named Todevay, who was a French count, and his thesis was on this. And it was, supposedly it was in French, but my French is better than his. So he could not have written that by himself. I know that. I know it was written for him. But in the intelligence world, and in the communist world, in the world that my husband was in, one had to know French because all of the terrorist trainers and the guys who were funding all the guerrillas and everything were in Paris and New Orleans. They would go back and forth. Still, the 4th Marines is out of New Orleans. And that's been going on a long time, ever since Disraeli, even before, I think. But they had hit squads and, you know, undercover groups in New Orleans. And George would go to New Orleans, all the Marines. I mean, this is where they train, do terrorist training, Lake Pontchartrain and places like that.
Okay, and then this would be during the 1980s?
Yeah, 1980s.
Okay.
From the I think New Orleans has been a school for a place where debauchery and murder and cults and
flourished.
yeah.
Well, there's a New Orleans connection with the JF Kennedy assassination.
Well, you see, Oswald, my husband and Oswald were in the same club. General Jim Joy is in that club. General Louis Buell, who is my husband's benefactor, or whatever you want to call it, is in that club. There is a, in fact, I've got the name of, there are Russians in that club.
Yeah, feel free to grab any reference materials.
Yeah,
You've got our
what I want to tell you about General Al Gray, my husband was the chief of staff for General Al Gray, who was the commandant of the Marine Corps. And I probably shouldn't say this on the tape, and you all can get rid of it, but he's a homosexual.
Gray.
Gray.
Okay.
He's what they call a cherry Marine. Now, I'm not anti, I'm trying to find my, I hope I've got it. Yeah, here it is.
This
Vietnam
term, cherry Marine,
Cherry
is that
Marine.
that's a common phrase in the military?
See, the thing is, you know, they're guys and they're girls, and I just came from such a real prudish culture.
Yeah.
You know.
That's fine. You came from a normal culture.
And I'm not judging them, but they, the Vietnam War, I know a lot about that, about the MACSOG program and the Phoenix program, because George was involved with a very important part of that. Not important, really, but he and Al Gray and Louis Buell and Michael O'Boyle and Ollie Whipple were. Do you remember the Manguez and the Pueblo? Was it the
the seizure of that little ship?
Yes.
Yeah.
This was. It's run by the mob. Then it was a mob military partnership, joint. It was a joint operation in Korea and in Vietnam. The highest levels of the Marine Corps and the Army in those special operations levels, the individuals are actually in the mob. New Jersey.
You're talking about the mafia type mob?
I'm talking about the Brooklyn, New Jersey mob. My husband, Al Gray, Sheehan, they're all Brooklyn. Cap Weinberger. Heinz Kissinger, there's the Boston mob, which was shipping weapons back and forth to Northern Ireland. And I don't want to get too deeply involved in that, but it goes, Israel, some of the Zionists who came over from Germany, according to my husband, were, see, he works with those people. They do a lot of money laundering in the banks, cash transactions for the drugs that they're bringing over through Latin America, the Southern Mafia, the Dixie Mafia, which is now my husband's involved with in Miami. The military are all involved once they retire. They're, you know, they go into this drug and secondary weapons sales. And before I forget, I want to find the name of this Russian who worked with Al Gray, who was my husband's boss, and trying to see where I wrote it. I may have to look and find that another.
It's no trouble at all. How are we doing over there, guys? Sound good? How much time is rolled on the clock? On your clock? You can speak. So
20 minutes.
20? Okay, good.
I can't find it right now. I'll find it.
Right.
The Vietnam was really important because a lot of experiments were done on boys who went over there.
Mm-hmm.
I had, since my husband disappeared and since they have been psychologically trying to destroy me, financially trying to destroy me, because I'm telling the truth. His first wife, I know, was murdered.
Okay.
She was, according to a psychiatrist whose name I probably won't give because he's an honorable man. I was given permission before I went public with Sarah McClendon at the press club anonymously, but they knew who I was on the 3rd of July, 1996, was when I came out with a small group of people. But before that time, they were trying to handle me, to try and get me to be quiet. They tried threatening me and so forth. And I'm trying to remember where I was, what I was going to, the point I was going to make. I can't remember now what I was going to. It was something important. Oh, yeah, General Jim Joy.
Yeah.
I called General Jim Joy on the phone. I was trying to find where my husband was because I didn't know whether I'd have any money to, food to eat or what. He just walked away, and I knew that the Marine Corps knew where he was. But I was being handled psychologically. On the 4th of March, my home was broken into. They had elaborate plans to handle me.
The 4th of March, 96?
1996.
96.
And keep in mind, he had disappeared on the 28th of December.
Of 96.
Of 96, 95.
Okay,
So put yourself in my shoes. I have no idea where he is. He's done this before. And each time I was totally traumatized. So I get...
What happened during this break-in?
Well, they were looking for the diary, which I have here.
Okay.
I don't have the original copy, but this is the diary.
Okay, can you lift it up so
Yeah,
we can...
sure.
Yeah, just...
This is it. It's his Beirut diary.
Kind of hold those. So
Yeah. This is it.
Okay.
And it's in his handwriting. The Beirut diary tells how the intelligence community, the Army and Marine Corps assassins, snipers, are how they operate in a city during a crisis. My husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal. So my husband is a friend of Scrowcroft, McFarland's a Marine. All of these men are personal friends of George's. Colby, I spoke with personally on the phone. 2 weeks later, he was murdered. He went to Princeton. My husband knew him. He knew my husband. He told me, Colby told me that...
Now this is General Colby?
No, this is William Colby, who was head of the CIA.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who was murdered in a...
so-called boating accident.
I know exactly how that happened because, you see, the SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6, 4, 6, and 8, are on the East Coast, and then the odd numbers are on the West Coast. And some of the people who are affiliated with the SEALs, I shouldn't say that. I'm not going to say it. But
well, it wouldn't be hard for a SEAL to come from underwater and tip the boat over and make sure the man's dead, that sort of thing?
the Israelis train with the SEALs. They do a lot of wet ops, murders, over here because of some sort of arrangement. The young boys, I met 3 young assassins on a bus, going up back and forth to Sarah as I went on the bus because they were sabotaging my car so often. So I sat next to 2 young assassins, one from Romania, one from Haiti. And I let them know that I understand, you know, how it is. And this little boy cried. I won't mention which one it was because it may get back to him. But he told me it was the same scenario. His mother, he lives on $850 a month. Now these are mercenaries working. The taxpayers are paying mercenaries. The taxpayers are paying young men who are not citizens of the United States to kill innocent people, women and children. They get on a flight from Norfolk and Oceana. They fly to Stuttgart, and I was told this is what they do. Then they go by a special helicopter to countries like Turkey, like the part of Iraq, to Algeria, to parts of Africa, and they do wet ops. They'll just, you know, murder 5, 10, 20 people, and then they blame it on the Arabs or they blame it on somebody else, but it's actually NATO rogue assassins, because there are men from Australia, South Africa, Britain, that I've been able to determine, and a lot of these other little countries that are sort of wanting to get into NATO, they have little boys that they pick out, and they call them special. They use the word special, meaning elite, irregular, in order to entice these boys because they don't have much ego. So if you call being a criminal, in other words, they are protected. They know that they are above the law. That's what my husband's above the law. Judge John Moore is above the law. Colonel Barry Cantor, my husband's JAG colonel lawyer, is above the law. Grover Wright, Marine Corps. A lot of these guys who were judges had their wives gotten rid of. Judge John Moore had his first wife thrown into a mental institution before he became a judge. He battered her. And I spoke with a man who has a Purple Heart, 2 people who knew Hannah very well. And Hannah Moore was deeply in love with her husband. He got back from Vietnam. He was an Army Ranger. He battered her. He physically and psychologically abused her. And she started screaming, you know, doing because I was battered and bruised. A lot of wives are by these Vietnam vets. But if they're a colonel or if they're a rising star, the wife has got to be crazy because they've got too much invested in these men. And it's a very small cult. I mean, I have heard the things that they do when they're colonels. It's some of the same things that they do in Cap and Gown, which is the Princeton version of Skull and Bones. My husband went to Princeton after he went to the Hun School for 4 years.
Okay, now we should probably clarify a little bit about, you mentioned Skull and Bones, and many of the people wouldn't be familiar with that, and the cap and gown. So what are these clubs that these young inductees are pulled into? Secret societies?
Secret societies. And
again, is this to make them feel super special?
Yes.
And also put a control on them
Yes.
so that you never tell these secrets?
Yes.
Oh.
That's it. You have got it.
You know, I've heard a lot of child molesters. I mean, people who are not connected with the military, just plain old child molesters, will molest a child and then tell them, now if you ever tell, you know, they'll take a cat and strangle it and kill it or something. This is what I'm going to do to your mother. This is what I'll do to you.
Yes.
Bad things will happen if you ever tell.
That's right.
And children grow up believing that I must never ever tell. And they don't, generally.
That's right.
Unless someone comes along to help them see the light and come out of it.
Yes. And you see, my husband is frightened to death. I believe that his brother was murdered to keep him in, because he had gone through 4 years of this mind control. And the man who did it, you can see this on the video, his name was Charles Caddock, and another man named Alexander Robinson.
Okay, Charles Caddock.
Caddock.
And the other one?
Alexander Robinson. Alexander Robinson was a Marine, very well-connected Presbyterian family, whose family member was the influential one who brought over the Saudis. The original Saudi head of Saudi Arabia was George told me all this about Mohammed Faisal, Khalid Faisal, and Saud Faisal, and there were something like 32 brothers of the then in the mid-50s, the ordained, you know, whoever was head of Saudi Arabia. It was actually the United States who chose that person, because the United States, through Charles Caddock and that group, murdered the good one, the one whom everybody liked, who was well educated, and who was normal. In, I believe it was 1952, 1953, 1954, in Paris, the universal Saudi, the well-educated Saudi, was poisoned.
And what would his name be?
Charles Caddock.
I don't suppose it's all that important, but anyway.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Fahim, or he died in Paris. And so his brother, his half-brother or whatever, was the father of all these 32 boys, and the 3 oldest now were snuck into the United States. I have a degree in history, Virginia history, undergraduate degree, and master's in Scottish history. And being a Southerner, we always look at, you know, past is prologue. And I jumped into the Saudi Arabian books to try and find out something about the Hun School, which is in Princeton, started by a physicist connected with Einstein in that group. So I was looking for the Hun School because I knew they went there. And they're in all the brochures. They're very proud to say, you know, we have the Saudi royals went here. President Cheeseborough brags about going over there and being wined and dined, and you know. So I only found one reference, but it was a reference that said something like they went to a prep school in the United States. That's all they said. Well, it was the Hun School, and my husband was one of the playmates. Charles Caddock was the bodyguard, quote-unquote teacher for these guys. So they would go out and play in the woods, and they were doing homosexual things with them. You know, I mean, there was a lot of money. They bought a big house.
Yeah.
And so.
Okay, now, I was momentarily distracted.
Okay.
Explain to me a little bit about this, the homosexual event here.
Well, George, for the first 3 years of our marriage, was drinking entirely too much, and he was trying to let me know about his world, and I'm not judging him. He's a bisexual.
Okay. And
I
he
believe.
needed help.
He needed help. He needed
Still
love.
does.
He needed cry. He
Yeah.
still does.
Mhm.
He really needs help, and the handlers knew that I was changing him. I was taking him away from this crazy cult
Right.
that he'd been in all these years. And I mean, we were going to church. He even walked down the aisle one time when Tony Evans preached at Scope. I mean, he was overwhelmed. And
At Scope. No,
at
it is.
Scope in Norfolk, it's a big auditorium.
Oh, okay.
And so, but he was a little boy when he was, it's mind control. MK Ultra, somebody said. They had a group of men, psychiatrists in New Jersey. I don't know where this place was, but they would go, and even his roommates in Princeton told me about it. George never, intentionally, he never introduced me to any of his friends. So I had to cold call all these people. I got their names and addresses, telephone numbers. I called all these roommates at the Hun School and at Princeton.
Mm-hmm.
They told me things about George and, holding hands with, with Caddick and other people, about being a cheerleader and going off and so forth.
Now, a cheerleader, this is a kind of a trade name, right?
No, he was a cheerleader for the
At Princeton.
At Princeton. And
Okay.
he traveled with the football team.
Okay.
And here is a guy like that. They put him in the Marine Corps. I don't think that was very nice. Do you know what I'm saying? It was hard for him. But
it was part of the
the
long-term vision.
Absolutely. They wanted him long term. And it's because of the Saudis. This is what I believe and what his roommate believes. He had a roommate at Princeton who was also at the Hun, who's a dear, dear, wonderful. His mother is an Anglican. His father was a Jewish doctor from Brooklyn, and Jack is a dear, and we talk to each other a lot on the phone. George sort of, dismissed him because George was getting in with another crowd. George got into Cap and Gown, which is the same kind of fraternity. I mean, it's an eating club at Princeton for intelligence officers.
It's Cap and Gown. Would they have anybody involved that wasn't intelligence-oriented?
Football players and so forth. But I have a feeling that Cap and Gown has a lot of intelligence officers and boys who may have been raped. Of course, they'd never talk about it.
Right.
But I know that the initiation is, they get very drunk, and even in the Marine Corps they do that. It's called dining in. They have the shellback ceremony. They do a lot of homosexual enticement. The boys are, when they come in, when they're new recruits, they strip them nude, they violate their personal parts. There's a lot of that is going on.
What about
even now?
Tailhook?
Yeah.
Is there a connection?
Yeah, sure, because the cream of the crop is doing this. They're having group sex parties.
And that was a Navy operation too, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the Navy and the Marine Corps.
Of course, maybe we ought to for those
That's another.
that Tailhook, they don't know anything about. Tailhook was refresh our memories.
Well, Tailhook. In fact, when I was single in Norfolk, I know one of the people who was deeply involved with Tailhook, who was the captain of the Saratoga, was very much involved with this kind of behavior. And I know a lot about the, see, I never thought about group sex. This is so awful for me to contemplate that these orgies are going on all over the Mediterranean, that the captains, lieutenants, the men who rise to the top are the ones who are picked to play the games, the pool parties, the nude pool parties. And they have secretaries who come in. I've talked to 3 guys, and of course my husband, who went to these parties. But what they do is, and this is General Al Gray, who was the main prime mover, they would go to a place like Aix-les-Rosés, where Charles Caddock, this teacher who inducted, got my husband into it, he retired in one of these all-male party houses on the Mediterranean. I mean, that's where and my husband kept up with him all through the years.
But these sex parties and orgies, they're all homosexual in nature, or
well,
is there some heterosexual?
They start off with the wild secretaries. It's kind of, you know, my husband did those in Indonesia. He did them at a place in Northern Virginia with his first wife. I did not know any of this. I knew absolutely none of this when I married him. He told me he was loyal to his wife. He wanted me to think he was just apple pie, because I'm just a one-man woman.
Right.
When I took that oath to marry him, love, honor, and obey, that's me. But he, when he was married to his first wife, was just an addict. He was a sexual addict, an alcoholic addict. He loves, you know, terror, and his whole little soul was just being sucked away from him desperately. And he needs Christ. He needed me day in and day out. He did not need to be, what he's doing now is running more of these operations.
You know, as you describe this, I can't help but think of Bill Clinton.
Well, of course he was. He was one of those profile boys. But the difference between Bill Clinton, and I'm not saying Bill Clinton's better, but Bill Clinton did not he didn't know anything about the assassinations. Bill Clinton, when I was living with Sarah McClendon, the senior White House correspondent who saved my life, because she said, Mrs. Griggs, you get up here to Washington right now or you're dead. You're going to be dead. And I still feel as though I probably will be. I'll certainly be financially ruined. They are still doing psychological operations in my home, sabotaging my car, messing with my telephone, my radio. You cannot believe what I've been through in the last 2 years. It is horrible. And it's being done to other women and other wives and other men who don't go along with the program. They are murdering Marines, they're murdering sailors.
Of course, one of the best ways for you to stay alive is to do what you're doing.
Really?
Reduce this, absolutely. Reduce this to video, get this scattered all over the country. They won't touch you, because if you're dead, that validates everything you're saying, see. So,
well, they poison people.
Publicity is the best thing you can do.
Yeah, one of the things that was happening to me after, I must tell you about General Joy. I found his name all through the diary. And what was really strange was that George had mentioned him early on in the marriage, but then after a certain incident at Camp Lejeune, which I think is very interesting, relating to tailhook and something that I did there. I'll tell you about that if I can remember. I called, it took a lot for me to get General Joy's phone number, because the Marine colonels were not going to tell me, because they knew I was investigating. So nobody would tell me about General Joy. I called a person in George's address book who was a general, pretending that, I was updating my Christmas card list.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to find Jim Joy's telephone number. He said, oh, he's up there. He's running morale, welfare, recreation for the world, a payoff job with the mob. And he's living outside of Quantico. And here's his phone number. So I call him up. And keep in mind, my husband is infamous, Princeton graduate, chief of staff for Al Gray, who runs all the dirty tricks for the Army. Linda Tripp worked for Carl Steiner, who was a partner of, Jim Joy and Carl Steiner and my husband were the triumvirate in Beirut.
Okay.
And Linda Tripp worked for Carl Steiner down there
This would be approximately
in the 80s. She and her husband were both Delta Force duos. They send them, but then they divorced, so that broke up that. But she's a dirty tricks person, Linda. Anyway, so I call General Joy and I say, General Joy, this is Kay Griggs, and I'm George Griggs's wife. Chief of staff under Al Gray, head of half the world, dirty tricks, special operations, wet ops. And he goes, no, I don't believe I know your husband. Exactly his words. And I'm taping it, by the way, because they took my tape. They started coming in and putting sticky stuff and running my, just mind jagging me.
putting sticky stuff.
On the tapes, and they would put the tapes on different, they would go to a lot of trouble. They would take things that I said on one tape and put it on another, and they were having fun with me psychologically. But I taped this conversation with General Joy, and I said, well, that's really strange, General Joy, that you don't know my husband, because I'm sitting here on my bed, and I'm looking at my husband's diary that he kept the whole time he was in Beirut. And you're in there almost on every page, you're in there a lot. And you're going over to Cyprus and Rome, and you're, getting money for weapons, and, and then they're going to Tel Aviv, and they're doing this and that. And I said, you mean you don't know my husband, George Griggs? And you're a Marine, and he's a colonel? He went, oh, that George Griggs. Because he knew I had the diary.
I see.
Then he said, oh, Miss Griggs, let me call you back. Let me call you back. So he had to confer with General Sheehan, General Joy, General Gaiman, General Hartzog, and his little cabal, particularly General Gray and General Krulak. So he called me back, and he was just like a little puppy dog. He said, oh, Miss Griggs, I'm going to be in Norfolk on the, the night of the 5th, 6th, and 7th. I'll be at a morale, welfare, recreation meeting at the Marriott Hotel, and I would like to meet with you when I get there. I'll be getting in around 5 o'clock, and I could we could go to dinner, or you could come and have breakfast the next morning. We could eat, blah, blah, blah. Or 11 o'clock, now I have to speak at this luncheon engagement. You're welcome to come to that. Or we can meet at, he went through every hour of the whole time. He could not have been more insistent about meeting me if he'd been my father, my birthday or something. And so
you did meet.
I did. But I was afraid of him because I knew he was an assassin.
Joy.
General Jim Joy, the one who got Noriega out of Panama. He and Sheehan, the one who was behind the whole operation in Panama. This is a powerful guy. he and Carl Steiner. Mutt and Jeff. Waco, they trained all the guys in Waco who went and did what they did to David Koresh. They're the ones behind all the black helicopters and Sheehan. They're the ones, you know, doing all the stuff down there at Kathy McDaniel's down at, you know, in Fort Polk, Fort Hood.
That's something new on me. Kathy Daniels?
Kathy McDaniel's had a little talk show. She's a wife of the daughter of the mayor down there at Fort Polk.
Okay.
The little town outside of Fort Polk. And there were a lot of unusual things happening. And because she was talking about it, excuse me, they took her radio show off the air. And they tried to, it's a long story, but anyway, so General Joy, I got in contact with the NCIS.
That's Fort Polk in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But I met with the NCIS guy and a Marine that I just met cold call because I was kind of worried about what would happen to me, you know, meeting him. So may I go to the ladies' room?
Certainly, matter of fact, Steve suggested that we break.
I've had to sort of go to the late. That's why I've been sort of antsy.
Steve suggests we break at 5 after, and I think it was a good idea. Let's break and we'll pick up right where we're.
Right.
Well, I think you're fine doing it.
We're rolling. Is this one rolling? All three cameras rolling right now. They are rolling. Good.
Yep.
Everybody check in. All right. Here we go. Okay, now Steve, come on over here and take a quick glance at the at this monitor. Notice how she's framed here. Does mine correspond about the same?
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh. I better take a better look. Oh.
So that we cut back and forth, we are.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Actually, yours is like you say. Yours is a little bit tighter.
Okay, just take it wide.
You want this one in a little tighter?
No, no.
Okay.
Mm-mm. She's just right.
I tell you, I have the perfect reference. I can tell now those chairs are giving a perfect reference.
Except that I'm a little bigger than she is, so I may stand a little taller in the chair.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa, 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 yeah. Oh, the distance, maybe. Let's just, I'm just going to hold what she says.
Okay, yeah, we don't have to split hairs over it. Okay, we're rolling. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We have liftoff. We're rolling. This is part number 2 of this interview. All right. Now, we have discussed just a little bit of a recap here. All right, a little bit about your background, about the psychological profile that these guys look for. Let's see, we've discussed the diary. We've discussed Kadok and Alexander
Robinson.
Couldn't read my writing. Thank you. And
I have a picture of Kadok.
yes, I noted that. We're going to inject that. We'll inject. In fact, we should have a little session here where we just go through pictures at the tail end of this.
Yeah.
Picture. We discussed tail hook and.
You know what tail hook means, don't you?
No, what is tail hook? Uh-oh. I got a feeling.
Yeah.
Is it a homosexual reference?
Yeah, sure.
Really?
Sure.
Did you know that,
Sure.
Steve? Isn't it something?
Yeah.
And the average person on the street has no idea.
No.
You know, it's like Watergate. Well, the Watergate Hotel, that makes sense. And tail hook probably is some reference to, you know what I honestly thought it was?
Well,
when you refuel a jet or something.
It is. But you look, see, the planes look like this. Because, see, I was told this by Jerry Unruh. And Jerry Unruh was a captain when I met him. We were just partying. You know, I had a group of gals, and we were all school friends. And everybody hung around this place called Poppy's in Virginia Beach. It was the place in the mid-'80s when I was at the Virginia Center for World Trade. Well, Jerry was in there. He's an intelligence operative with Scrowcroft, Crow, you know, this whole McFarlane, Ed Wilson, who's a really good friend of my husband's, who's a really bad guy. Anyway, they're all some of them are doing this Rush River Lodge thing, you know, which Angleton was doing, where Woodward would go to these big orgy parties. And George went to a few of those. But this, you see, is the plane, and it kind of looks like that.
Okay.
And
yeah.
it refuels.
Uh-huh.
See, that's what the hook is for.
That's called a
refueling.
tail hook.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But it has a double meaning.
A double entendre, sure.
Because and I went to the preceding show 2 weeks ago, and they had the tail hook booth, and I have some stuff, I don't think I have it with me, but tail hook souvenirs, because they are really trying to promote that, you know, the charitable function of that organization.
Yes, of course. Now, the fact that cover got blown on those tail hook things, that
Paula
was a
Coggin.
major snafu, right?
She had to try very hard to get that out.
That was at Camp Lejeune?
No, I think it was in Las Vegas.
Okay.
But, oh, my thing went on in Camp Lejeune before tail hook, and this is why I got flagged.
Oh.
Because I stopped all the go-go dancers in the officers' clubs, and they got very mad with me.
Ooh.
I can tell you that story. It's true.
Yeah, but why, you didn't realize what you're doing at the time?
No, I was just incensed, you know, that they would allow topless women, young girls, in the officers' club dining room while I was trying to eat late one night. And George says, well, you know, you just have to get used to it. If you think this is anything, you ought to see what goes on in Okinawa. Well, this was 91, 90. It was before tail hook. And the Lord is always with me. Sometimes I don't know where he is, but this particular night, it was about 9 o'clock, and I was starving. And I was really mad because his reaction wasn't, I'm sorry, this is offensive. Do you want to go in town to eat or something? He didn't do that. He attacked me. It was a chance to educate me the way they were educated.
I see.
Get used to it, bitch. You know,
Yeah.
excuse my French.
That's right.
But that's really what he was trying to do. Well, they were all young married officers. Now, I worked at the chamber, and this is taxpayer money. This looks bad. They had, you know, wedding bands on. And one of the guys, two of the guys goes out with one of the girls. So I'm going, after having said, don't you see anything wrong with this picture? And getting no background. I thought, oh, boy, I've got a camera in my pocketbook. I am going to see Marty and Oogie, my old roommate from St. Mary's little Episcopal Junior College in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I said, whoa, little Lucille Ball comes out. And I just kind of grabbed that little camera with the flash, and I get me 3 little flashes of scattering people. So
Just
light.
because the camera's going off?
Yes. So that said to me, it proved to him, God, truth is light, light is truth. You know, hey, this isn't. I mean, God proved it. I didn't do it. I didn't argue. I just took pictures. They scattered. Then what happened?
What happened to the pictures?
Well, he tried to grab my camera,
He,
my husband.
right.
But there were still some men in there, you see, and 2 of the girls. And they were looking at me like, you are, the girls were probably thinking, oh, you know, but the guys, they saw older colonel, chief of staff here, wife. It was bad from the perspective of me being a wife, witnessing this, being ordered to shut up. So I took the camera when he wanted to grab it from me, and I went like this. I mean, it was real battle time, major. My brother was a championship wrestler, you know, and I don't know anything about holds, but I knew this was self-preservation time. And I just said, well, I'm going to the ladies' room, huh?
Yeah.
So I went to the ladies' room, and I hid the darn thing. And he wanted to know where it was. We had a major battle. But the end thing that happened was I wrote a nice letter, found out the name of the manager of the club, because I knew protocol. I knew you can't go and just really mess everybody up. And I sent a letter saying, is this normal to have it, to the club manager? But I sent copies of the pictures and the letter to the wife of the general commander of the base and the wife of the commandant.
Oh, man. You wanted to get in trouble.
With the pictures. No, I mean,
Oh, you thought you were going to...
helping the wives.
Yeah. The wives, at this point, no doubt, are privy to all this stuff, right?
Yeah. See, I thought in the real world, this is what you do. Somebody... But what happened was I went home, and the wives were meeting there, and I told them what I had done, and Carol and Milla said, oh, no, you didn't do that, did you? George won't get promoted. You know, he was trying to make general. But Louis Buell had already died. He wouldn't have made general anyway because of Sue. I already found out about that. But I didn't know that at the time. So, but Charlotte Moore, whose family are better educated, and she's kind of the leader of the pack because she's more rational than the rest of the wives. She said, Kay, thank you very much. We appreciate what you did for us. And then all the rest of them kind of, you know, they're like little puppets too. But then I found out from Brooks West that I was flagged. That General Gray had me marked as a troublemaker.
Gotcha.
So after that, no more stories while he's drinking. You know, it was a very, he was having to balance them and me. You know, he was, I think he was challenged by me because he, you know, he knew that I was a free spirit. He didn't understand Christ. He didn't understand what my boundaries are, but he, because he was a little bit intimidated by my sense of freedom and my, you know, openness, which comes from a complete understanding of where Christ is in my life, you know, and I follow in his footsteps, but I'm a free spirit because I'm created independently, as we all are, and he never had, my husband never had that ability to be free from the time he was a teenager.
Because early on he was made captive to these other matters, the homosexual encounters and the shame that brings and the control. So he was a bent twig early on.
Yeah, and he had the Saudis were beginning to pile into Russell House at the Hun School in Princeton, which is the school that my husband was in for 4 years on scholarship. He never saw his parents in 8 years. Now think about this. His parents were shipped to California, I believe strategically so that they could control his mind.
Okay.
He was too poor to fly out there. I think he did go one time when he was ROTC on a flight that took him forever and a day to get out there. But he had an uncle later on who bought a house in Princeton when he was in college. So he had a little bit of nurturing. And this uncle became his father.
Okay.
And this uncle's 2 sons and the next door neighbor became his wife. He knew he had to marry because of what he had gone through, and it was, I think, so shameful and so hard on him that he married right at graduation day, practically, from Princeton University, where he had 4 years in ROTC. And he was in the Cap and Gown Club, which, as I mentioned before, is an intelligence sort of football kind of scholarship club. But what's interesting is my uncle, who was in intelligence, Ben Delaney, went through exactly the same hoops. I was thinking, you know, when I met my husband, this is, and it probably was God in many ways, but I thought, isn't it amazing that Uncle Ben, who was the football quarterback star for Princeton, the one year they won the whole national thing, he was, he went to the Hun school. His father and mother were both killed, or something happened to them, and I think they were a fairly well-to-do, prominent family. He was handsome, wonderful, just a neat man. So he went on scholarship to the Hun. And then, and he went in, it was crew and all these other things. He was in Cap and Gown. He was, he played on the football team. He wasn't a cheerleader. My husband was a cheerleader. But they were in exactly the same pattern. ROTC scholarship. They left ROTC. They were dependent on the government, on the intelligence community, you know, selling weapons to whatever country. I know the country, but in other words, they were doing work for the joint under the table all these years.
Okay, and directly under whose instructions to sell these weapons? Do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay, and who would that be?
Well, it's the Israeli Zionist group in New York.
Mossad? No.
Well,
what would they
yeah,
call
but
themselves?
everybody thinks Mossad, like they think CIA is just a bogus sort of thing. It's really Army intelligence that does just about everything. They run a lot of the psychological profiling, which is done at Quantico with the FBI. It's all a very small group. Harvard professors connected with, you know, the Tavistock and Dar es Salaam, and there's a sexual perversion group in Vienna and one in Colorado. I think that little girl was part of that experiment, you know, who was
John
murdered.
Benet Ramsey?
Yeah, yeah, because I had some.
Well, you know, that raises an interesting point, because here's a high-profile murder that goes nowhere. No investigation, nobody's pinned. It just goes on and on and on.
The parents are involved in that program.
But somebody higher
High
up
level.
is protecting them.
Absolutely.
And the same thing that you're describing about the military.
Sure.
If you're in the clique, you can get away with murder.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Murder, literally murder. And I had a group of visitors. I used to be set up by the State Department, my husband, who had power in the State Department through both Caspar Weinberger and, well, his whole crowd. I mean, Caspar Weinberger, George Bush, Colby, Casey. My husband was in that clique. He was in the Princeton Marine Corps clique. Rob, Warner, you know.
You're talking about Senator Rob.
Yeah,
and
they're all
Warner.
Marines. Pat Robertson, all 4th Marines. I mean, they're all involved in this. They know, they're running everything.
Now, you mentioned Pat Robertson. You're talking about the 700 Club, Pat Robertson.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a power thing there. And it's all male, it's all white, and they know the murders are going on. They're surgical, they're strategic, they're political. But what I was going to tell you is I was used because I was the most gullible in high school. And I'm very, very spiritual, and I love people. So, and I was driven to meet all these people from all over the world for some reason. So they would feed me people because they knew I would react. It's kind of like Monica and Bill. I think they put Monica in there to have something on Bill. That's my own feeling. Sarah McClendon feels the same way. Because...
And Linda Tripp was there to guide the situation.
Absolutely. Of course. Linda Tripp was Delta Force. Linda Tripp was trained by Carl Steiner, who's in the diary with my husband. Carl Steiner is called a snake, and he tried to trip up Schwarzkopf. I mean, he was trying to take the whole Iraqi thing over because they had been baiting, you know, using the Israeli rogues in Turkey. They were having little zigzag wars. It's all to sell weapons. It's all about weapon sales. It's all about drugs. It's all about funny money.
Making money.
Of course. And the head, Krulak, who is the Commandant of the Marine Corps, his father, Victor Krulak, worked with this Russian, Czechoslovakian double agent who was worked with Al Gray, who was enlisted at that time, rose right up to the top because they were involved with Butcher and this whole crowd that was trying to pick fights. And they were not, they were Army and Navy together, joint. And George kept saying, George calls them the members of the firm. He calls them the members of the firm. I've heard the brotherhood. They're very close. And it's a small group, and it's very hierarchical. I had Caspar Weinberger's bodyguard farm me when I was at Sarah McClendon's.
Now, farm you.
Yeah, that's a term that they use.
Where they cultivate?
They well, not cultivate, but just want to find out kind of. They're doing profiling on me. Women are hard to profile because we're very easy. We're very easy if you understand women. And I think they need more women in human intelligence because we'd solve a lot of these problems like overpopulation or whatever it is very quickly. Because we're the ones who teach the men how to talk, how to communicate. We think on 20 levels at once. You know, we're very spiritual, we're very practical, all at the same time. And they make mistakes by pegging women as crazy when really they're very anxious to solve problems. They're just very frustrated to see a lot of Waco things going on that don't need to be going on, but the guys don't see it. So with my husband and so forth, I was used. They profiled me. They knew I loved international people because I'd already demonstrated that. And there was a group of sexual psychologists, psychiatrists from Vienna who came over. I have pictures of them. I was their escort. George was already gone, and I was intrigued that they were still sending me people.
Okay, now you referred to them as sexual psychologists?
Yeah, there's a whole range of psychiatrists who study perversion, sexual perversion. Harvard, Yale, Johns Hopkins, and this Colorado group. Dar es Salaam, where they train the black African terrorists. They train them in interrogation. They train the JAGs in interrogation methods and so forth. And a lot of these guys got their experience in Vietnam. Intentionally, they took these little boys. That's what they're doing in Bosnia right now. They're training future leaders in perversion. They have a school. The British have a school that George was working with in Indonesia for a year. My husband was setting up there was already a program on East Timor, a little place there in the mountains, that had been set up by the Australians during World War II. It was involved, I think, with Burma and, you know, some of the killings that were going on in China and so forth. that Parker Host, T. Parker Host, this man who now controls my husband with Bob Edwards. T. Parker Host, this is how they got together. T. Parker Host, I knew when I was the assistant director of the Virginia Center for World Trade. I was the first woman on the board of the Foreign Commerce Club. I was very involved politically, and I was having a ball. And I met T. Parker Host through someone else. I was the chairman of a board of all these international shippers and brokers. I was just a, sort of a glorified secretary, public relations person. Now, T. Parker Host was the Finnish consul and the, at one time he'd been the Norwegian consul, the Icelandic consul. I thought he was a really nice guy because he was outgoing, he seemed Virginian. I didn't know that much about him. But it turns out he has one shipping agency when I meet him in '85. He knows my husband's profession instantly because he brags about being with the mobs. The mob runs the port of Norfolk. I mean, it's terrible to say, the bankers, and then they have I can't say that.
You can't say what?
No. The ports are run by, it's a homosexual hierarchy.
Okay, it makes, that's not objectionable.
Well, okay. And in Norfolk, it's Walter Chrysler, Phil Hornthal, they have the rich ones, and then they get the little ones in by introducing them to the big guys. It's like George met Einstein. Einstein was in that little ring that the Saudis were in. It was a very elite.
No,
Camus,
you're saying Einstein?
Albert Einstein
Okay.
was in that little Princeton ring before he died.
Okay.
George, they partied together. Anyway, so the Norfolk crowd runs the port. It's very organized and so forth. And I knew the person who was running the Maritime Association shipping agency, very nice man who was that way. But I didn't know it, I went out with him. I like him very much. I mean, he's a very nice person. But
And completely homosexual.
Completely. But he liked me, and I thought he was wonderful.
Many homosexuals are very
he's a
engaging people.
very nice guy. Well, his best friend was T. Parker Host. He lived with him for a while. Well, I didn't think anything about Parker because, he'd been married and had a couple of sons, and I thought, well, this is just a guy who's moved away from Newport News for some reason and settled in Norfolk. I thought it was unusual. He didn't have any friends. I didn't know. But it wasn't because of that. It was because Parker had some questionable associations with mob figures, with assassins. He was in the Burma Special Operations Command. He liked living a dangerous life, and he bragged about it to others. My husband and he gravitated to one another. And I thought it was wonderful because my husband didn't seem to have any friends. So I sort of fixed him up with Parker. Well, Parker's the one who did me in, Parker plotted, and it's a long story, but basically, and this sounds petty, but I wouldn't go out with him. And I'm not saying I did anything that was, it's just that he wasn't my type.
Obviously.
Well, I mean, but he just was, he's boorish, he's loud, he's kind of rude.
So you're saying even just in a social context?
Yeah. So what happened was, because my husband is so close to Bush and McFarland and Scrowcroft and all these guys, Parker starts getting in with my husband's friends and cultivating them. And he goes from having one shipping agency to dotted all over the place. He goes from being a Democrat in petty little Virginia politics and being the Icelandic Finnish consul to having big shipping deals going through Iceland and Finland and Norway. And my husband's setting up deals in Moss, Norway, which I was the president of the Sister City Association. I was being used while they were setting up, you know, shipment places, transshipment places. I mean, I was witnessing all of this, and it all came back to me, just boom, like that. But Parker, it was so interesting. We had a hearing. I had a hearing with my husband. That very day, George Bush was in town. My husband was in town. My home was broken into while I was in court. Very strategically, I was called by a Marine colonel named Jack, who is very involved with the maritime shipping business, and he knew that I know a lot about that. He called me and invited me as a guest of his to attend the George Bush huge banquet with John Warner while my house was being robbed. My car was sabotaged that day. And guess who introduced George Bush? T. Parker Host. Now, he made it to the big time.
You know, Alexander Haig is another one. You can help yourself to any coffee,
Thank
anything
you.
out there.
Yeah, he's a friend.
Alexander Haig, he rose from nothing to top dog just overnight. That's because he's in the club.
Oh, of course he's in the club. Now, how he's in the club, you see.
Now, all these guys. let me
Henry
get-
Kissinger, Heinz Kissinger. Oh, I have a story. This.
Oh, we all suspect Henry's a queer.
Oh,
But-
yeah, I have a first-hand story from Bob, who was there in Cambodia with Heinz.
Okay, you call him Heinz.
Henry.
Yeah, okay.
Heinz. His real name is Heinz Kissinger.
Okay. We'll straighten out. We got a light that fell down, boys. Did you notice that? We got to be alert to notice all these little things. And that's very hot, by the way.
Haig was an
Just
army.
a second. Let's get this straight here, because
Right.
that is a hot light, and you'll burn your fingers if you don't touch it. By the way, as long as we're kind of in an unofficial break here, did you have to read my note while I was writing it?
See just part of it.
When I was writing it? Or only when I held it up?
When you held it up over here,
Okay.
I made an adjustment.
Well, I was starting to write. I wrote, widen her a bit. And then I looked up. Well, lo and behold, he's done it. So I thought, well, maybe he could read this over my shoulder. That's cool. And then
No, and he did.
Oh, you saw it and interpreted.
I've seen you.
you could read it from here.
Oh, that's cute. This is, oh, y'all are wonderful. What a team.
And
What
then
a team you are.
you could, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, all you got to do, if you write it, just tip up a little bit, I'll...
Okay. Because the thing of it, when she's illustrating something and using her hands, well then seize on that and open it up so that we don't lose the lower part of her hands. You know, not far enough down to where, you know, strategically we get out of focus, but just, that's cool. All right. We're back, and this is good. Let's go back to... See, we want to talk about Henry Kissinger, but also I introduced the idea about George Bush. 3, 2, 1. Now, so George Bush, I mean, all these people rise up through the ranks, the same club.
Right.
No wonder, you know, I saw a little TV clip one time where a reporter was asking George Bush and others about the Order of the Skull and Bones. All these guys were shocked that somebody even mentioned the term, and they just would not discuss it at all.
Right.
And the reporter said, I understand that as part of the oath you don't discuss it. And George just flat out said, it's just not to be discussed. And that was the end of the subject. Now, that's because, I mean, if this really got out, that these guys are all inducted because they've got some kind of homosexual
Right.
thing on them.
Indoctrination. I mean, or induction. They
Yeah.
have to do that.
Yeah.
They do that. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In
Even
a
if,
coffin. And it's even now coming into the military totally. The chiefs do that. They put them in the coffin. They do the bowling ball trick.
okay, you're going to explain this. What happens when you get in the coffin? Why do you get in a coffin?
Oh, they get, when you get your eagles, that's a German thing.
Okay.
You know, it's what the German High Command did, and most of them, you know, had the boyfriends and stuff, the Krupps and all of that. It is a German thing that they say goes back to Greece, and it's all the male marine-looking men that they do it with. See? So now the chiefs have to do that. What they do is they get, George said it's like a zoo. They get everybody really drunk, and they sometimes call it dining in. Shellback is another time that they do it. Not everybody does it, but the ones who do it, if they're young, they get right up to the top. It's a
Okay, well, what actually do they do? They've got a coffin. They get inside
anal
this.
sex. Oh, that they do. They put them in the coffin and they do things.
Okay, they perform things on each other.
Yeah, while they're all around there going drunk. And
I see. So there's a guy in the coffin.
yeah, and he's the one who
Is the recipient of all the acts.
right, right. Yeah.
Probably safe to conclude these are oral sex acts on this guy or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Okay.
oral and anal, whatever.
Yeah.
But
But what's the significance of the coffin?
I don't know.
I mean, it's the mystique
But-
about the skull
But
and bones
what's
and death.
interesting is now the young SEALs, Delta Force, the ones who go from Army to BUDS, the BUDS training SEALs,
Buds
BUDS is the emerging SEAL group,
Oh, I see. They're budding seals.
budding SEALs.
I see.
And they have to break into houses. Their training exercise is to break into civilians' houses
For practice.
for practice. They broke into my house. When George and I were first married, I had many underwear. You know, this is terrible to say, but lingerie. I had lots of, you know, I didn't buy much, but it all disappeared. And then when the psyching was beginning, I had white blouses, but they would all have black dots on them. I'd say, George, here's another blouse with a black dot.
It was just a little message.
This was somebody's message, you know. Or I would, after George left, it was batteries in a drawer. You know, you can't tell the police I opened up a drawer where I had 6 batteries and now I've got 50 batteries. They're going to say, well, of course you're crazy, you know. And I started my little sob with a screwdriver. And, you know, I was always looking around for screwdrivers. Well, one day I come home and there are about 12 screwdrivers on the table, you know, neatly placed. Well, you can't call the police and say, I've got 12 screwdrivers, you know. You can't tell people that you've got black dots on all your white blouses. You know, your shoes are disappearing. And then, this is really, I called the police the first break-in, which was the night of March the 4th. The night before, I went to see General Joy at the Marriott.
Yeah.
Well, I had already called the police when I was battered because I was just bruises. I made O.J.'s wife look like Marilyn Monroe. I mean, you talk about. And I was doing this because I thought it would help him, you know, have 45s put to my head, and he's laughing. He'd strangle me and put his finger on my jugular vein, and he'd just say, now don't you dare move, you know, I mean. Or I'd be lying in bed, and he'd do a jap where he'd just push me off the bed. You can't believe what horror I went through to try and get this man to understand what Christ's love is about. You know, people say, oh, well, you should have left. Well, I took my marriage vows seriously. I knew he was injured psychologically by the war, by whatever he was made to do. So, I mean, I'm fine. I just sacrificed a lot. I was in a big wrestling match with a crazy guy, you know. But I still love the little boy within. He's very troubled. But anyway, I called the police after a number of little break-ins. And guess what? The policeman they sent was a little short guy with a short haircut whose name was Shorty Satterwhite.
Okay.
And Shorty Satterwhite was saying, oh, now, Miss Griggs, now you're just making this up. Now, you know, Miss Griggs. this is you're just traumatized, your husband's gone, blah, blah, blah. I found out he was a 20-year Marine.
Okay.
And not only that, but there's another part of his life. But that's okay. I mean, he's a nice guy. But he was a Marine.
And he takes orders.
Of course he does. He's still reserve. So I think, okay, I'll call the FBI. You know, I'll let them know what's going on. I heard about the FISA court and that they, you know, because I'm talking about William Colby, maybe they think I'm a threat because I know all these international people. So I'm just going to call them and tell them what's going on. So I call Torrance, who's the head of the FBI, and he's too busy, you know, too busy. So he sends this guy, Dan McNally, out. And Dan McNally is a very nice guy, and he has this girl interview me, and I type out something about Georgia's history and what I know. Guess who else is a 20-year Marine? Dan McNally. And it just so happens that Dan McNally's best friend, and he's not married either, but that's all right, his best friend, who is from North Carolina and never married, is a best friend of Fred Hentz, who's the one who took me to this place, Mahi Maz, where I had the 2 death threats, who was graduated from college in flat 59. He was intelligence. His father was a German high, part of the Kaiser's elite group. He was NATO colonel, which I thought was pretty neat, and that's why they knew the profile. Kay likes NATO people because she's going to learn a little bit about another culture, you know. And I'm not saying that because his family were high command, but he was also an existentialist. And
okay, and again, for our viewers that may not know the term existentialist, you mean?
An existentialist, according to my husband, which he is one, Fred Hentz, all of these people are existentialists. They believe in doing whatever it takes. It doesn't matter what the law says. They will do anything necessary to get what they want politically, and economically, and whatever. In other words, killing a leader, killing 5 people, killing 20 people, according to George, is a lot better than war. This is the way they rationalize it. You didn't used to kill women and children in war when the British Army, when they were pure kind of, you didn't go out and kill. I think Dresden, they did do some of that, but that was Walt Whitman Rostow and his crowd. And he's a very dangerous man, because Walt Whitman Rostow is a communist.
Okay, and in what capacity is he?
Oh, he was one of the wise men in Kennedy's administration. I think he was probably responsible for the movement that got Kennedy murdered. I believe it was an Israeli group which did it with some of these rogues.
Okay, now when you mentioned wise men, is this an insider term?
Wise men, yeah. Kennedy's wise men were guys like, the Harvard crowd. And he was trying to bring them in to change things around a lot. Walt Whitman Rostow was the one who got us into the Vietnam War because he wanted to sell the weapons and stuff. He and Victor Krulak, who is the present commandant's father, Krulak was his lackey. Walt Whitman Rostow's lackey. Walt Whitman Rostow went with Taylor, General Taylor, and wrote the report that got us into the Vietnam War. And all the time that the Pentagon was saying, no, 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 he was a cheerleader for the weapons sales. He and Henry Kissinger, Heinz. He and Henry. Walt Whitman Rostow, Eugene Debs Rostow, these were communists, named for communists. Eugene Debs Rostow and it's either his son or his other brother, runs the big Boston mob, the port there. His name is Nicholas Rostow. With the Weld, with William Weld, they've done all that drug business in Mexico for years. They had that Russian, the one who was murdered by the assassin, Ramon. He was a competitor, Stalin's competitor, and he escaped. Very famous Tolstoy.
Okay.
Tolstoy became a Christian at the end, and you can't become a Christian. That's a death warrant. So they killed Tolstoy because he was becoming too, I think, now I don't know the whole story. There's probably a lot more to it, and maybe I see completely the wrong picture there. But Tolstoy was murdered by this same Parisian, Spanish, Czechoslovakian, Georgian, Russian group, which are all part of the former Abwehr.
All right.
We've got to stop. Tolstoy is not the correct name. I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of it. Tolstoy is a writer.
A what?
He's a writer. He's a Russian writer. But the guy you're thinking of was murdered in Mexico.
Yeah.
It's not Tolstoy.
Okay. What was his name?
Nice little Jewish boy.
Good. It's a good point to bring this up because if we can correct that name, and don't go that wide. When I'm talking about going wide, I'm not talking about going anywhere near that wide because we get all this junk over here we don't want in the picture.
Are you sure it
That
wasn't
is
Tolstoy? I think
plenty
it
for-
was.
He's a writer.
That's just plenty for.
I know he's a writer.
Sorry about that.
This
It's
I
okay.
know.
This
It's
guy
okay.
was
You're learning.
the right-hand man of Lenin, and he defected and went to Mexico.
Right.
He went to Mexico and murdered him.
I think it was Tolstoy.
It could be two Tolstoys.
No,
Tolstoys.
Tolstoy is a very famous author.
You're not thinking of Trotsky.
Oh, yes, you're right. Hey. Oh, got it. Let's correct that. Oh, thank you. Bravo.
We're getting close.
Bravo.
You were doing
Close.
so well, and I thought we can't use this because it's the wrong name, and it's going to discredit
Good,
the whole story.
good.
And I'm
You're
sorry
good,
about
Okay.
that.
Good.
All right.
Trotsky.
Well, let's back up. Okay. We have 5 minutes to go. Okay. We can easily do that. That is on this tape.
I'll tell you what,
We have more time than this, but on this tape.
Next tape, and in the next 5 minutes, tell us what Max Sug means, because you mentioned it earlier.
Okay.
But I still don't know what it means.
But let's get Trotsky in this piece right now while we're thinking about this. Okay. So let's pick this up with. You were saying about. We were talking about the wise men. We were talking about the Rostos and
William Weld in Mexico and the involvement of the Mexican government. And it's not Tolstoy, it's Trotsky.
Okay, hold on a second. Won't even necessarily mention that because that will be completely clipped and edited. So just go ahead and tell the whole story, but use the name Trotsky.
All right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
Here
we go.
This group, which was run out of Paris, is still being run out of Paris, this revolutionary terrorist group, which is controlling these Marines and Army Steiner's group. They all operate together. The man who started all of this program during Vietnam used communists who were in the Spanish communist movement. They actually promoted communists in the OSS, which was started by this William, Donovan.
Okay.
So they were promoting and using communists who were actually wanting to get rid of our form of government as a stepping stone to world domination. So this group now, in the Army and in the Marine Corps, has communists at the very top who are really, existentialist, which means they don't believe in God, they don't believe in Christ, they live for the moment, they believe in sort of one world which has no religions in it.
Right.
They're the ones who put Napoleon in power, they're the ones who put Oliver Cromwell in power, they're the ones probably who actually were behind the Roman Empire and maybe the Egyptian Empire. They put puppet people in power, and they actually run it from behind the scenes. Now, Trotsky, as I understand it, was escaped from Russia. He had become a Christian, I understand, and was working with agents in the United States, Israel. And he was considered a threat. So he had to be silenced, killed. There's an excellent book which I have called The Mind of an Assassin, which is about the background of Trotsky's assassin, a young man named Ramon, who was trained, he was Soviet paid, I think he had experience in Spain. They organized it in Paris, I believe. And of course, up to the present time, there have been assassins operating out of Rome, Milan in particular, Naples, and Paris. And these are all anarchists, all mob related. They use mob funding. And of course, drug money to pay for the weapons, which are brand new weapons. The Bosnia Bazaar, this is the reason we had the war in Bosnia. The war in Bosnia is simply a stage to train assassins, to be a market for brand new weapons, to be a marketplace so that the drug money can be used. And the Army runs the whole show. It's totally run by the Army. The CIA is a bogus thing. You know, it's Training and Doctrine Command. It's NATO. It's SHAPE. Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, started by Eisenhower. It's a totally independent corporation. Its main function is to sell weapons and launder money.
You're talking about CIA?
No,
No,
I'm talking
no.
about SHAPE.
SHAPE. Okay.
CIA is kind of bogus. I mean,
That's
it's
just
there.
a trade name for the media
Oh, it's to
to
confuse
use.
us. It's just to get us off the track. It's all being done by Army people who are now joint, because the word joint comes from the group that brought over a lot, and a lot of good people came over, but they came over illegally to kind of escape Nazi Germany and stuff. I don't know that much about it, but I do know that the funding organization, one of the funding organizations was out of New York, and it was called the Joint. And Meyer Lansky, see, our mob, the organized crime, the Jewish Kabbalist group, who don't believe in God really, well, they do. They look at God as a Kabbalah kind of thing, and the opposite of good is bad, and they have to get rid of all the good people and kill them, and then you know, I mean, they really do this. They're killing people who are good on purpose, and they get brownie points with their little cult. But this funding group in New York, they would pay for passports which were illegal, and they. In fact, my grandfather was involved with that. That's how I know so much about it, because my grandfather was told to keep silent and not to tell anybody, but of course he told my grandmother, and my grandmother told me, and I've told my children. Everybody knows they brought in probably more than 200,000 Nazi soldiers and SS and, you know, Waco scientists and psychologists, and all of them, most of them, had the German disease, you know, because it was their culture.
The German disease.
Yeah, the German disease is what the Pink Triangle boys were. Colonel Ron Ray writes about this. He's a Marine colonel who's a Christian who's writing about the Cherry Marines, the homosexuality in the group sex orgies and so forth, which brought down the German government because Naples, which is where all of the Navy is doing their playing, I mean, today in Naples, these orgies are going on. It was where Krupp, the weapons manufacturer, used to take the German high command, and they would go into the Isle, on the Isle of Capri, into the Blue Grotto. And they would have big orchestras, and they'd bring in little boys, little Italian boys, who would be raped. They'd give them trinkets. And, of course, the mothers gradually found out, and just like me, it was one thing when there was just one of me. Now there are a lot more of us wives who are talking and telling truth. And it took those Italian women went to newspapers in Italy, they wouldn't listen. But when they went to the wives of these guys in Germany, it brought it all out. It brought the German government down because they were duplicitous in it, you know. But what they were doing was pedophilia. They were raping, bringing in little boys. They involved the Catholic priests, you know, who were bringing in all. Anyway, so, but what happened was this whole group came over to the United States. And they, it's an old culture, but it is the reason there are a lot of things going on with children these days.
Mm-hmm.
And it explains why it's all being covered up, because if you've got police officers who are playing these games and they're going in the woods like to, what is this place where, I mean, even Eisenhower played these games. Even Mike Kemp out in, it's called the Hermitage.
The Hermitage.
In California, where they all run, they get drunk and they run around nude in the woods and stuff.
Bohemian Grove kind of
That's
thing.
it, Bohemian Grove.
Okay. Rather than Hermitage, it's the Bohemian
Bohemian
Grove.
Grove, that's the name of it.
Uh-huh.
My brain's tired.
That's okay.
And the one in, there was a big one in Washington called Rush River Lodge, where they used to all go, and there are lots of places now. But the problem, as I see it, is that I think they're trying to destroy America and the basic Protestant Christian culture, because where you have a militaristic society, which is where the rules are only for those people, and keep in mind that Meyer Lansky and Luciano, Lucky Luciano, and the other man, they chose to go to Italy. Luciano went to Milan. He wasn't banished to Naples and Milan. The two top mob families went there because of the weapons industry. They're selling weapons. I mean, that's what the military is doing. It's totally controlled by the mob. Look at this. Weinberger was General Douglas MacArthur's. He spied on MacArthur in Korea. Who was MacArthur's nemesis? Albatross. It was none other than little old intelligence. I'm going to tell every move you make. Weinberger. Young, but he did it. He brought down MacArthur. Every move MacArthur was going to make, he broadcast it through the chaplain, his little intelligence network. And he got brownie points with the group because he brought down the big lion. When you get rid of a big lion like that, you get a big job. You've done good work. And they needed to get rid of MacArthur because he didn't want to keep the wars going. He wanted it over, and you know, it's like General Trefay, who took over after the Vietnam War was over, And he was on C-SPAN in August of '96 with former Ambassador Whitehead and a few of the other the State Department Vietnam people. And General Trefay, he had been holding this in for years. He was on C-SPAN. This man let it all out. He said, I took over at the end of the Vietnam War. I was in control, right? Big general charge. So I say, cut off the shipment of weapons. So I tell the Pentagon, cut off the shipment of weapons. He said, I got a phone call from Henry Kissinger saying the weapons are going to continue at the wartime rate.
Sure.
Now, that's when all this stuff with China started. It started before then, because already the communist agents, the New York, Brooklyn, New Jersey mob, were already training Mao. Mao was trained in Paris. So was, the one in Cambodia. What's his name? I can't think of his name. The one who was Pol Pot.
Yeah.
They were homosexually, bless their little hearts, by priests. They were wonderful little boys sent there, turned, which is the word, when they believe their mothers, and then all of a sudden the world's horrible, and then they have these wonderful friends who are going to make them leaders.
Yeah.
They're turned psychologically, and it's a pattern. And so this is why it's so important to know what they are doing to innocent little boys in the Army and the Marine Corps today. Why? Why are they having them go together in groups and strip nude when they're brand new inductees?
Uh-huh.
Why do they do certain things in public, in front of the group? And
Well, they even do that during the pre-induction physical?
Yes.
I mean,
And they also have the doctor.
that's why I didn't want to go in the Army. I knew there was something.
Yeah. But they also turn around the other way after doing that. The other way, and they're upside down. And they do this anally.
Uh-huh.
Now, why do they do that in public? Why are the urinals all out in public, without separate stalls?
Yeah.
If they're not promoting this. And then why is it that the ones who are this way rise up faster than the ones who don't?
Because there's someone there noticing
Yeah, sure.
those
Sure.
who are
Vulnerable.
vulnerable. I was going to say rising, but that wouldn't be quite appropriate.
They're called rising stars.
rising stars.
Rising, that's the word the State Department uses for those who are controlled. And when I was volunteering with the State Department as an escort in Virginia, I had this group called, I thought it up myself, VIVA, Virginia International Visitors Association. And I tried so hard to get to be a part of the State Department family. But I'm a Christian, see, I'm a Protestant Christian, and they don't want Christians in there. My goodness. I would have guests, and I would let them know I was a Christian and that I love them, and Virginia's a wonderful place.
Yeah.
But I couldn't be a part of that.
No.
They sent me people, but I never was a part of it, even though I had lots and lots of dignitaries.
Did you ever have any contact with Madeleine Albright?
No, I lived with Sarah McClendon for about 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah is a Democrat. See, I was a Republican all these years. I was married for 21 years to a Democratic governor's grandson. It was an arranged marriage, and so I knew a lot of the high-level Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
who were really sort of conservative. It's hard, you know, in Virginia, they're very conservative. So when I stayed with Sarah McClendon, I had become a Republican, you know. And Sarah told me a lot of the things that were going on in the White House from her insider perspective, which totally challenged my perspective on everything. You know, Ron Brown was murdered, for example.
Sure.
Vince Foster was murdered. Forstall was murdered.
Tell you what, we're gonna break right here.
Okay.
Because we're just about out of tape, I think, on this in here. This would be a good place to pick up, though. Ron Brown, Vince Foster. I think Foster had a Marine Corps background. Is that possible?
I think so. He may have. I bet he did. That would fit right in.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that would fit right in. Because
Yeah.
Nussbaum's office was right across the hall.
Okay, we can pop these tapes out, actually.
Okay.
And we're fresh with brand new tapes, the number 2 ones. Let's take a nice little break.
All right.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your husband would get into these drunken stupors, and
Yeah.
he would start running his mouth and
Yeah.
tell you everything he knew.
Yeah.
What did you find was some of the most stunning revelations that came?
Besides the fact that he admitted he couldn't be a Christian and was an existentialist and explaining what existentialism meant to him, which was startling to me, the other parts of some of the things he told me, which really startled me and frightened me, was his attitude towards murder, which he said was not murder, because he said emotions are not involved. His cold, calculating view of the destruction of innocent human beings meaning nothing to him, having absolutely no feelings about ordering others to do that.
Now, did he ever carry out some of these murders himself, do you think?
Oh, of course, yeah. In fact, he told me about Malcolm Kerr's murder.
Malcolm Kerr, who's that?
Malcolm Kerr was a British double agent who worked in California. He was one of these joint, these intelligence operatives who worked for both sides.
Okay.
And he had been in California, but he was doing intelligence work in Beirut, undercover. He was the head of the American University of Beirut, AUB, which is in Lebanon.
Okay.
Now, my husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal, the brother of the first president who was murdered. My husband was involved with assassinations and operations.
Okay.
He was very upset with Malcolm Kerr because Malcolm Kerr refused, although they were already there, the Marine snipers, the assassins, who were under my husband and General Joy, and Al Gray, of course, were hiding in the dormitory at this university. And, of course, General Gray, General Krulak, General Wilhelm, now Charlie Wilhelm was there. He is now my husband's special boss. And they were undercover there. And they had Malcolm Kerr murdered, simply because Malcolm Kerr would not allow the Marines to stay in the dormitory. Had I been Malcolm Kerr, I wouldn't have wanted rowdy Marine assassins living in a dormitory with children, essentially, adolescent young children, having with their perversion and some of their their behaviors. So he was put away for that very reason, George told me. Then there was
Did he
Dale
give you
Dorman.
any details about how he was killed?
No, he told me that he had to be gotten rid of because of that. He then said that, and oh, this is interesting. Mary Clark Yost Halab my husband is handled by her. She is an American double agent who was put on my husband's case because she could handle him. They had an affair, of course, while my husband was first married. I found out about it because she called the house after we were married and wanted to talk to him. And I found in his papers a photograph of her and her bio and all kinds of information on her. And her address in his address book, and I want you all to see that in this movie. I have a photograph of her. They had a long-term affair the whole time he was in Beirut, while she was married to an Arab intelligence double agent who was underneath Malcolm Kerr.
Okay.
And who took over when Malcolm Kerr was murdered by them. So what you have here is a favor essentially done to Yost. She was Yost. She's from Louisiana. Baton Rouge, New Orleans.
How did she enter the intelligence picture? Was she recruited from school?
She was at, trying to think. I have her bio.
Okay.
English major, written books on British literature, Phi Beta Kappa. She went to the American University in Beirut. She married an administrator there who became, because of her position, they love the mixed marriages. He was
Mixed marriage in the sense of?
For the double agents. If an agent marries an agent of
from another country.
Yeah, they love that. The intelligence community love that. The State Department loves that. And I was mentioning earlier that about the State Department, when I was living with Sarah McClendon, helping her in 1986, I went everywhere she went because she's the senior national White House correspondent. And I went to the State Department one day because I was curious about why there isn't peace in the Middle East. And I wanted to go to what I thought was the Middle East Department. Well, there was a group of students, and I got a press pass ostensibly to go in and interview them. So I left them and meandered up to the Near East section. And I had quite a few hours. I thought they were going to, say, what are you doing here? Because all the doors were open. They had these little buttons on each door, that they could have closed, and you could have had to have known somebody to get in, which I think is terrible, to have the American people not know and not be allowed into the State Department without a special Sarah McClendon. If I hadn't been living with the senior White House correspondent, I, as a citizen, would not be welcome at the State Department. Now, if they're interested in peace and they're interested in that kind of thing, they're certainly not showing it by the closed door policy. So I went in. There were about 8 or 10 offices. I went in every single one. I was looking to find out who the leaders were. I knew about Aaron David Miller. I knew about David Satterfield, who really wasn't David Satterfield. His family were Zionists who changed their name to David Satterfield, who was a Virginian senator back in the 30s, who had a wonderful name. It's like Jonathan Pollard. He took the name Pollard, which wasn't his name because of Governor Pollard. I was married to Governor Pollard's grandson for 21 years. They take the names of honorable people, and then they're not honorable.
And what was his name previous to Senator Hoyle?
He lived, now Aaron David Miller, I think that is possibly his name. It might have been Mueller. And I'm not saying that just because they changed their name, they're bad.
Right.
But what I am saying that there is this idea that go ahead and change it and be somebody else, kind of a snake, you know, changing colors for the moment, not being honorable and truthful. Saying my family is Rosinski. Heck, I'd be Rosinski. You know, I'm the 8th Catherine in a row from Scotland. It's ridiculous. But my daughter's Catherine and my granddaughter's Catherine. We're just, you know, it's a family tradition. Weird, but we're happy with that. David Satterfield, the reason I went there was because in the spring I went to a dinner. It was either a dinner or a luncheon that the World Affairs Council had in Norfolk. And he was speaking. And I'm very interested in peace because as a Christian, I want it. I know it's possible if people are reasonable. And this talk that David Satterfield gave, there were probably 20 mentions of Israel to one of the Palestinians. He was extremely biased, arrogant. The arrogance is what bothers me because you can't have peace, you can't have justice where there's imbalance. And even that comes from the Greek Furies, you know, the female who holds the justice. Women understand balance and justice. And women know, mothers know, if you show favoritism towards one child, the other child's not going to be normal the rest of its life. So a wise mother is fair and tries to be balanced, as most families do that are balanced. Well, after having heard the bias and so forth, and then seeing other people who were involved at the State Department in Norway when I was there, when my husband was doing some weapons deals with Newt Eigum and some of the State Department people under the table when we were supposedly going to Moss for the mayor, and her husband and George were doing some deals. He's sort of a pilot, and you know, there's a lot going on between Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and Norway, and weapons deals and so forth now because of what they set up in the spring of '95. So I went into the State Department Near East section and found there was not one single Palestinian, not one single Muslim, religious, Saudi, you know, Jordanian, not one Christian Protestant, not one Roman Catholic, not one plain old American, whatever, from Corn Pone. Every single person in all of those offices were either Zionist, Israelis, whatever, and they had pictures all over the wall of Israel, Israel, Israel. They had magazines, Israel Today. You know, I was given a copy of one. And there were yarmulkes, you know, and the Israeli writing. In other words, and I asked one of the women after having gone through about, you know, 4 or 5 of these offices, I said, because I was pretending like I really, you know, I was just kind of wanting to know where the Palestinian office was, you know. She said, well, we handle all of that. We handle all of that.
And this is the State Department, the
Near East, the part that handles Israel, Jordan, all of these.
Egypt?
Yeah, the Near East section. Yeah.
It was just totally dominated by
Totally.
Israeli.
Totally. And at that time, the spokesman, I can't remember his name, he was a Zionist, the spokesman for the whole State Department. Of course, we know that, and I'm not saying that Madeleine Albright is doing a bad job, because I feel as though, being a woman, that she is definitely a lot more balanced than Weinberger when he was there, Eagleberger, Schultz, or any of them. Because I feel as if she's trying to do it, but she's not strong enough. There needs to be a fairness in the State Department, because all the weapons sales under the table are going through the State Department. That's why Ron Brown was murdered. Ron Brown tried for the first time to take away the unfair State Department monopoly on illegal weapons and drug deals. Because the weapons, the drug money is paying for the weapons. The brand new weapons are sold by agents of Israel or this.
No, is this a conclusion you've drawn based on your knowledge of this?
Yeah, Gorbachev, whatever the guy's name is.
Bonifar.
Gorbanifar. Gorbanifar, and it was either him or my husband worked with him. My husband was the one who was chief of staff under Al Gray when North was moved from the Atlantic Command to the National Security Council.
Ollie North.
Ollie North. And when you work in the White House, you work under the Army. The Marines have no overlord as such. They are, they can float, they can be truck drivers and still be 4th Marine, but they're run out of New Orleans, just like Oswald was. See, Oswald was homosexually recruited by Clay Shaw, David Ferry, that whole, the New Orleans, Meyer Lansky's guy, Jack Rubenstein, who was Jack Ruby. See, all of the funding for these operations go through the joint, the mob. And Oswald's mother had moved to New York, and he had gotten under this Zionist psychiatrist. I can't remember his name. But he came down to check on him. He was brilliant, but he wasn't motivated. He wasn't told he was special. His dad died or whatever, And his father was a, I believe, a German soldier. But the point is, Oswald was a loner, brilliant, and a perfect candidate. He and my husband's profile are just, in fact, they almost look alike. And
you mean their profile in terms of their background?
Psychological
not
profile.
Their physical profiles.
Yeah, even they look a lot alike. Yeah. And what's interesting is
they always allege that he had a double.
Well,
Couldn't
you
have been
see,
your
this
husband.
is interesting. My husband, when I saw him in June, after his having lived with me that fall, he was different, a different facial, everything, than the man I married. The man I married and the man I saw in June were one and the same. Had a fuller face. The mouth, the mouth was fine, but the man that I was with, and I know that I felt it was not the same person. Now, I don't think he could have gained that much weight in just a few months, because he was very thin, and now I could be just, but women sense things. I don't know how to explain it. And I talked to a good friend of Marina Oswald's who knows that her husband was a patsy. And I talked to another woman in El Paso who was in the book The Widows, whose husband was a German, or rather a Czechoslovakian, whose father and 2 brothers had come over here as mercenaries, like all of these young men are still doing today. And the father sent for the little boy and his sister, leaving the mother back in Czechoslovakia. Evidently, she had had an affair or something, but she was banished. I think they do this on purpose, though, because I'm finding that the boys identify with their mothers. They don't bond so much with the fathers, and they are their mother's keeper in that country. Now, I've talked to an Indian who had this situation, a little boy from Haiti, and a young boy from Romania. Each and every scenario was the same. The mothers were back there. They were given 5 years to become an American citizen. As they were mercenaries, they had to do things that made one of them cry on the bus. And he told me what was done when they did a hit. There was one man who did things that were just horrible, and he said, I want to get out, but I can't. And this is horrible, to put young men who are strict Roman Catholics, you know, they've got that background, and bring them over here and make assassins of them, or, in other words, to turn them in a 5-year period, and for the taxpayers to pay for this. These young men are training with SEALs. They may have a mother who's an American and a father who's French, so they can go both ways. And therefore, they're not under the laws of the United States, so they can go do the actual murders or whatever. And in Oswald's case, if you remember, he didn't have any problem getting into the Soviet Union.
Right.
And he went into the State Department on a Saturday. The man who saw him was a Zionist. He didn't even meet anybody else. Special, elite. Then he went to this town where there were a lot of, you know, sort of an Zionist intelligence elite group. The Georgian Russians had, because most of the intelligence people for a long time were Zionist in the Soviet Union and in Germany. And I don't know, but I know that they recruited a lot of boys at Eton and places like that, homosexually in England. And then a lot of them went to the Soviet Union after the doctors' plot or something that I think Stalin thought that the Jewish doctors were after him or something. So in 1952, a lot of them had to go away, and they had some sort of a change or whatever. But what's interesting is that a lot of this played into tied into my husband, because he was in the place, the Mecca for the Jewish intelligence, or the Zionist intelligence people in Princeton. All of the movie actors, you know, the movie moguls or whatever, they started out in Princeton. The psychological operations crowd from the Nazi, whatever, they came to Princeton. And, you know, of course, some of them went to Harvard. And they spread out from there. Oppenheimer and I mean, you know, it's very interesting. That's where a lot of them were, in Princeton. And he was there, of course, well, I mean, he was born in 1937. He born in Atlantic City, then they moved to Lawrenceville. But his grandparents lived outside of Princeton. So he had a tie with his grandparents. But then his grandparents wound up moving out to California, so he was really abandoned from the time he was 13. And, of course, being under the influence of Charles Caddock, who was the bodyguard for the Saudis, a la teacher. And he controlled the power in the school. The Cheeseborough, headmaster Cheeseborough, of course, gave Charles Caddock carte blanche. Why? because the Saudis bought a big mansion called Russell House. Caddick was there with the Saudis all alone, and my husband was there part of the time. They would go on outings using Saudi money. I mean, my husband was taught to fly a plane. He was taught to shoot. They went on these, they would get nude and run in the woods kind of thing. Even at Princeton, his roommates told me that he would go out with these men. And when his first roommate said, because he really likes George, and George is a really handsome, I think, a little older now, but in those days he was very handsome. And his roommate of the first 2 years and who'd been at the Hun said that he had a relationship with a French teacher who was a count or whatever from Paris, who was kind of a teacher's aide, who helped him write his paper, and who knew Camus. In other words, there was a group, this young French teacher who liked my husband a lot and helped him with his thesis, was also a friend of an older French teacher who was a very good friend of Camus. And Camus was coming over to see him when he was married.
Camus is?
Albert Camus is an existentialist writer who believed in murder and, you know, sabotage. And
The end that justifies any means.
yeah, and he was also an Arabist. They were, you see, Lawrence of Arabia, this group stuff was started by this small group of Kabbalists who were trying to take over the oil. So what they would do would be to find these sheiks and find whichever one would go along with whatever. Well, the Brits were more interested in finding somebody who was fair, you know, not necessarily like that, you know, but then there was a guy named Moose who was in the American State Department who tried to, they wound up, the Americans wound up poisoning this Caddick, got in with the Saudi royal family, the other brother, who wound up getting it. They had a house in Switzerland. The Saudi royals had a big mansions on the Aix-les-Rosés is the place where Charles Caddick died, I understand. And my husband, according to the roommates, one in particular, who said George never lost track. He always kept up with Charles Caddick. Well, Charles Caddick only died in, what, 1995, 1994. I only heard of him as a teacher in the first 3 years of marriage. But when was he writing Charles Caddick? He was writing him, you know, Charles Caddick and Robinson, Robinson, I can't think of his name now.
You probably will tomorrow.
Alexander Robinson.
Alexander Robinson.
Was a Marine, very handsome, young, went to the Hun school, and was in Saudi Arabia, in these places, came fresh from there to the Hun school. Went to Columbia University as a history major, which is an intelligence school. Columbia is a school where, you know, for example, Nussbaum went, who was across the hall from Vince Foster. I believe Ezra Pound went there, but in other words, Ezra Pound knew too much, so they just put him in St. Elizabeth's Hospital.
Right.
And it was a wonderful Virginian who got him out.
You know, in the movie JFK, there's
Yeah.
a scene where it shows this homosexual. You've seen the movie JFK?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well, I presume
Yeah.
too much, but there was a scene involving Ferry and who's the other guy in New Orleans? That,
David Ferry and Clay Shaw.
Clay Shaw.
Clay Shaw was OSS. He was also in intelligence, and he was homosexual.
Yeah. And
They did dress up.
they were in that movie, yeah, in complete drag and a real weird
course.
thing. And I'm sure that struck a lot of people as it's very odd that these people would be homosexual like that. But that, actually the movie, very
I'll have to see that.
evidently, very frankly brought that across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting to me is this book, The Widows, has 4 spies, double agents, who worked for the United States and Soviet satellites or whatever who were murdered. And they worked for the sort of the Navy and the Army, and one of them was a man who was murdered outside of the Army's intelligence headquarters outside of Washington, and in a Holiday Inn, I think it was. And just before he was murdered, he called his wife back in El Paso and said, "The Army is going to kill me. They're going to kill me." Well, he was murdered, and the Army did kill him.
Now, this is a fictional account, or this
No,
really happened?
it actually happened.
Oh, I was saying the book, The Widows, is not fiction then.
Oh no, it's all. Golitsyn, the spy Golitsyn was in there. There were a couple of others. Paisley, who was murdered almost like this other man. Paisley was murdered like William Colby. Paisley was also hanging around with homosexuals. He went to the Rush River Lodge. That is the one. So did Bob Woodward. Bob Woodward, you know.
The reporter?
Yeah. Henry Kissinger was a well-known, totally a homosexual, not even both ways.
And so his wife is a marriage of...
Oh, it's just a
Cover,
convenience. Yeah, and he
convenience.
might, maybe he's discovered women in his late age, I don't know. But, no, I heard through a very well-grounded German that Henry's best friend's father told Henry to stay away from him, and that's why Henry left. The family were embarrassed, and Henry went to Britain, where they did this, and then changed his name from Heinz to Henry. And I interviewed a man named Bob, who's an Army enlisted person who told me about Henry in Cambodia. So he, up through Cambodia, he was actually raping young men. And of course, that experience destroyed the lives of these 5 young men, according to the source. I mean, he said he was crying, and this man was a perfectly wonderful, functioning, young married man who worked for a newspaper on the Eastern Shore and had 3 young children, went to Vietnam as an enlisted man, was put in Cambodia, which he said it was a lie living there, and then ran into Henry Kissinger, or Henry Kissinger ran into him and did certain things to him, invited him into his tent with some other men. It was horrible, but it was, he said it's wartime and so forth. But he said, I could have taken it mentally if it had been a bunkmate or something. But he said, when it's someone like Henry Kissinger who does it to you, you're ruined. He said, I could never, he said he came back home. Oh, and this is interesting, and I really believe that Bob's right. He said, Kissinger said to him, if you ever tell anybody, if you ever mention a soul, it's the end of you. Don't you ever tell anybody. Well, when Bob got back, he went to a special hospital, and they were going to keep him locked up forever.
Bob?
Bob. A lot of the other boys just, my feeling is that he was flagged the way I was flagged when General Gray and, Wilhelm had me flagged, because I broke up the go-go dancing in the officers' club. I was labeled a troublemaker because I thought it was wrong for married men to be going out with topless go-go dancers in the officers' club dining room, and I took pictures of it, and my husband, got really mad and so forth.
And these pictures today are still with you, or they're missing?
Oh, no. My husband, what happened, I had the pictures. I risked my life because he tried to grab the camera from me. I hid it in the women's bathroom, and he tried to get it from me. We had a terrible fight that night. He wanted the pictures, and I prevailed. I developed the pictures, wrote a very nice Southern letter, wrote the letter to the club manager saying I didn't think it was proper. Had 3 sets, actually 4 sets of the 3 photographs I took made, and I sent a copy of the letter and the photographs to the base commander's wife and to the commandant's wife, and it stopped. But I was flagged, so I know. But this was before Tailhook, and yet instead of being congratulated for helping family values, for standing up for the wives, for showing the Marine Corps the proper place to have nudity and debauchery is not in the dining room of Camp Lejeune. And my husband said, well, this is nothing compared to Okinawa. You just have to get used to it, he told me. Now, I was a colonel's wife. These were young majors, and they were seeing me being talked down to. What do you think it did to them? It demoralized them. The Marine Corps was demoralized. The wives were demoralized, and I did what was right, what Jesus Christ would have done. How can they call themselves Christians and condone, how can Al Gray and Wilhelm and Cook and my husband condone this kind of behavior and flag me as a weirdo? So there's something, and that's where I'm standing. I'm standing on what I know Jesus Christ would have done. And if they want to, continue to hound me because I'm telling truth, well, that's just the way it is, because I'm not going to lie and develop a different kind of personality just to please them. But anyway, that happened.
Well, it's certainly honorable. Now, so then the book, The Widows, continues with...
Yes. Yes, and I contacted this woman. There was a detective who had to be hired. She knew he'd been murdered. The Army covered everything up. She had an independent investigator. And the interesting thing which happened was that she worked in a toy shop. This isn't in the book. She told me this over the phone.
This is Mrs.
Yeah, it's like Klein.
Well, at any rate. So
Yeah. Anyway, he's a... I'll think of it in a minute,
Okay.
hopefully. But she worked in a toy shop, and they were scoping her out. And this was just after the... No, it was before he was murdered. It was before he was murdered, because she said she told her husband about this. George Bush and his wife came into her shop and were looking at her.
My.
Now, I don't know what that means, but they don't live in El Paso. Why? And he was doing all of the Russian, Mexican, Trotsky kind of work for
George Bush.
George Bush. No, this guy.
This guy was.
Yeah,
Now, this is while
Weapons
George
sales.
was CIA director.
right. I believe he was CIA director then. But the interesting thing to me was that why would he scope the wife? Why would he bring Barbara in? Did Barbara know? Was he just using Barbara as a, But she was being observed.
Hmm.
And it was shortly before he was murdered. And I know that Parker Host, my husband's friend, has dealings with George Bush. So, I don't know. I know there's a lot to do with oil and Aramco and, you know, Texas and all of that. I know it's very complex, but where I draw the line is murder and assassination and corruption and lies and deception and cruelty to innocent women and children and families, just because they're not elite.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, now, Mrs. Bush is in the Colonial Dames. So is my mother.
Colonial Dames? What
Colonial Dames. It's a, Colonial Dames is a very elite group of women, they think they are, who are descendants of George Washington's aides.
Oh.
And they own George Washington's ancestral home, Sulgrave Manor in Great Britain. They run, they have Wilton in Richmond, which is an old house where Lafayette visited. I know there's a connection with Lafayette and the Masons. And I know there's a big Mason contingent in the warfare selling group, because the head admiral in Norway, Igam, no, I think it's, no, not Igam, because he's in charge of the prisons which have the drug lord. He's running the drug lord out of his prison, and he's a friend of George's, Newt Igam. They were talking about this, as though I would know about it, you know. And he has a house or a cottage right outside of Kolsås, Norway, which is where they have their underground, one of their underground bunkers. They have one in Narvik, and they do a lot of the cold weather training NATO does up there. But I know they're doing weapon shipments out of Norway.
Okay, we'll call this a wrap for
I'm tired.
this session. You have done a stellar job.
Well.
You have done a stellar job. You want to be sure to take all these things.
Yeah.
They would be secure here, but let's not take
Well,
any chances.
you know, this is not in order, but this is interesting because they're talking about having mercenary guys now, like the executive decision or they're hiring mercenaries. Countries are to do, but it's not just countries that are hiring mercenaries. It's you know, others. This is his Princeton yearbook, and you know what some of the guys are doing this year, which is interesting. Okay, all set. You know, when I don't have a pad, I write them on little things because my brain won't hold all these funny names.
You didn't take your pad with you last night.
Pardon?
Too bad you didn't take your pad.
I should have. And I'm just trying to find where in the heck I put that.
You're wired, and I am not wired.
I know he was called the Commissar, and they called him the Commissar. He was the one who did all of the training for the, well, they had a Halo school, you know, George told me, in the Philippines, where they trained the Delta Force, the assassins in the Philippines. They also had a school like that. The Australians had one in Indonesia, on an island where they're having big kind of East Timor.
East Timor, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the mountains, and it was started. Yeah, and the Portuguese are involved in this in some way.
Based on your newest lesson, you learn about the line of Thursday. Very good? All right, great. We're rolling. We're recording. We are doing it right now. And good deal. Hey, Albert? Albert? Hit this camera here. Tighten the shot just ever so slightly, would you? Just, I mean, you don't have to get all the way. You could reach for that side easier. See what I'm saying right here? Just tighten it just a wee little bit. Perfect. You got it.
Huh?
Good.
I said that's perfect.
What's that? The keys? Did I take the keys? You need the keys.
We'll get my car.
Gotcha. Okay, then hurry back, because I can't be without my car.
No, I'll be right back. A little bit lower below the pocket, but that's okay. Good shot.
I think so.
Yes, oh yeah, that's it.
All right. Now, we're having a fascinating conversation, talking to the wife of the former
Chief of Staff, Marine Atlantic, head of the intelligence group that went to Beirut. They were already meeting over there. He was before the Beirut bombing. The NATO intelligence wet operations guys, psychological operations guys.
Okay, now when you refer to wet operations, W-E-T, does that stand for something?
Yes, it means murder, assassinations groups. NATO has a group of assassins and psychological operations specialists who work in combined operations to destroy targets.
Okay.
My husband tried to explain to me the first 3 years of marriage how it all works. I was assistant director of the Chamber of Commerce. I was the first woman on the board of the Foreign Commerce Club in Norfolk. He thought that I was a worldly woman. I had dated a number of guys who were high level, like Jerry Unruh, who was the captain of the Saratoga, a man who was very high up in the Army intelligence in Richmond. I had been married to a governor's grandson whose family were all in intelligence. His father was Harvard economics professor. They thought...
You even mentioned that years ago you dated John Engler,
John
who
Engler,
is now
he
our
was
governor.
in ROTC. I'm sure it's the same John Engler if he was in the Navy. I dated a John Engler who was in the ROTC in Norfolk because, you know, Norfolk is the largest military complex in the world. We have Langley, the Air Force Base, which does intelligence work. We have Camp Perry, which is an intelligence, international intelligence spot. All of the naval bases, the Master Jet Base, Training and Doctrine Command, which is Army, Fort Story. And in fact, Fort Story was where the recent Secretary of the Army was told he had to leave. I have intelligence guys who tell me truth because they know they can't talk, and I get a lot of scoops. Toko West, who was basically honest, and like Colin Powell, most African-American men are not going to condone murder and assassinations and so forth when they find out about it. Togo West...
No, you think there's something, I'm missing something here. The Afro-American man is not like...
Generally.
Generally. So you feel that Colin Powell is a different cut of general than these other guys we've been talking about?
Oh, absolutely. Colin Powell's... The wonderful thing about some of the African-American men I've met is they'll tell truth.
Why would they allow these guys to rise in rank then?
As puppets, thinking that they will, you know, be able to make them do certain things, because psychologically they're innocent, they're naive. They cannot believe that our government has got hit squads, that there's group sex going on, that they are giving people money in exchange, you know, for their services. Mercenary training is going on in the Army and the Air Force at the highest circles. And Colonel John Ryman, Dr. John Ryman, they have him targeted as a kook. Colonel John Ryman lives in California. He was on the high track up, the Rising Star track. He was in Great Britain. He found out about a murder over there.
Okay.
He reported it. He also had the crazy idea that there ought to be a peace college in Cambridge. You know, we ought to really start working towards peace. Well, the minute he got back, he gave an idea, a synopsis of his sort of peace college idea to Colin Powell and his wife. Colin Powell took it to the National Security Council. When Ryman got back, and I'm not sure of the logistics and the chronology of all of this, but I'm in contact with him, he was put in a funny farm. I think he was put in a place in either New Orleans or St. Elizabeth's Hospital, where they put Ezra Pound, and where they've got Reagan's assassin. St. Elizabeth's Hospital, like the Eastern State Hospital in Williamsburg, has Army intelligence people in there. They're targets, people who have decided to tell truth or whatever. In other words, people who believe in the American dream, who are Christians, who are trying to get things straightened out. If they transgress that line where they upset somebody in high command, just like in Germany, they all of a sudden move from being a person to being a target, from being a human being, a Christian, a loving, wonderful soul, to being a target, therefore the enemy. This is also what happened in Germany. Why should God makes us all wonderful and beautiful? Those of us who have the courage of our convictions and who believe in what Christ did, who stand tall, why should the leaders not be able to speak and tell truth? Because it's in the rainbow of truth, the rainbow of individuals who are God-fearing and love truth, in which we can build a better world. So why are good people silenced? Why are their papers gone through? I have an interesting, I took some notes last night, and I'm trying to, let's see.
Well, they're silenced because they are, they're in a conflict of good versus evil.
Yeah.
In this struggle.
Where am I? I need my.
No problem. We can find it.
Yeah, I need my.
Your checkmate book is down there.
Oh yeah, this is what.
Is it in there?
Yeah. What's happened to me? What's happened to people like Marianne Poors, Deborah Von Trapp, Colonel Sabo's dad?
Let's talk about Deborah Von Trapp for a second, because I've heard the name, but I somehow associate her with something negative, or there was some discrediting of what she. Is she the same Deborah Von Trapp that alleged that the Oklahoma City bombing was somehow Japanese related? Or is that a different person?
Now, she may, I do not know. I've met her on the phone through Sarah McClendon when I was staying with Sarah. Everybody's experience is different. When you're a Christian, when you're a very strong Protestant Christian, as I am, and you're walking in light, you're walking in truth, you take people at their word until you find out that they've lied to you. And if they have intentionally lied, then, I just let God deal with them. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe in
So maybe somebody fed her disinformation solely designed to discredit her.
Yeah. She, and I do believe this is true, I believe that, I know that she worked in the White House. I know she worked under a man named Getzman and some mob figures in the White House who were Army. Now, this CIA thing, from my experience, is bogus, because every person I've known who was in the CIA was in military intelligence first. For example, my husband. He told me furtively when I saw him in court, I don't work for the CIA. I knew he was telling the truth. He was afraid. He wanted me to know. Point is, he works under the Army. He's a Marine Corps, high-level intelligence officer, but he's under all these Army people. So I'm having to assume that the judge, the lawyers, the commissioners, all the people who are handling my husband when he's around me, because I really believe that he loves me, even though he's under their control. And I think that's why he's been totally kept away from me. His daughter-in-law told me he can't come back because he'd end up staying. It was, the point is that David Lay, my brother-in-law for 20-some years, I married John Garland Pollard, whose sister Mary Lloyd Pollard married a CIA agent, David Lay. David Lay was Harvard hasty pudding, translates Mandarin Chinese. He's a brain. His family came over from Germany. I think they were Zionists. He doesn't believe in any religion, but he is still working for this intelligence arm. He's doing wargaming for this monolith, this global monolith. He's playing chess by mail. He's writing articles about the Middle East. He's an expert on, you know, what's going on in the Middle East from the Israeli perspective. He's Army. I was with my sister-in-law when he went on a mission, and she was in the same psychological state that I was in. This is what,
And that state,
how I know.
And that state succinctly is?
Keep the women out of it, terrorize the women, make the women fearful of their own, in other words, make them, I can't describe what I went through except to say that every single Marine wife that I know is in that psychological state. Thank God, thank my grandmother for her wonderful Presbyterian background. You know, women are intelligent, kind of, you've got the spunk in you or the genes or Jesus Christ, whatever it is. I know truth, and truth is vitally important to me. I cannot live a lie. Do you know, I can't live a lie. I cannot. Maybe I was injected with pentothal when I was an infant. I don't know. But
So like that incident at the officers club where your husband at the time told you, just get used to it. This is the way that it is.
yes,
You just can't get used to living some facade and looking the other way as if something doesn't exist.
no. And I mean, he's sick. My husband's really mentally sick. Any man, I believe he killed his first wife, Sue. He's dangerous. We're married for a month. He gets a letter and a phone call from Mary Clark Yost Talab and Anne Bouchou. And, you know, naturally a wife who's newly married to a handsome man isn't wanting other women to write. And I'm saying, you know, and I've already found out who they are. I've got a master's degree. I'm a researcher. You know, and I'm saying, George, what are you doing hanging around spies? I didn't know about double agents. And Kashmir Yost is on the Council of Foreign Relations. Her son, I'm sure it's her son or her cousin. And her husband, as I mentioned before, was a Muslim who was really a turn person on the Palestinians, who worked at the American University of Beirut. My husband was sleeping with her, Al Gray. Everybody knew this. And I didn't know that this is what you do until I called Valerie Wilhelm, General Charles Wilhelm's wife, on the phone. Now, who is General Charles Wilhelm? Right now. And let me tell you what she told me.
Okay.
You just have to get used to it, Kay. She told me about, you know, her husband with, I said, George has got another man. Lieutenant Colonel Michael O'Boyle, whom I was told is his boyfriend, you know.
And she says you just have to get used to it?
She said you just got to get used to it. Same thing came from the wife of General John Sheehan, Jack Sheehan, head of NATO, a friend of mine, been to parties at my house. And I see, by now I've gotten my little tape recorder from Radio Shack, you know. And I'm taping phone calls because nobody's going to believe me, you know. So I've got my little tape recorder and I'm talking to Sheehan's wife. Well, she's saying, come on over. Well, let's have coffee. You come over at so-and-so time. So I invite Carolyn Millis, whose husband was the temporary chief of staff after my husband's wife's murder. Sue, I know Sue was murdered, blow on the head. I had so many blows on the head, you can't even believe it. Broken bones and so forth. Well, in the middle of these terrorism episodes that you know, my husband would put me through, he would say things like, you know, I'm down on the ground, he's got a 45 to my head, or he's strangling me with his thumb on my jugular vein, you know, and he's saying in this sergeant-like voice, you have got to believe me. You cannot question me. In other words, it's like, I am being interrogated, or I am being, it's the most awful experience to have the one you want to love, the one you have made your commitment with, have you in pinholes, and knowing he's an experienced guy, you know. So, it's horrible. And these wives, now I cannot say whether their husbands have done the same thing. I don't think they have. But what they train them to do is to be speeding along the highway. It's shock treatment is what it is. I've been told it's shock treatment. And they're driving along the highway, and you've got an important person to meet or an important party. You know, you're all dressed up, or you're going to somebody's house. So he screeches on the brakes, provokes you in some way. You don't even want to fight. You say, I don't want to fight. You know, what is this all about? And he's just speeding up, going like, 90 miles an hour, screeches on the brakes, and then he gets out and runs. You cannot believe, it's horrible.
And where did he run to?
Oh, there was a party, a Norwegian party. The first time that happened was when we were down in North Carolina with the camera, when he wanted to get my camera. I nearly drowned. He wanted me to tell him where the camera was. He tried to kill me that night to scare me so that I would behave. But I was raised in a family with strong men. You stand tall. You don't let people intimidate you when you know you're right. Because there are more important things. God is above us all. Jesus Christ is above us all. Truth is above everything. The Ten Commandments are above everything. Under that is Jesus Christ, and then your mate. So I put, that's why I put him in very high esteem, but I knew he was not normal. I'm an intelligent woman. I read. So I was hoping I could change him. So it was a battle. It was a spiritual battle going on. I knew it was a spiritual battle. And I was believing that that I could, reprogram him, essentially, subconsciously. Now, I didn't know that at the time, what was going through me, but I was really being tested.
Of course, the many years of operant conditioning he'd been through fortified and solidified his positions.
Yes.
He was far more entrenched an operative than you were going to be able to undo.
Oh, he was involved in the HALO program, the Max.
HALO? What's HALO?
He mentioned it was something to do with training assassins and training psychological operations specialists. It was in the Philippines. They also had one in Panama.
Okay.
They had a school for Army and other guys where they would strip them down nude. They would tie them onto logs. The man who ran the school was dressed up as a Nazi soldier, even though his name was Olenchek or something. He was a Czechoslovakian pervert. Then they had a man who dressed up like a woman who was really pretty, and here are these guys nude, and they're training them to kill. And in fact, there's a book called Copperhead, which I have a copy of, which is all about, it was written by a commando guerrilla who was from North Carolina, who had been battered badly, or West Virginia, I think he was. And his father had battered him, beaten him. Well, what they do is, in the prisons, through this CASA system and so forth, they take the innocent little boys who've been battered by their parents, and they turn them into assassins by making homosexuals of them or something. Now, I believe that these men are redeemable because I believe that men like my husband and Oswald, they're held by the secrecy, by the power of this adolescent group which controls them. And I believe that if they knew that there were strong women, mothers, and wives who would be behind them 1,000%, they'll have the courage to come and speak out. Do you know what I'm saying? Or at least to stop the growth of this stuff, because it's the growth of this stuff they are intending to destroy America.
Well, there certainly seems to be a growth in homosexual activity, homosexual acceptance, homosexual promotion, homosexual acceptance in our society today.
Yeah.
And it just seems like everywhere you turn, you're finding a little group of homosexuals, or even in our local community, I'm surprised how many homosexuals are running businesses, and certain restaurants are becoming homosexual hangouts. So you know, well, the owner must be a homo, and he hires homos, and I hate to admit that I think this is the way things are in business and banking and in education. Oh, the local college, university.
Yeah.
I've had people tell me that they're just loaded.
You cannot get a job unless you are special, elite, irregular. Now, the frightening thing here is number one. This is the underlying thing. This is what happened in Nazi Germany. This is exactly the same pattern that happened in Nazi Germany, the exclusion of women and mothers who love their children. Now, I'm pragmatic enough to realize and say, look, we mothers look at history and we look at the future. We're pretty daggone damn wise. I don't use profanity unless I'm talking to soldiers, but I've learned to use, this is what they listen to. They're really, I can talk sailor talk, I can talk Marine talk, I can talk commando talk, because I'm the, little bitch who loves Jesus. And, when you're in the streets, Christ wasn't out there with all the goody-goodies. He was out there in the streets. He was out there talking to them, the drunks and so forth. I know how to reach them because I don't mind transgressing into this kind of little verbiage if that's what Jesus Christ did. But the danger here is that, yes, it's growing. It's a growth industry. It's growing exponentially. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen? They're cloning people. Do they need women? Which women are they going to have? The party girls, the bimbos? In Norfolk, just to give you an example, Lieutenant Governor Dick Davis, Marine. Second wife is a prostitute. He loved her very much. She had a wig salon. My uncle, Dr. George Bentley Bird, was the major obstetrician for everybody in Norfolk, prostitutes, everybody. He told, our whole family knows, who the prostitutes are, who goes to the Saint and Sinners banquets. Judge Richard Kellum. This is a nice guy.
Now, the Saint and Sinners banquet, is this a local affair?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Every town has got this sort of, Saints and Sinners group. The sleep-around group or whatever,
okay.
The group who tolerates it and has a little fun. And they're all, they're all guys. Well, okay. But the thing is, where's it going to lead? This is why women like me who know need to be involved in the process of leveling things out a little bit. I don't know whether I'm describing it. When you target good, strong people who know what to do or who can figure out quickly what to do in given situations, it's like targeting good people, taking their papers, going into the leaders' houses. The leaders who pop up, who are trying to get things straight, are the ones who really know what's going on. They're just the people who need to be involved in the process of leveling things out. Because, hey, maybe they've gone off a little here, a little there, but the point is, they know that truth and light is what is going to make that balance work out. And when you marginalize women, target women, mothers, wives, who are strong inside, I'm talking about really core strong, genetically strong. Even Clausewitz says that the moral is 3-to-1 over the arms, If they want to win over these little guys, they've got to have credibility. what's happening now and why they're all afraid is they have no credibility. The SEALs are the worst. They were so afraid about that one little doctor that the SEALs gang raped in Norfolk. Why? Because the whole credibility of the SEALs is shot.
Okay, now I'm not sure. I'm aware of that. There was a gang rape of a doctor by the SEALs?
Yes.
By a
woman.
group of SEAls?
Oh, yeah, in Virginia Beach. And
When did this occur?
2 years ago. And the interesting thing is that the parents of this girl, she's beautiful, from Georgia. You know, this is a wonderful human being who went into what used to be Poppy's. It's kind of the night place in Virginia Beach. When I was single, I went there, you know. I mean, we would go there, four of us women, young women, Molly and Sally and myself, and we go there, and the doctors would go there. You know, it was kind of a place. Well, the SEALs are taking over Virginia Beach. SEAL Team 4, 6, and 8. And this gal went in there. One of the men just thought, oh, she's great, let's take her out. They took her out, raped her, killed her.
Goodness.
Strangled her.
And was anybody ever prosecuted?
I don't really know what happened because it's been hushed up by the local courts who are controlled by Army JAGs and Marine Corps.
And again, JAG stands for?
Judge Advocate General. And these are guys all who have been involved in their wives have been handled, gotten rid of their first wife. They're sleeping around with another bimbo woman or another man. They're participating in group sex. C. Lyden Harrell is one. There are lots of them.
Who's he?
He is a man who was, now I'm not anti-Mason, but I have suspicions about Masons. Some of the things that they do in the darkened rooms, and I've been told that...
Well, it's a secret society, isn't it?
Yeah. But I know that he sabotaged me in my case. I think there's money.
Oh, he's the judge.
No, I've had a number of lawyers that they sort of said, because, you know, I have no lawyer. I'm trying to fight for all these other women and mothers and for the people who know truth. And because I'm verbal, because I'm articulate, and I'm also gullible, you know, I want to believe that there's somebody good out there who's going to help me fight this thing. Because I've got photographs of being battered. I've got doctors' signatures. Sarah McClendon, the senior White House correspondent, has an affidavit where she tried to call my house. And men answered the phone and said, this is a military base, and the Griggses don't live there anymore. Now, Sarah McClendon could not even get through to my house. For 2 months, she had to go to another phone just to call me. So I knew that all these other people I'd called in Washington were trying to call me, and the calls were being rerouted. Now that is in this book. This I found in Goodwill. And so I shouldn't mention this because they're going to go now start culling Goodwill, but all the intelligence divorces, there are a lot of divorces going on. The wives will throw out their husbands' books, or the husbands will throw them out. They're mad at the government. But, you know, I found that's why they've been raiding my library. That's why they've been...
What's the title of this book?
This book is called Intelligence and Electronic Warfare Operations.
Okay.
Now, this book is all about what happened to me. Army, Air Force, Marine Corps. Where is the FBI Psychological Operations Unit? Quantico, Marine Corps base. The only FBI agent who came to me, who was allowed to come to me, was Dan McNally, 20-year Marine. Homosexual, I believe. I'm pretty sure he is because, you know, and I'm not saying that he's a bad person, but I am saying that I was not allowed by any other FBI to have any other FBI agent come and hear about the break-ins to my home, the battering that I went through, nearly killed, the murder of my husband's first wife, serious business. She's in a grave, Suzanne Workman Griggs. She died on April Fool's Day, 1987. And the doctor wanted to do an autopsy. Couldn't do it because the two men who were doctors in that hospital, Dr. Lawrence Smith and Jean Lamb, Army officers. They owe their life to this business.
And they take orders.
Of course they take orders. The judge in my case, Judge John Moore, his first wife was put away because she was telling truth. And I found out from Carrie Brown, who's an Army officer who had a Purple Heart, who told me exactly what she told him. Now, he's the judge in my case.
Mm-hmm.
Across the street from me lives another judge, Judge Jefferson Davis Reed, Naval Intelligence. He found my suitcase in the woods. I've known his family since the beginning of time. His sister, Martha Ann Reed Ellis, is married to one of these intelligence guys, Tim Ellis, and divorced. He's now with the federal, he's a judge, he's a federal judge. His mother, her family are intelligence people, not Americans. Tim's mother, they're not Americans. He's a naval officer, taking orders. What are all these judges in being under a chain of command? And why are they attacking the mothers and the women who are telling truth? And why are they breaking into honorable people's houses, ministers, and so forth, using these electronic warfare tactics?
Mm-hmm.
Diverting phones, downloading caller IDs, having bogus people answer the phone. In other words, instead of getting this person at that number, they get somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I called in an emergency, I called the state police. And I'm pretty smart, pretty discerning, and I wound up talking to a guy who worked for the ATF. And I said, oh, well, what are you doing in the state police office? He said, oh, I'm just a retired ATF guy. And I said, well, but I thought I was calling the state police office. He said, well, you're talking to me now. What can I do for you? I said, well, if you're retired, I want to talk to an active duty, a good guy from the state police, please. And I said, by the way, I don't like you ATF guys because of what you did at Waco. You all murdered innocent women and children. You ran over them, you shot them, you put tanks on them, and you killed them. You're murderers. I don't want to talk to you. He hung up on me. He didn't like what I said. Well, if he's so sensitive and so defensive, how can he deal with women if he can't cope with truth? This is what 80% of the American people feel, or 90%. Waco was murder, savage, brutal murder.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did to that man,
Randy Weaver.
Randy Weaver's wife.
Yeah.
Shooting a mother with a baby in her arms.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here?
Right.
Yeah. And one woman hears that. One mother hears that. She doesn't like the ATF anymore. I don't know any woman who likes the SEALs anymore. I don't know any other mother who really likes the ATF anymore. I mean, what's going on here? We're mothers. Mm-hmm. This is stuff that went on in Germany, and fear tactics. So we say, heck, these guys are adolescents. They're adolescents. And so who's running them? Who's in charge? We turn into Dorothy, the Wizard of Oz. What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
So little old mothers like us, we all think alike, and we're all Dorothys now, just marching and saying, look, guys, what's going on here? You're all little men from Oz. Why don't you grow up?
Mm-hmm.
And it can be straightened out.
Do you see any similarity in what's going on in this country in China, Tiananmen Square, You know, we've all seen the picture of the young man standing up in front of the tank. I don't know how much long-term effect that had in China, but it still sticks in the minds of a lot of people here. You know, like Tiananmen Square for China, Waco for America. Are there similar, is this a turning point, a rallying point?
A man named Mr. Lee, who is an intelligence officer in Norfolk. Mr. Lee is the son of the major banker for the Russian government. He worked for Dr. Richard Chang, who's also an intelligence operative. I believe he's an honorable guy. He's tall, he's sort of a Princeton, Harvard-looking guy, I believe he's honest.
Okay.
He came to Virginia Beach, and I was putting together sister city organizations, and I was trying to get the leaders of all the different ethnic groups in Norfolk to sort of start a sister city program globally, you know. It's easy to do that, but I didn't understand how the intelligence community worked at that point. I knew things were going on, and he was bringing together all these potential sister cities in China. Our State Department had opened up cities which had independent corporate entities, and we had shows on all of this. This material's all been stolen out of my house by my husband and his friends. I started noticing, because I was led spiritually to goodness, to good people, to light and truth. I didn't understand the weapons and drug military culture that's running our government and I believe parts of the world. There is not one woman that I know of who's in this business. I believe, and I had the pleasure of meeting your wonderful wife last night, Pastor Strawcutter. This is a woman who's wonderful. This is my kind of woman. You know, and I've met a lot of women like that. We go through hurdles, and I don't mean to cry.
It's all right.
But we're strong. And we know truth. And they're going to have to kill me before I give in. I believe in good men like you. I believe even my husband's core is good. I think that's why he's away. I looked at, and that's the way I have this, why I have this little book here. It has the list of the members of the CFR, Council of Foreign Relations.
Do you recognize names in that CFR list?
All these names that I've underlined, I know.
Okay, you're out of camera there. You're out of frame. Go ahead and pull it in close. There we go.
All right. All these names that I've underlined are friends of my husband's, or I personally know.
Okay, okay.
My son, John Garland Pollard, and I hope I'm not jeopardizing my family, but and I believe that there are some good people possibly in here, so I want to qualify that and say they're not all bad.
Just because you happen to know them or underline doesn't mean that
they're on a
bad list.
No,
right.
No. But, and I don't have my glasses on. I'm blind as a bat, and I had surgery, so I can't hear right. I'm just a, 55-year-old wasted woman.
Not at all.
But there are quite a few names here, and it's quite a long list. I mean, we're only at the ends now. This is Bill Clinton's on here. You've got the Rostos. You've got 11 Cohens. Okay, we're the Z's. You've got Mary Halab's son. I'm pretty sure that's Kashmir. Carl Vorno. You've got a lot of. You've got the Commandant of the Marine Corps, whom I have my picture taken with. um, it's an interesting list of elite political, military, banking individuals, and the sons of some high-level people.
So you have all these powerful people in a club
Yeah,
that has common goals.
yeah, which is global uniting, global control, and I can see how one could sort of get sucked into it idealistically, thinking that you know, it's something that we should, world peace and harmony and everything. And I mean, I can understand wanting world peace and harmony. I'm trying to find a name here. But if you're a Christian, which I am, a Christian with a little c, because the early founding fathers never capitalized the word Christian. Did you know that? Did you know that all of the founding fathers were homeschooled? Did you know that?
Yeah,
Madison?
I was aware of that. Yeah.
Think about that. Did you know that all of the Virginian founding fathers were only gospel Christians? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Didn't even read the end time stuff, you know, the Old Testament. Did you know that Thomas Jefferson was a born-again Christian the last, 7 or so years of his life? Did you know he was corresponding with Adams in Massachusetts? That he took the New Testament and the Gospels and was trying to find out everything that Christ did? And I believe he was murdered. And I believe it had something to do with this Admiral Levy, who took a mortgage on his house so that he could build the University of Virginia, so that he could take and get his papers, his correspondence with Adams. I believe it was, now I'm the only one you will have ever heard this theory from. My undergraduate degree is in Virginia history.
Okay, so the University of Virginia was founded by Jefferson. Money that he obtained by mortgaging his home.
From a Kabbalist by the name of Admiral Levy.
Levy. Okay.
Now, I know that...
it is an interesting theory.
Of course it is. Dare to think, dare to theorize, dare to use the hypothesis, you know, to come out with the thesis.
Now, Levy, you mentioned he's a Kabbalist.
Yes, and a Mason.
Like a descendant of the Illuminati.
Of course.
So
and a weapons dealer and a reserve military officer.
Even way back then.
They were doing... Now, think about this.
What they're doing today, they've been doing for
Of course.
many.
Think about this. John Paul Jones. Supposedly the founder of our Navy, was a criminal. Why would they twist it like that? He was also a Kabbalist, also a Mason. He and Lafayette. Lafayette was a weapons merchant. They raise up some people who are sort of questionable. Now, I know for a fact that Jefferson became a Christian. He did not necessarily believe in the divinity of Jesus Christ, so maybe you could say he's not technically a Christian, but he said, I'm a Christian. He was working towards, he was going to Baptist churches. He was contributing to the American Bible Society. Do you hear this?
No, of course not.
Jefferson was a born-again Christian who was searching for truth, who was murdered, I believe.
Okay.
And at the same day he was murdered, so was Adams. Think about this. July the 4th.
And of course, you're being a Virginian and a
Descendant of James
and a
Madison.
student of Virginia's history. Somebody like yourself could dig this out and would dig this out, and it would
course.
be germane to you, whereas who else would it even be important to?
Yes, I was, God and my Christ had put me in the most amazing places and times. You would not even believe. When I studied at the University of Edinburgh, I received a grant in I think it was 1978, to work on Lord Dunmore's papers. Lord Dunmore was the last royal governor of Virginia. I was invited by the current then Lord Dunmore, Johnny Dunmore, to work on the Dunmore papers. No one but John Selby has done any work on Dunmore. So I stayed with, I'm not going to mention too much because I don't, but the point is, I know a lot about the triangular trade, what was going on in Bermuda.
Triangular trade.
Yes,
For our
Tom
viewers.
Devine. The triangular trade is the illegal weapons, drug trade that is still going on today. Israel is basically running it with the New York bankers. It has something to do with Kabbalism, because the Pentagon, the symbol for the Pentagon, the Brotherhood, they feel so compelled to not think for themselves, to sort of depend on somebody else who's more physics-oriented, you know. In other words, these guys are so much smarter than I am. They can be doing totally immoral things that, you know, are breaking up families, breaking up, you know, wives. And in other words, they're not looking at the structure of the family. They're not looking at the structure of society. They're not looking at the culture, the community, the basic ingredient that provides life, the planet, the trees. They're not looking at anything but sex. And when one perverts and twists, in other words, one focuses on, yes, sex is wonderful, you know, it's great. I'm a, you know, great proponent. But there's so much of a focus by this group on sex, and the military, you know, they go back to Greek days and they have all these symbols of, you know, the Washington Monument is supposed to be a phallic symbol, you know, and they say, well, this proves, you know, because the Greeks were doing it, the Egyptians were doing it, and it's this secret little group that was, you know, back in the days of Nefertiti and you know, Mark Antony, and it just proves that we're just great because we had the Holy Roman Empire, and Alexander Great that was homosexual, and Catherine the Great was, you know. But it's debauchery. The thing that one has to realize is that God knows best, you know. Mm-hmm. It is an abomination. It is a sin. Now, we've all sinned. We're all sinners. I don't believe we should be putting people on stakes for doing this. I think Jesus Christ said, the simple answer is this, which Mandela said, the simple answer is this, just repent. Just show that you're changing your life. You know, I've sinned. Everybody's sinned. I don't believe that that targeting people, whether you target them this way or that, is the answer. Mm-hmm. Now, this is just my personal opinion. I am not a judge. I wish I could be a much better judge than any of the Kabbalist male judges in Virginia Beach, because they are doing this to women, mothers, who are honorable people who are telling truth. And I would like to hear Hannah More tell her truth. I would like to hear Grover Wright's wife, Lynn, tell her truth.
These are generals' wives?
These are wives of judges in Virginia Beach. Okay. I would love to have heard Ken Whitehurst's wife tell her truth. She was shot. You know, they,
Well, no, in Virginia Beach is Pat Robertson. Would you like to see him be a judge?
no, I would not.
Okay, why is that?
I wanted to believe that Pat Robertson was honorable and good. He's a Marine. Did you know that? Did you know that he went to the psychological operations school, whatever that is, at Yale? Now, I'm not saying he's bad, and I'm not going to judge Pat Robertson, but I know that he was under the influence of a Belgian man who is very powerful in this group. I know the one thing I can judge him on is that, well, I will say things, and I know they're going to get me for this, because Pat is very powerful. But if you walk into Pat Robertson's Williamsburg Inn, it's a hotel there, and you're poor, and you are a woman or a person who's poor, or an African American who's poor, and you walk into that gift shop, you've walked into the house of the Sadducees and Pharisees. The dresses in there cost starting at $200. The belts, I mean, these are clothes, basic commodities. Now, I'm not saying that's wrong. It's wrong to have money, and as I say, I'm not going to judge him. But from my perspective, the way my father was reared, there's a lot of money going on there, and Christ, I walk in the steps of Jesus Christ. Now, I'm not saying that, well, because I'm not really sure about all this.
Everywhere you seem to look, and you find the leadership, whether it's in banking or education or religion, there seems to be also this line of military intelligence, Ivy League background that. The Pat Robertson has the same kind of pedigree as these other people that we can kind of filter through. If somebody's going to be the leader of a television big-time ministry, it would have to be someone who would be kind of a chosen one to be allowed to rise in that kind of power.
And I think he's basically a good guy. I mean, I really, I like the fact that he's promoting Christ. I nearly got arrested there.
At the 700 Club?
No. I went in to use the law library because I'm fighting the Kabbalist group in Virginia Beach because I was nearly battered to death. I was nearly killed. I am a totally abused, psychologically, physically broken bones wife. Now, it says that if you are this way, you just get a warrant and you get your husband to say he's sorry or something. That's all I wanted, was for my Marine Corps husband to say, I'm sorry that I did this. But if he's got men behind him telling him to do this, they're not going to let him say he's sorry, are they? No. If he's got Phil Holwager, the pastor, who's also Yale-trained intelligence chaplain with Pat Robertson, who's the pastor that I took my husband to try and get him to become a Christian, if he's meeting with Phil Holwager and Phil Holwager is telling my husband what to do, that says that Phil Holwager is a programmer for my husband. He's been trained in mind control. And Phil Holwager admitted to me, I've had psychological training, yes. And it slipped out. Oh, well, I made the mistake and told George, in other words, he let me know that he has power over my husband. So then there's Ty Kroll, who's in the same church with my husband, who is a sailor, and he did some sexual things to his son, and he had his children taken away. Well, he's in the church and a good guy and everything, but he's a pedophile. Now, my husband, and I'm sort of taking up Ty Kroll's side, because we're in the same Bible study. It's kind of interesting. But Ty Kroll and my husband are meeting kind of secretly with Phil Holwager. And then there's T. Parker Host, who's running around nude at his farm enticing my husband out, and they go away for sort of boat trips for 2 hours. Now I'm saying, as a woman and a wife, what's going on here? All of a sudden we go up to Matthews County where Whole Wager also has a house. Host has a house. But it's also where my grandfather, Miller, was born. So I feel very comfortable in Matthews County. These people were not born in Virginia. Do you know what I mean? And yet they're bringing, all of a sudden, spur of the moment, taking my husband up and then taking my husband away on a 2-hour boat ride. Or we get to Phil Whole Wager's son's house, and then all of a sudden my husband's riding home with Phil Whole Wager in the car. It's all been planned. So I'm saying, and this is just before, just after my husband got back from Norway, and I'm trying to remember whether the King and Queen of Norway had come either just before or just after this. It had something to do with the King and Queen of Norway's visit. They wanted to keep me away from the King and Queen of Norway because I believe they're Christians. I believe they're honorable people. And I was able to prevail against this group by going to the Norwegian ambassador, who's a wonderful man, and saying to him, and this is where Jesus Christ comes in and God comes in, and I know that they're with me because I'm good. And I was thinking about the good Norwegian people who wanted to see the King and Queen of Norway when he came to NATO. And all I did was what any honorable citizen would do, representing the honest little people who were Norwegians in Virginia Beach and Norfolk. I wanted them to have a chance to meet their king and queen. And the State Department didn't want me to do it. NATO didn't want me to do it. The Kabbalists didn't want me to do it. And neither did my husband. But what happened was I was with a solid, wonderful person, Ambassador Kjell Vibe. And we went to the Norwegian embassy. This was, I know I'm digressing and this is hard to follow, but Kjell Vibe and I were sitting at the table with my husband and an intelligence operative named Bill Nelson, who tried to sabotage the Norwegian group that I was running in Virginia Beach. And Kjell Vibe, we were planning a trip to Norway in August, which I think was just a bogus sort of thing to kind of, I don't know.
To appease you a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And I knew things were going on with my husband and the weapons sales and, all of this stuff. And because he was dealing with the embassy, the American embassy, and with people, and, there were things going on. And I knew things were going on. I was sensing it really strongly. So we were in Washington, sitting around the big table in the Norwegian embassy with the ambassador sitting to my right, Bill and Kate Nelson to my left, my husband across the way, and Suzanne Baptist, who is the daughter of the man who started the Sister City Association. And we were supposedly planning this trip for the mayor of Virginia Beach and her husband to Norway. And he let it slip, the ambassador let it slip, that the King and Queen of Norway were coming to Norfolk in October. And the ironic thing is, it was the very day the Nobel Peace Prize was being awarded in Norway. I didn't know it at the time, but I thought, this is really strange later on. Here's the King and Queen of Norway are at NATO headquarters the very day that they're giving out the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo, which is where the King and Queen of Norway are. And I mentioned this to Mayor Obendorf, whose husband is involved in this weapons sales stuff, because her husband, Roger Obendorf, and my husband went to this deserted airfield. Roger Obendorf is involved with Andrew Fine, who's Army intelligence, who tried to take over the Norwegian organization from me when I knew that the Andrew Fine does all this group swinging sex with his wife and with NATO couples. And, and I'm going, something's going on here. Roger Obendorf and my husband went to this airfield. I wasn't allowed. So I knew, because my husband was meeting with other people, like, in other words, this is big.
Yeah. Now, when you mention NATO group swinging sex, are you talking about some of the most powerful people in this world, the leadership of this military?
Absolutely.
And their wives being privy? I mean,
Yes. Yes, I'm talking major.
I mean, this does not give security to the people of not only this nation, but the people of the world.
No.
To think that people who have the power to kill others, wage wars, send your sons and daughters
Yes.
into battles, these people are complete, whacked out
Degenerates.
degenerates.
Absolutely. Let me give you an example. Because I was involved, I love people from other cultures. I went to an Episcopal religious girls' school, and all of my they had girls from all over the world there. They had a Turkish. My chemistry teacher was from Turkey. Her name was Mrs. Kunt. I had a Daddy Didion was an Armenian. Turned out he was later a spy, or they told him he was a spy, but he was from Armenia. I had a French teacher who was in the French Resistance. St. Margaret's School is a school for double agents, or at least, but it's a great school for girls because you're with all these people from other cultures. You know, we had the president of the school's father was with the Ramco. I didn't know about all this stuff and how they kind of do it. Woodbury Forest is another school like that. I sent my son there. He went 4 years to Woodbury Forest, which is where President Bush's son went, Oliver North's son went. It's in Orange, Virginia. I didn't know how it all worked. And I mean, if it works for peace and Christianity and love of Muslims, love of people, give them the right to their own cultures, the way the British did, you know, because I believe basically wherever the British went, I know there's a big hate Britain movement going on, but wherever the Brits tended to go, whether it was India or Africa, they allowed the cultures. They still wore saris, and they still were, you know, the ragheads were ragheads to protect their heads from the sun. Now they're called ragheads, and they're targeted as enemies by our little boys. Our little boys are taught to hate ragheads and to kill raghead women. Well, I don't think that's very Christian. So I'm looking at the top guys, and they're not Christians. So it begs the question, well, what are they? Well, that question was in my mind after I was married 3 years, and I started delving. My own little Miss Marple, my own little, you know. And I've arrived at the definite conclusion that they're not only not Christians, but when you have group sex and homosexual sex and orgies and things of this nature by the top people who are running my city, at least, certainly Virginia Beach, I started looking at other military towns and started asking questions. San Diego, the same thing. San Francisco, the same thing. Key West, everybody knows about Key West. Boston, that's the major homosexual capital of the world. You know, they're having sex on the highways. Guys are parking. People can't even go into the restrooms in Boston. Of course, Washington, D.C. So,
Not to mention the Oval Office.
Yeah, well, but at least, now I don't know about, see, I know that he is sick and he's addictive, but I believe that, now that you all will all disagree with me, but I lived with Sarah McClendon, and Sarah is a senior White House correspondent, and I believe he was just addicted to sex, and I believe that he was put into that office to try and control him, but I believe that he has repented. I believe he had strong grandparents who loved him, who were Baptist. I have hope for that man. Now, I know a lot of people don't, but I do, and I have hope for that marriage. I know she's a strong woman, and I know a lot of men don't like a strong woman, and I believe she loves him. And I believe that basically he loves her, And I believe they love their daughter. And I will say one thing, that at least, you know, and who knows what their motives are. It's between them and God, but I'm glad it came out for their marriage.
Well, at least he's not, he doesn't seem to be homosexually inclined.
No,
we'll
see, this is it.
Give him that
The
much
guy,
credit.
and they don't like that, you see. That's why the little guy who's, you know, the little short guy, what's his name, the homosexual? Skinopoulos or...
Yeah, his...
George Stephanopoulos.
Stephanopoulos.
Well, I met him. See, I went into the White House with Sarah, and I met him. He's a little short guy, and I even saw the place, the Mambo Jumbo room, where he hangs out, right around the corner from the Ontario. Well, homosexuals are one thing. It's an abomination in God's eyes. It is an abomination. It's a weakness. It shows that they're very immature, and, you know, we all go through stages in life where we're immature. And I wish he would grow up. There's a whitehead who's an ambassador who's a homosexual. And his lover is one of Bill Clinton's attorneys from North Carolina. Now, I like the way that man thinks. He's a homosexual, but I like the way he thinks. James Angleton, CIA, was a homosexual. The head of the FBI was a homosexual. Paisley was a homosexual. They murdered him. All of the British intelligence agents were homosexuals. I haven't yet arrived at my theory on that, except that it is a weakness. It is a moral weakness. It's a way to control people.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Now I say, look.
Makes them very controllable.
Yeah, I mean, tell truth. Because I've been in situations that I'm not proud of, and I will tell anybody what I've done wrong. I'm not embarrassed to say, you know, this or that. Because I've been in situations where I found out that this person, you know, I have to admit, I'm a sinner. But the point is, when you find out and you repeat the sin, you're addicted. They call it addictions. It's sin. And why is it sin? Because your weak nature, if you're in a position of leadership, you shouldn't be leading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And admit your errors, and that's why I think Bill Clinton will be stronger out of this. He wants peace in Israel. That's what this is all about. He wants peace in Israel.
I did notice that when Hillary made overtures toward the Arabs, whoa. I mean, somebody yanked her chain, and that became a major issue.
I was living in Washington with Sarah McClendon in the Kennedy Warren before the election. If you will remember, a plane went down on his birthday.
On whose birthday?
Clinton's.
Okay.
I mean, I believe it was a plane. There was a traumatic... I went to his he had birthday parties at 7 different places. It was his 50th birthday. The birthday party in Washington, he was not there. He was in, I think, New York or some other place. But I went to the birthday party, which was in the Kennedy Warren, in the basement of the Kennedy Warren.
Okay.
A friend of mine went into the birthday party. The point is, that night, I remember it vividly, there was a psychological terror thing for Clinton. It was either his plane that went down, something happened that night that was meant to say, don't enjoy this birthday, buddy. Remember? We told you, don't run. George Shultz came all the way from wherever he was. Sarah told me this. George Shultz came all the way from, I think it was California, to meet with Clinton before the election to say, don't you dare run. You're going to get it if you run. I know it. And that's from Caspar Weinberger is the guy who's the evil one. Caspar Weinberger pulls a lot of strings. He's the one, because Caspar Weinberger is involved with a lot of the weapons and drug dealers, the hit squads that are run, the motorcycle gangs that Tedson Myers runs, who was William Colby's law partner, who just happened to meet me when I was with Sarah at the Smithsonian party, Marine, 4th Marine, who they have this hit squad, motorcycle gang in Europe and everywhere. They call it a motorcycle society. But who runs it? Retired military guys. And just after they meet up at Caspar Weinberger's place up in Maine, Consuela Rice and Tedson Myers and one of the lawyers that Marianne Poore knows, the Motorcycle Society will ask yourself, what do? What happens right after the Motorcycle Society meets? Now they'll probably get this and find out, well, we've got to change the time when our Lady Diana is murdered. They have, because I read all the newspapers. I go into Barnes and Nobles, and of course they're going to cut out all the news and stuff. But they had a minor war in the Netherlands or wherever. They had another attack by motorcyclists on Cyprus. In other words, they're stirring up trouble, murdering people so that they'll sell the weapons and
So
the
you
drugs.
really think Diana was murdered rather than just
Oh, absolutely.
a reckless
There's
car
no question
accident?
she was murdered. I knew and sort of went out with a guy named Richard Ord.
Okay.
I later found out he was married. It was when I was single. He was Prince Charles's bodyguard.
Before you married your husband?
Mm-hmm. He was Prince Charles's bodyguard. It's like I also went out with a guy who was divorced, a Marine who was MacArthur's wife's bodyguard,
Okay.
who turns out to be an assassin, a Marine assassin, who's living in Virginia Beach, I think now. But I didn't see the connection with Marines and information. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of I didn't know how organized it all was.
Okay, well, you gained that knowledge after you married your husband.
Yeah.
And then during his drunken stupors, he just blabbed and
Yeah,
told everything
yeah.
he knew.
Yeah.
Actually, his alcoholism opened up the door for you to find out all this stuff.
Absolutely.
If he hadn't been an alcoholic,
That's
course,
why I praise
most of them
God in a
are.
way. I don't praise God that his mind is destroyed and that he's a brutal, he hates women kind of, but I think, yeah, I praise God for everything I've gone through because every I know by his stripes we are healed because I walk in his shoes. I have to as a follower of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
When you're punished, when you go through hell on earth, he is giving you strength. It's not a funny sort of way. It's a very special way.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm going to die. I don't know how I'm going to die,
well, we're going to pray that you stay alive.
but I love him. And he's just given me all the strength. I'm a weak human being, but he is the truth and the light. And when you walk in the light, you walk with him.
Wow.
And it's not bad, it's great.
It's marvelous. Tell you what, why don't we take our first break here?
Yeah,
And so you might need to use the restroom. And,
yeah. You're angels.
Well,
You're angels.
Good.
My hands are wet because I got water.
Okay.
I
All right.
put some water down my face.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
okay, clip on your
Oh, thanks.
get that clipped on there.
Is that?
There we go. Good. All right. Oh, just
Oh, I know a lot about John Warner and Loretta Tate and stuff that is really kind of spooky because nobody's ever told this out loud. He married Elizabeth Taylor,
Warner. Yeah.
and he was
Go ahead and sit back so we can get you right into the
okay,
frame here.
Yeah, right.
And
There were murders around him. He was having an affair with Loretta Tate, which everybody sort of knows, who was married to a dentist, Randy Tate,
okay.
who is his secretary or his main person.
Mm-hmm. Hang on a second. I'm going to have to make an adjustment.
Randy mysteriously died.
Hold on a second. I got to make an adjustment.
Randy died mysteriously. What happens is when the guys find out about the mob and that their wives are involved with it, the husbands take off. They go to the Eastern Shore or the closest they can to get away from Virginia Beach.
Mm-hmm.
But they die. There's a homosexual clique on Virginia Beach that I know about very well, which has to do with the Coast Guard, and it's a long story. But the point is, I don't know whether they're the ones who murdered Randy, but I suspect that Randy Tate was murdered. George Heilig is another one I suspect who was murdered, who was a delegate, very powerful guy, honest. He died, you know, very young. And Dick Obenshain, who was an honest candidate for governor. And Dick Obenshain, Dick Obenshain was running for governor. He was the Republican candidate. He was an honest, honorable guy. Mysterious plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens after Dick Obenshain's plane crashes? Well, they have a little convention. It's conveniently right before the convention. You know, he's the titular guy. Well, Elizabeth Taylor comes into the picture. And never before, they just go right over Robert's rules and everything else. Elizabeth Taylor goes around, movie star goes around and says, I think you ought to nominate my husband. Well, he hasn't even been involved in the process. Dick Obenshain, who's honest, conveniently dies. John Warner comes right in there. They did not want Dick Obenshain in there because he was not controllable.
Warner what?
Same thing with Paul Tribble, who's a cousin of mine. So I'm a Waring, and his family are Warings, and we're related. Mm-hmm. Paul was married to Rosemary Tribble. Well, there were some things that were going on, thinking that, in other words, Paul Tribble could not really totally be controlled. He was, they got rid of him. Rosemary knew a lot of stuff, and they get rid of the good guys. Mm-hmm. Murder, I believe that...
well, don't they refer to this as Murder, Inc.? I mean,
yes.
Another name for...
Well, the Marine Corps
so-called
are the assassins. The Marine Corps are the assassins for the mob. If you look at guys who've been in 4 years, let's just take Tetson Myers, for example. Now, he's a very nice person to talk to. He was involved with the founding of the Peace Corps with Sergeant Shriver. He's from the Brooklyn, Bayonne mob. He came from that group. Mm-hmm. They sent him to Ohio State. Then his 4th year, as I understand it, he did something like truck driving school. Then he goes into Korea and becomes UDT. And then they underwater demolition. In other words, assassin. Mm-hmm. He's you know, very smooth. He marries a high-level gal, Sullivan.
Whoops. Something happened. Just lost the camera.
Oh.
Yeah, no matter what I do, never stop that tape. Okay. Because now we're out of sync with that camera. But all that means is that we just have to sync it again. So I mean, it's not a big problem. But evidently, when I turned that camera on, I didn't hit. See at a glance.
That's good.
You ever glance up there and see that red light's not on? We'll have a picture here and we'll have a picture there, but it will kick out on us eventually. So we're back on. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're back. But just pick up where you left off.
Yeah, the mob in Virginia, Virginia Beach, is very, very strong, very well organized and connected with the military.
Yeah, well, you indicated before that there's a connection everywhere between the mob and military.
Absolutely. The
New
military
York or
is
San
run by the
Diego,
mob. The military is the mob. The Marine Corps are run, they're the assassins for the mob. They may only be in, as Tetson Myers was, for 4 years, but the individuals then go on to truck driving, truck loading school. They're always loading things and, moving things around. But then they send him to Harvard Law School. Mm-hmm. Then he winds up, when I met him, or just actually, I met him after Colby's murder, But I find it rather unusual that I had spoken with William Colby, the head of the CIA, who knew my husband well, who told me on the phone all of this stuff about the Phoenix program and Israel, and all of that stuff was coming out, and that he was going to be doing it.
Okay, your husband told you that.
No,
Oh, no,
William Colby on the phone. And Tedson Myers was across the hall from him.
Okay, so
law
was
partner.
William Colby
Murdered.
a good guy from the get-go, or
Yes,
was he,
he was a good guy.
one of the insiders they need to get rid of, or was he?
He was an insider who was involved. He knew about my husband's involvement with Krulak, Victor Krulak, Al Gray, the Russian double agent who was, I believe, Czechoslovakian or Georgian, who was called the Commissar, who was running everything in Vietnam. He was the murders, the assassinations. My husband was involved with the murders, the assassinations. He was involved with teams that did that. They were training boys to kill,
Okay, and
using
again,
mind control, using...
the whole reason for Vietnam or any of these conflicts is simply to use up a lot of arms and make money.
yes.
Basically, that's all there is to
And
it.
to train more killers.
To use more weapons.
Absolutely.
To make more money.
Yeah. It's a sick, sad little adolescent boy cycle. These are not grown up. These are little men from Oz. That's what I call them. Al Gray is a sick little man.
Al Gray is a
That was the
general.
former commandant of the
Okay.
Marine Corps. Carl Mundy is a sick, pathetic, lying little man.
And he is?
The former commandant of the Marine Corps. Then you have Krulak, who is a son of an agent, of a double agent, Victor Krulak. Not American. These are men who the Constitution is just beneath them. People like me, their wives, and citizens like you and honorable people are just beneath them because they're special. They're elite, just like the German SS. That's exactly where this specialness came from. Germany, from Nazi. In other words, they took with them the most perverted aspect of Nazi Germany, brought it over to the United States because over 200,000 of these guys came over. And of that, there were some who were existentialist, humanist, anti-Christians. They hate Christians. You know, what happened to the Nazi, the cross of the Weimar Republic was turned this way. Hitler was homosexually recruited in a brothel. He was working in a little brothel. A Kabbalist, Zionist doctor came in and said, "Oh, you look special and great." And in other words, he was one of the many like Oswald who could be used. And they see how they grow rather than see how they go. They see how they grow, manipulate them. This is why they have so many, the Army has so many psychological operations specialists. And the one way to keep them is secrecy. And anybody who believes that Jesus Christ, I mean, everywhere you read in the Bible, he talks about openness. Truth is light. You walk tall. You don't hide behind trees and be the snake, you know, in Adam and Eve and be deceptive. Truth frees you. Truth is a liberator. It's your ally.
And the power of their operant conditioning is all in secrets.
Yes. That's the one way to tell if they're evil, if they're weak, if they're cowards or bullies. The one way to tell the cowards and the bullies who are now at the very top of the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, Gaiman, Hartzog, Abram, Krulak, especially Charlie Wilhelm, who's doing awful things with, you know, men and women. What
Okay,
would
Charlie Wilhelm, again, he is.
Charles Wilhelm I
Right.
met in Norway.
He
He is my husband's one of his closest friends besides Michael O'Boyle.
Okay,
They're
and these
called
are all
Cherry Marines.
Marines.
Yes.
Generals.
Now he's a general because they rise to the top. If they're one of Gray's boys, and I talked before I went public, I went to colonels and wives And boy, I mean, I had conversations, and I'm not going to mention their names, but I had wives tell me when I first found out, and a wife said, it was the most cryptic conversation I've ever had in my life. I said to my blank friend, have you ever had another wife? She said, hundreds of times. Her husband was a very important person.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. So he's working now for Al Gray. Al Gray he pulls the strings. It's all New Jersey mob. Where do you think Al Gray was born? Right outside of Atlantic City. My husband was born in Atlantic City. Sheehan's father was in the mob. You remember that big concert that they had back in the 60s where everybody was smoking pot and they were doing experiments on young people?
Mm-hmm.
They had all the public...
Yeah, I forget
Guess
the name of it.
who did all the flying in of all the bands and the drug dealers and everything? Who arranged it all? General Sheehan's father.
Oh,
Now, this
Woodstock?
is the head.
You're talking about
Woodstock, New York. That's where he's from. Now, isn't that unusual that the head of NATO would be, and his brother is doing all kinds of weapons deals and selling things to the military. And I went to his wife's home. They lived in the Virginia house after my husband disappeared.
Well, was Woodstock a kind of
Of course, a
an
testing ground
an
for
experiment?
drugs.
Okay.
Of course, it was just an experiment, like the Jim Jones thing down there in.
Guyana?
Yeah, that he was working. I think even little David Koresh was used because he had a Mossad. He had an Israeli agent. They always get away, don't they? The Israelis always are in there, but they get away, don't they? Mandela. I don't mean Mandela. The guy in Panama.
Noriega.
Noriega he was an Israeli double agent. Anybody who is Jewish is automatically a member of the army, the Israeli army.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They have a joint relationship. How can they be loyal to America if they will shoot ships like the Liberty,
Mm-hmm.
and it's covered up?
Mm-hmm.
I dated Lawrence Geis's son when I was a teenager, about the time I went out with the governor
Yeah.
here, and
John Engler.
John Engler. I'm sure if he was in the
ROTC.
ROTC class, I dated him, and I got letters from him. Seemed like a really nice guy. But my love at that time was Tom Williamson.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom Williamson was a Yalie. His real father was killed in World War II. His mother, who was a Ballantyne, Admiral Ballantyne's daughter, a wonderful person, married Lawrence Geis, who was a captain, and then he became an admiral. And I went to the change of command of the Forrestal. I really did like that family very much. And being a Norfolk girl, old Norfolk, grandfather was in naval intelligence. He retired a captain in the reserves, military doctor, very prominent family, and I lived next door to my grandparents. I was sort of the good to date this girl, she's a lot of fun and stuff. So I dated Tom, and I went to Yale to visit him and so forth, with Bob Tate and some of the guys up there. Well, Admiral Geis took over the command of the Forrestal. He was the head of the whole everything for the military when the Liberty was bombarded by the Israelis.
Right.
And one of my best friends, Josie Toth Lennon, you talk about a wonderful, she's been through a lot, woman. I've learned a lot of information from her. Josie's brother was on that ship.
Did he survive?
Of course, no, he was murdered.
Hmm.
He was a rising star, brilliant young boy.
I think about 30-some guys died on the SS Liberty, didn't
Yes,
they?
he was one of them. It's now being run by a group that's holding it down. They don't want it. Why don't you? Those Israelis, and yet every Jewish person who's in the military is a member of that army, whatever it is. Now, something is very strange here when you have the whole State Department, not one Christian, not one Protestant in the Near East section, not one Muslim. Why not? They have Jews there. We have Muslims in the Navy. Why are there no Muslims in the Near East section, State Department? Why are there no born-again Christians or real honest people who are not under some chain of command? Why don't we have anybody who can decide right and wrong, who has to be interpreted, you know? Something is strange when you have a State Department that is run by Israel. There's something really strange. It's no wonder there's no peace. Do they want peace? No. They want to control all those little countries around there. And there was an interesting luncheon, excuse me, it was a dinner that I had over at Carolyn Millis's house with the Marine wives and some of the, well, I don't know what they really are, but I thought they were wonderful until this night. And I was really caught into this. I was getting into this cult. You know, shh, don't talk. Don't talk about the go-go dancers because your husband's career, you know, even though, shh, don't tell this, don't tell that, quiet, you'll get, you know. We were sitting around the table, and we always would do prayers before dinner. And there was a woman there, and she was from Pat Robertson's place. She was married to a Jewish guy. And I'm not saying that he was bad. I think I met him once. They were at Carolyn's Christmas party. But it was right after, was it Begin who was killed, or who was shot? The prime minister, the president of Israel.
You know, my mind's blank. But
I know, it's either Begin or
no,
whatever.
But
anyway, it was right after that. And it's the furthest thing from my mind. You know, I was thinking, oh, great dinner, you know, this is great. So this woman said, and we were in the middle of the prayer, and she said, oh, just thank you, Jesus. I thank you, God, that you killed Begin. We just praise you for that. You know, this is an evil man. We just praise you, God, that you killed so-and-so.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there. You know, I've traveled, been 20 times to, you know, England and Scotland and known all these NATO people and so forth, and I'm thinking, what did I just hear? Thank you, God, Jesus killed the head, you know, because he wants peace. This is the guy who got the Nobel Peace Prize with Arafat. And I'm going, what? So what do? This is one of these moments, these crossroads moments where you have to take my culture, which is Southern Protestant. I have to say something. I'm over 50 now. I'm not shy anymore. You know, I've got 6 grandchildren, so forth. I said, just in my nice little way, I said, what? What did you just say? And then Carolyn Millis says, well, we just, you know, he's really, you know. I said, wait a minute. Didn't he just sign the peace? It was like they knew something I didn't know.
Right.
And I was trying to say, what? Wait a minute. And I looked around at everybody, and it was like, I'm an outsider. I said,
Hang on a second. I'm going to adjust this mic.
all right, too loud.
Nope. Nope, but just every now and then, this sleeve makes contact with it.
Oh.
And when it does that, it'll go.
Okay. So I said, wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. I had to get them to, like that go-go dancing thing.
Yeah.
I had to interpret Jesus for them. Because these are supposedly followers of Jesus Christ. I said, do you all, I want to get this straight, do you all mean to tell me that you all are for the murder of a man who wants peace in the Middle East? Just, you know. And Carolyn Millis, always the one, you know. Well, you know, of course, so-and-so and so, you know, well, you know. So. And I said, well, wait a minute. I think you're wrong. Because Jesus Christ would have been behind peace in the Middle East and so forth. Well, I was just, you know, you can't trust her anymore. I wasn't going along with the program of whatever Israel wants to do, if they want to kill Palestinians, if they want to sabotage, because George told me that that's what they do. They do a lot of sabotage. They train, they take men who are Jordanians, Iranians, Iraqis, sons of leaders, and they bring them over here, wine them and dine them, and then rev them all up to hate their parents, and they give them weapons. What they do is they feed their ego. This is intentionally done, according to my husband, by the Marine Corps. I mean, it is they train them, they take them.
Well, this is an interesting point. Things that your husband has told you specifically about the training techniques, this is, right from his mouth, this is what is done.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Intentionally, because the objective is to get the goal, whatever it is they want, Machiavellian or, Clausewitz. And of course, my husband was reared, he was suckled on Proust, Sartre, Camus. If you want to read his thesis, it's in French. It was written by Todevay, and, but it's at the Princeton University library. You can read what my husband believes. Now, this is the Chief of Staff of the Marine Corps. This is a guy who writes with a purple pen, which means homosexual, arrogantly so, writing with a purple pen. Al Gray, he's working under Al Gray, called Gray's Boys. This is what they call them, Gray's Boys, all homosexuals, Cherry Marines. There are books on Cherry Marines that I've got. Everybody knows about Cherry Marines. Now, if you have to be a Cherry Marine to get to the top, and then you read about Krupp and the German High Command, and you know that they're using the same word, special. You know that they changed the eagle to be the colonel and the captain. You have to get an eagle. And that started when all of these people started coming over to change the America to be generic, no more of a Christian nation. And that started, the head of the Marine Corps, who was a Kabbalist, Zionist, in the 1860s, 1850s. You can do your research. When did they change the Marine Corps emblem from being, I think it was a bugle, to having an eagle on top of the world? And who was the commandant when that happened? Ask that question and find out the answer. And then wonder, like I do. And George told me, he said, we've always been the murderers. He said, why do you think we have the red line down our pants? And he said, now because he was trying to interpret for me. We have this X on top of our hat or something. It had something to do with target practice. I spoke to his uncle Dick Griggs, who also works for the mob, the intelligence community. It has something to do with the schools. They have money, limitless money. I believe it's mob money for poor boys to go to these fancy schools. Uncle Dick has a little computer like Roger Obendorf does.
Uncle Dick.
George's uncle, Richard Griggs, who became his father because they were trying to get him away from his father. He was away from his parents for 8 years. His uncle handled him. His uncle is getting money from this group. He used to be just a school teacher in Princeton. But he has 2 sons, Bob and Jeff, who are like my husband's brothers. Now, what does Bob do? That's the question of the century. What does Bob do? Bob handles an account for my husband. And I started asking questions about, well, where is this? Bob moved from Princeton, then he moved down to Oklahoma City. He was near that Augusta Golf Club, and now he's in Colorado, and he's handling this account that George has money in. And I see papers of my husband's after Beirut. In other words, he'd done a job. And it was a civilian job. Now, here's a colonel in the Marine Corps doing a civilian job. TAD.
TAD.
It's where they they go off and do a job sort of
Okay.
undercover. They get a
Right.
new, George says he's had so many different passports with different names. I'm getting mail from an Engelhard. He's got accounts now for an Engelhard. I get mail from Princeton private account, from Merrill Lynch is involved with the mob. They have rogues in there who launder cash money. They have people who launder cash money in Norfolk. I know some of the people who handle the cash.
No, your husband.
Drug money's in cash.
Your husband is Jewish.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. He's a German. He's the son of a German family. But his father was in Atlantic City doing very shaky things. In fact, his father's father, not his father, take that back. His father, Ray, was a weak, precious little man, and I liked him. Nobody listened to Ray. You know, the mother ran everything. The mother was strong, domineering, bossy, and I must say she was not attractive, but Ray was handsome. They married. They had 3 boys. I know she had to get married, the older brother, but in those days it was very embarrassing, you know. Well, Ray didn't have anybody. Ray was essentially an orphan as such, although he had lots of brothers. But let me tell you what Ray told me. I was in California with his mother, George's mother and father, staying at his brother Don's. And everybody, you know, the world revolved around Mother. But Ray had a lot of wisdom there, and I was anxious to know what really went on in New Jersey, why they left New Jersey, why they left Atlantic City, what happened in Lawrenceville, why George was put in this school and not seen for 8 years.
What did happen?
All right. It had to do with the fact that they were poor and desperate, that the sister, Rhoda's sister, George's mother's sister, married someone high up in the intelligence community who was he went to the Presbyterian school or something like that. But Ray had been in prison. George's father had been very shortly in prison in New York. And this is, you don't talk about that. Ray had seen his mother run over by his father with the girlfriend in the car who wound up being the stepmother. You don't talk about that.
All right.
There were 7 boys, I believe. Ray was right in the middle. All of these pictures have disappeared from my house. Supposedly my husband has never come in to the house. All of this, you know, the pictures of assassins like Rockland Williams and, you know, you can't believe the things that are slowly being taken out of my house. Why?
Well, obviously, so that your credibility can be attacked if you ever tell anybody about this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a miracle you got up here with the pictures that you did.
Yeah.
That we're including in this video.
Absolutely.
That you know, support your credibility. It's just a shame that this video wasn't made a year ago.
I know.
Or 18 months ago.
Yes. Because pretty soon they'd have me not even married to George Griggs. Now,
If they could destroy all the records.
of course,
And it's possible to do that.
of course.
Because I think it was Orwell said that he who controls the past controls the future, and he who controls the present controls the past.
Absolutely.
So those who control the present can modify the past any way they want. In fact, they could erase you right out of the
Why do
picture.
you think we're in computers and everything's on computers? All they have to do is, I had tapes that I bought a little Radio Shack tape, and I taped General Gray's, the conversation with Gray's wife, Jan, who said, "Oh, we don't know where George is. We don't know." And I talked to General Gray on the phone. If they don't know where my husband is, and he's working for Charlie Wilhelm now, what does that make Al Gray? After I've been battered, and I'm calling, I've got pictures of bruises, hematomas, broken foot, putting a 45 to my head, laughing at me while he's standing over me with my arms in pain, chasing me in bathtubs. You know, so I'm hiding and saying, please don't kill me, while he's laughing. I have took diaries and so forth. Why do they want my diaries? Why don't they want my evidence in the court of this? And I've got it right there for Judge John Moore, who's a commando. Why does John Moore kind of giggle at me? Why, you know, what is so funny about being battered as a wife when his first wife is dead in the grave? When
Well,
he
what's
was,
funny to them is that it doesn't matter what your claims are; they're in control.
That's it.
The
That's it.
chickens can do anything they want as long as
That's
the
it.
foxes are all in cahoots.
That's it. That's it. And why I have a transcript at the first commissioner's hearing, and Colonel Barry Cantor, who is a Kabbalist, who lives right around the corner from T. Parker Host, who's a commando assassin mob guy, brags about it, who's now has about 7 or 8 agencies and is a friend of George Bush's all of a sudden. Barry Cantor, his office is right next to George Sharp, and they are persecuting me in courts right and left. And it doesn't matter what he says. It's like he's just totally, you know, so it doesn't matter. We'll just ruin you. And then, so I find another lawyer, and his name is Doug Ballard. General, what's his name, up in Washington gave me Doug Ballard's name. And I thought this, I still think he may be an honorable guy, and I'm trying to remember his name because he's talking about a lot of the stuff that's going on. But
Ballard is a name that has connections to the Deep South.
well, Doug Ballard went to VMI, and I knew Doug Ballard because he was a law partner of Philip Purrington, whose brother Charlie I knew, and I liked Charlie Purrington. He was, when I was dating my first husband, John Pollard, they were best friends. And I went out with Charlie a couple of times, but I was, you know, I was making my debut, and, you know, I was kind of, Charlie was just a good friend, and still I like him. And I introduced him to his wife, and they're still married, and she's a Carolinian, he's a Carolinian. Well, Doug Ballard was in law practice with Phil Purrington. Well, so I went to Doug Ballard, and I heard he was a Christian. And I got the information from Paula Ballard about Obenshain's murder from Paula Ballard. And because Paula was very involved with the Republican Party back when Obenshain was running for governor. They were insiders. He was an Army intelligence person who was doing business with the Saudis. He was up in Washington with Oliver North and that whole crowd. Doug Ballard was doing business, illegal business, money laundering. But I was attracted to him because General Ben Parton said, maybe this guy will help you.
Benton Parton.
General Ben Parton gave me Doug Ballard's name.
Do you think Ben Parton is a good guy or a bad guy?
Well, I don't know, because what I was set up, or maybe he didn't set me up, but I went to Doug Ballard, and, you know, he's a shyster. This
Ballard.
guy is crooked as they come, or either very weak, and I think that goes along together. I told him about the things that had happened to me, and keep in mind, he's Army. He's Army Colonel.
Ballard is.
VMI, but I didn't know what I now know.
And VMI again is?
Army, Kabbalah, you know, it's
But VMI stands for something.
Virginia Military Institute.
Oh, okay.
And
Because Benton Parton is very well known in certain circles now
Ben
for
Parton.
challenging the Oklahoma City bombing.
okay, well then I believe in him. I think he just didn't know what I know about Doug Ballard. Because I think he heard Doug Ballard went to this born-again church, and his wife is all this born-again, which is great, and because I'm born again, but let me tell you what happened. I mean, and they may have been persecuted. They did go through some persecution, but what happened was, and maybe they know too much, but what happened to me was this, because he is part of the Brotherhood. Doug Ballard is. I trusted him with my file. See, Barry Cantor, my husband's lawyer, is an Army colonel. Ballard isn't colonel. The judge, John Moore, is a colonel. The commissioner, two of the first commissioners were colonels. Andrew Agee, who is mixed up with Crooks in Virginia Beach, he's a commissioner in Virginia Beach. Then there is the first one we were going to get. No, Agee was the first one we were going to get, Army colonel, reserves. Then there is the former Commonwealth attorney, Andrew Evans. He's in the Masons, and I just talked with his wife not long ago, and she was shaking her head like, yeah, I know all this stuff, I know all this stuff. Well, there's a brotherhood. And Andy Agee and Andrew just Evans, who was Commonwealth's attorney, they're part of this brotherhood. Now, they were going to judge the case for me. Then we get the third guy, who was in the House of Delegates, Ned Caton. He is a Coast Guard JAG intelligence guy. So finally, we choose Ned Caton to go because he had done work for us, and I don't think that's really right. But the point that I'm trying to make is that every single one of these men who were judging a battered wife, almost killed, first wife dead, do something with the husband, bring up the battering, it's handled. We go into his quiet, secret office. I think I have a lawyer given him $1,500, and he's one of these society lawyers. And he doesn't want to mention anything about the abuse for some reason. And I'm sort of being flim-flammed, you know.
Well, this is part of the divorce proceeding, or
Yeah,
did you bring a separate cause of battery? Or this is
I
all
did the
divorce?
battery. See, I started everything.
So you filed a criminal charge?
I filed a criminal charge.
Of battery?
Battery.
Okay.
Because, you know, you're indoctrinated to believe that if your husband's a perpetrator, my husband is a gross perpetrator.
Okay.
And
So you were seeking civil damages against him?
no, all I did was take out a warrant to have him brought back.
I see.
And that's when the 20-year Marine police officer came in, the 20-year Marine FBI agent came in. When I went to the police chief of the police, Chief Wall, who's a very nice man, I had to have a friend who got me in to see him. He said, this is big. This is way over my head. But he assigned a wonderful man named Bill Dean to me to call any time. And I must say, this is a wonderful man. I could call Bill Dean any time. And, I mean, there are some good people, probably in the Masons, I don't know, but there are some good people. But the problem was, he can't control it. Now, why, if you're a Mason, why can't you control battering of military wives? That's a question I ask myself. Why is it that they cannot control a perpetrator who's killed his first wife, and I've nearly been murdered?
Well, the answer is hierarchy.
Okay, right.
So
I start saying now, in Virginia Beach, if the chief of police has no power, if Bill Deans, who's head of the CID, has no power, I'm looking and wondering, okay, I'm a battered wife, and I start meeting other high-level battered wives in the courts who are having the same treatment by Judge John Moore and Barry Cantor and Andrew Agee and Grover Wright, who battered his first wife, Lynn. They spread the word that she's crazy. Lynn Wright is not crazy. Grover Wright was running around with Ann Wood and wound up marrying her, and Ann Wood is now a blimp. Grover Wright is a perpetrator. John Moore is a perpetrator. He's now married to a girl who's in my garden club. And, you know, he was a commando, guerrilla. His father was a general in the Coast Guard, which the mayor's husband is a colonel, a captain, whatever, captain in the Coast Guard. All of the...
So there really is an elite clique that runs everything, controls
Absolutely.
everything.
And it's not the CIA.
No. Is there a name we can give this group?
Well, George calls it, in his diary, he calls it members of the firm. He called it brotherhood. He mentioned the old guard, Army. It's Army. Mm-hmm. And it's White House.
Mm-hmm. Did George ever talk about...
but the presidents don't know about it necessarily.
Okay. Did Oswald, or did your husband ever talk about Oswald
Yeah.
in terms of knowing anything about his handlers or how that was all
Yeah,
unfolded?
the way George talked about Oswald was the way when you communicate with an alcoholic like that when he's drinking, mm-hmm. And he's been totally battered, mind-controlled, but mm-hmm. is fed lots of money, being poor and so forth. A woman, 55% of what people say is verbal. And then you learn to read the nonverbal. Mm-hmm. George was diarrhea of the mouth, verbal. But when I mentioned, it's like when I mentioned the word General Jim Joy, I knew it was General Jim Joy who had authorized the terrorism of my life. I know it is General Jim Joy, General Carl Steiner, General Hartzog, General Abram, General Gaiman, and Sheehan. I know. And Krulak. These men are the ones who are perpetrators. They bugged my phone, downloaded my caller ID. They have authorized and given money to people like Tedson, well, not Tedson Myers, but certainly Alexander Robinson, Ern Reynolds, mm-hmm. 4th Marine, JAG, worked for the Justice Department. The Justice Department is involved. There are rogues in the Justice Department who think they are handling people by using cruelty, tricks, psychological games. This is not the way you handle a nation. Women know this.
Right, but
mothers know this.
Like you mentioned New Orleans as
Yes.
kind of a center of mob and
mind control.
Mind control.
Illegal criminal activity.
Did your husband ever mention any of the people there in...
Yes, he did. In fact, he went down there.
Okay.
He went down there with General Gray, with Michael O'Boyle.
During the time of '63?
Oh, he was always going down there. And Michael O'Boyle was going down there.
Well, your husband was a young man at that time. Maybe questions. You don't, instead of looking at me, look directly into that camera.
Okay.
That would be best.
Sure.
Now, you don't have to do that all the time.
Okay.
But for this, for the impact of
Sure.
it, for the veracity, we need
All
that.
right.
All right. Your name is Catherine Pollard Griggs.
Yes.
You are the wife of Colonel George Griggs.
Yes.
11 years of marriage.
Yes.
It's true that your husband is and has been the head of special operations under Admiral Kelso, NATO.
Yes.
And it's true that you were the head of the hospitality committee.
Yes.
You were the member of the executive board of NATO's Wives Club.
Absolutely.
And also that your husband's background includes NATO Defense College in Rome.
Yes.
Princeton class of 1959.
Yes.
His intelligence career, his spy career began in Vietnam.
Yes.
And it's also true that it continues unto this day.
Absolutely, under General Wilhelm.
And that your husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal of Beirut, Lebanon, at the time of the bombing of the Marine barracks in Lebanon.
Yes.
And in fact, your husband was an alcoholic.
Absolutely.
And probably
Incredible.
is to this day.
Absolutely.
And during these drunken stupors, he would so to speak, blab on and tell you everything he knew about the intelligence
Everything,
community.
everything.
Nothing was hid.
No.
It was like he wanted to relieve himself and to unburden his heart.
Yes.
And so he told you everything that you now know about the
Yes.
intelligence community.
Yes.
And that you are talking about. And in fact, he told you that they knew the bombing was coming down in
Yes.
Beirut before it occurred.
Absolutely.
And also, by your association with him, you have come to understand and know, this, as shocking as this may sound to the people who are viewing this, that the United States military is literally run by sexual deviants heavy on the homosexual side.
Truly.
And that in the United States military, people like Jeffrey Dahmer and Kaczynski and McVeigh and Oswald and a host of other people who have a sexual deviant background, primarily homosexual, these individuals are actually sought out by people within the military,
The Army.
the Army, for advancement into intelligence type
Yes,
work
yes.
because they are so easy to control.
Yes.
And they actually become mind slaves, and that the U.S.
Yes.
military,
Yes.
literally, as outrageous as it sounds, is a mind control operation.
Yes, totally now. Totally now.
Okay.
They've gotten rid of the good folks, like MacArthur. Got rid of them, one by one.
Good.
Totally take over.
All right. Let's talk about the individual who told you that we've never actually been an enemy of the Soviet Union, that somehow that's all just been a scam. Who was that
Well,
individual?
my husband. When the first 3 years we were married, he was drinking 3 or 4 straight gins, vodkas a night, a bottle of wine, and a beer machine beside his desk. I only knew him 2 months before he asked me to marry him. He'd been married before, and his first wife was a total alcoholic.
Now, someone would ask, why would you marry a man after knowing him only 2 months?
I'm a strong Protestant Christian, and I have a lot of predestination. I'm a Scottish grandmother, and I was working as assistant director of the Chamber of Commerce. I had a brand new, relatively new Saab, my first car. It was an 83 Saab. I bought it secondhand from somebody who's 84. And my husband was driving an 83 Saab. Mine was a turbo, his was not. He rented part of my house. It was, I had a young doctor and his wife and 2 children who were renting the house. They were leaving before the end of the lease time, and they put the ad in the paper and told me about all these people, and I said, no, 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 no. And I was, had been engaged to someone else. You know, I was just renting my house out. And they said that there was this man who had a dog and a mother-in-law and a son, and was a widower and a Marine colonel. Well, and it had a dog, and I said, no, absolutely not. So the point that I'm trying to make is that he was someone I was not really, I didn't cotton to. He sort of acted like a robot. He was very clipped, and I didn't want to like him. But when I heard he was a Princeton graduate, I always thought that was kind of great. When I heard he spoke fluent French, and I speak fluent French, when I found out that he drove a Saab, I drove a Saab. And when I found out that he went to the same school, high school, that my uncle had gone to, was in the same eating club at Princeton that my Uncle Ben had gone to. He was on scholarship and went to Princeton. Everything the same as my uncle, who was also in intelligence. But I didn't think about that then. I was just thinking, you know, this is God. This is too much, too many similar things. And so it overwhelmed me. And he's very, very good looking. At that time, he was very good looking. Now he's aged and he really is haggard.
Had a rough life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was overwhelmed by him. Plus, my job at the chamber was very demanding. I was doing a great job. But he said that he wanted me to retire because he wanted to make general. And the man who could make him general was General Louis Buell, because it was just a matter of having somebody who would make you general. To be general. It wasn't what you did.
Mm-hmm.
Louis Buell,
You needed somebody above
Buell
to pull you on up.
Yeah, Louis just happened to die, and we went to his funeral, and George didn't make it. because Louis died. But his first wife had been, I'm sure, battered to death. I was battered, and you know, but I thought it was just Vietnam and all this kind of thing. And I was trying to get him to stop drinking because I couldn't imagine how the Marine Corps would allow someone to be a total alcoholic who couldn't even carry on a normal conversation dry. I mean, he can't even carry on a normal conversation with anyone unless he's drinking. He never smiled unless he had a glass in his hand. He drank solidly. I have a letter in his own hand that tells, and this is the truth, he drank solidly this amount that I just said for 30 years. His booze bill, and they never entertained, he and his first wife, was $250 a month. And this is from the naval store. Now think about that. He was totally snockered, just his whole brain, and yet he's working. He is head of running half the world's Marine Corps under General Al Gray.
A man who is mentally incapacitated.
Totally.
Unless he's inebriated, and then when he's drunk, I mean, he's in a different, altered state of mind.
He can't discern anything.
He can follow orders.
Oh, and that's all he does. And he told me when, I mean, one of our many conversations, he was trying to, he thought I was, you know, because my family were all naval officers and I was out in the world with the chamber, you know, that I just sort of went along with this kind of stuff. And, yeah, I mean, it was just incredible to me that...
How many wives of high-up military people are there, like yourself, that are speaking out?
None. I mean, they're all 30-year Marine wives. They're Stepford wives. They are petrified. I have had conversations before I went public, before I went to live with Sarah McClendon, who saved my life.
And Sarah McClendon is the
senior White House correspondent.
Is she that little old lady we see on TV asking
Yes.
the president those pointed, jabbing questions all the time?
The little red-headed, feisty Texan who broke the Billy Saul Estes thing. She doesn't go along with the clone group of reporters who are all, most of them, intelligence officers. I think she was in intelligence because she was in the Army during World War II. And she's just a remarkable mind, and I lived with her for 5-6 months. And what's interesting is she called my home after I had called her or seen her on C-SPAN. She couldn't get through to my house. I was living there by myself. Every time she called my home, this is 1996, from March until she finally got hold of me, she had to go to another phone in Maryland to get me on the phone. Every time she called me from her house, she was told, "This is a military base, and the Griggses don't live here anymore." Now, that was my phone number long before I met George Griggs. It's my granddaddy's farm, the house that I own.
So your phone was being diverted.
Absolutely diverted. It's electronic warfare. It's part of their deception. They have many levels, but it's all under a big operation. They have an operation now to totally ruin me. His first wife was murdered.
Now, you know, some of the things you talk about here, this big operation, you've come to understand about the largeness of it, the intricacies of it, through a diary that you have. Is that right? Could you hold that diary up so we can get a look at that? And the thing that I found, this is the actual diary. Just hold it up kind of like a chest high.
Okay.
There you go. And these are the actual handwritten notes of your husband.
Absolutely.
And they reveal an awful lot. In fact, does the military or those in the intelligence community, do they realize you have a copy of this?
They do now.
You know.
I had a phone conversation with General Jim Joy.
How long ago was this?
It was in February of '96. I tried to ask the colonels. They knew I was on the move, trying to find information. And my husband had mentioned General Jim Joy.
Yeah, it's hitting the microphone right there. Just
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
That's all right.
All right. And I had to call a General Miller in Jacksonville, who was in my husband's address book, and told him I was looking for Christmas card list, and I needed General Joy's telephone number because one of the colonels whom I trusted, Colonel Ken Millis, lied to me. Captain Phil Holwager lied to me. And so I got this General Jim Joy, who was the one who was in the Operation Just Cause. Was it Just Cause, the one in Panama? He was in charge of all the psychological operations, the booming music that they hit Noriega with, the chasing him around, the
The
stealing
same
his
stuff they did at
clothes.
Waco, too.
Of course.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
That's General Jim Joy, who was behind Waco.
I see.
And General Carl Steiner, the Snake,
Okay.
who tried to steal Desert Storm away from Schwarzkopf.
Okay, so, but you were trying to get some addresses, and they were giving you the complete runaround.
Oh, don't even know him.
Don't even know him.
Don't even know him. And I knew him because my husband told me, that he worked with General Joy and General Steiner. They were the triumvirate. But they had different names. They were, in plain clothes. They had different passports. So I got him on the phone. I was given the number by this General Miller. And I said...
So in the movies, when they say they shall disavow any knowledge, that's not just
Lie.
that's not just a little thing for movies. That's the
No.
truth. They
Yes.
disavow knowledge of all these
Totally
people.
lie.
Yeah. But you nailed him down.
Yes, I said, General Joy, I'm Kay Pollard Griggs. My husband, George Griggs, was in the Marine Corps, and he's battered me badly, and we're looking for him because, this has been going on too long, and blah, blah, blah. And I was recording this conversation, you see. I was sitting on my bed with the diary right out in front of me. And he didn't know that I had the diary. He didn't know anything. It was cold call, like they do cold murders when they graduate from SEAL school. Cold murders. I was doing a cold telephone call. And he said, "No, I don't believe," and these were his exact words, "No, I don't believe I know your husband." This is someone my husband... I have a card that General Joy sent my husband after the murder, of the death of his first wife, saying, "Call me anytime." This man, here I was, traumatized, battered, beaten, and he lies to me. So I said, "Well, General Joy, that's funny, because I'm looking at my husband's diary when he was in Beirut, and you're meeting with him almost every day." I said, first, before that, I said, he was the chief of staff for General Al Gray. He's one of Gray's boys. Chief of staff of Fleet Marine Force Atlantic, runs half the world, all of the Middle East, NATO Defense College. You don't know my husband? You're a general? You live outside of Quantico, don't know my husband? I made it very clear. No, can't say as I do. So then I told him about the diary, and these are all immature, adolescent males. These are men who don't know how to deal properly with adults. They lie. They're deceptive. They hide behind trees.
But when you nailed him on the diary, when
diary,
he realized...
he said, his exact words were, "Oh, that George Griggs." Oh, that George Griggs.
And that's just the beginning of the kind of runaround deception that you've found with these people.
Absolutely.
And no doubt that's why they would like very much to have this diary.
Yeah.
This one page I found particularly interesting. What you and you're probably more familiar with their husband's handwriting. Instead of me reading it, read these notes that he had recorded there. These might help.
Okay, I've got these.
All righty.
A number of the Marines told me a little bit about Dale Dorman. Dale Dorman's not a happy camper.
Okay.
Dale Dorman, because of some mistakes my husband made, was shy. This was at 7:15 to 7:30. Dorman exited Riviera. That was a place, sort of a hiding place or whatever. Gray and tan Mercedes. Up to 5 shots were fired. He raised his left arm. One round penetrated his arm. One struck his chest. Walked back into Riviera to the desk and called Post 1. Security vehicle went to pick him up. Returned to Dura found 15 to 18 meters away and treated. Medvac called 7:50. Medvac wheels down at 08:10 in a H-Bird helicopter. Riviera Hotel, approximately 1/9 of a mile west of the embassy. Dorman has been there since arrival, except briefly during a period of siege. He was not wearing protection. Saw 3 men in the vehicle. One leaned out back with a shortened rifle or automatic weapon. Sentry at B1 saw and heard nothing. It's just one page of the diary.
Sentry saw and heard nothing.
Right.
In other words, the sentry
Don't talk.
doesn't talk.
Right.
Yeah. And there's just a whole world of these kind of assassinations and murders and directed. In fact, at one point, your husband actually just discussed people being eliminated.
Yeah.
Like you're shooting ducks.
Yeah. Oh, we had innumerable discussions over dinner. He'd already had his 4 gins.
Ah.
Now, he'll talk to any woman or anybody who drinks with him, he'll talk. This man, what is he doing in security? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. When he was at NATO, I'll get right back to that, but when he was at NATO and he was the head of special operations, in fact, I've got copies of his secret check in and out papers at NATO. He had them at home. I've somehow, I hope I still have those, but anyway, the point is, I could get in and out of the NATO headquarters just walking in, and there were all these shady-looking garbage men, and George would leave his office door wide open at lunchtime. He was flirting with a secretary who was a chief who knew everything. The point is, what lacked security? And I had to say, George, look, you have got to do something about the security here at NATO because I can walk in and out. He said, oh, just forget it. Forget it. Don't do anything. And I'm a very demonstrative person when it comes to security and honor and integrity, and your word is your bond. My culture, my father, my people believe in, in this nation, in my state, Virginia, my people, my culture, my God. This is important. You don't just treat that kind of thing lightly. So I said to him, if you don't do something, I'm going to Landis Kelso. I was in the Wives Club. She was the head.
And Landis Kelso is the
wife of Admiral Frank Kelso, who's a wonderful man, honorable man, wonderful woman. And I had great rapport with her. I sort of stopped an international incident with the French and the English and the British who were ganging up against the French, and they were over, something that was really minor, but it was huge. And she helped me. I determined that it was a problem, called her up, and she helped me, and we diverted and averted a major thing. So he knew what I would do, and I said, look, if you don't write a report and do something about this, then I'm just going to go to Landis and say what's happening. Point is that the man would, when he was in Beirut, he was sleeping with a spy and double agent Mary Clark Yost Talab, whose husband was a double agent, an Arab at the American University of Beirut. He leaves his briefcase wide open. He was with her for 5 weeks in a hotel. This is a married woman with 2 children, and who followed him all around the United States, is still seeing him. Met him in London, lived in Virginia Beach, was working in international programs at ODU while he was married.
Would you say your husband is fairly typical of these powerful men?
Oh, absolutely typical. When I was single, working at the Virginia Center for World Trade, 4 of us old friends that I went to school with, Molly Holt and a few others, we would go all together to a place called Poppy's. At that time, he was Captain Jerry Unruh. Now he's Admiral 3 stars Jerry Unruh. This man, again, was married. He was running around with the tailhook crowd. I did not know he was married. I knew he was a Navy captain. I was told by him that he would be taking command of the carrier Saratoga.
Mm-hmm.
He followed me everywhere, even went up to Wintergreen. Now, he sent me pictures, private, separate pictures of the Israeli guys waving to him. He was a tailhook pilot, the airplanes, the jets. And he was a Mustang, but totally immoral. Totally, and knew that he would never get caught. In fact, he was in tailhook. They had a big party down at the beach, and they were doing, I didn't go by that time because I learned that he was married. And the point is that he and this whole group, I've found out about Al Gray,
General Al Gray.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that, what is this this consistent thread of the sexual degeneracy and the homosexuality and just the raw, base nature that seems to be so prevalent? Have you ever determined what it is? Why?
Well, it's a way to handle them, to control them.
Years ago, you thought of people like General Eisenhower as an upright man. I don't know.
I know some things about him.
How far back can we go to where you find people that are decent, moral, and upright?
Right.
Where you had real people who defended the Constitution, who had a feeling.
Robert E. Lee was.
There were nationalists and America first. You got to go back a good ways, probably.
Absolutely. You see, growing up in Norfolk, Virginia, my whole family have been naval officers and also working. In other words, they would enter the service during a time of war, of need, and then they go back to being fathers and being husbands. I had a wonderful father, wonderful grandparents, wonderful family who put their family first. Well, they put their God first, Christ, and then their wives and their sons and their children. This is the way America was built. Now, these generals in the Marine Corps and Army, they don't look at it that way, according to my husband. They are ordered, and my husband, being chief of staff, told his men it was like this. It's the Marine Corps first, the brotherhood, the cherry Marine, the bonding that goes on. Mm-hmm. The Marine Corps comes before God, before Jesus Christ, before the country, and then it's it's whatever the religion they have. I don't know, because my husband is not a Christian. He's an existentialist. And most of these guys are. Certainly Al Gray is. Krulak. I think his wife goes to church, but
their God is this brotherhood.
The brotherhood, and it's very German. It's very.
Does it have Masonic leanings?
Oh, absolutely Masonic leanings. In fact, the admiral who was the last admiral whose car my husband bought, he was very impressed with this Norwegian admiral. Mm. They're all Masons now. Mm-hmm. Not all Masons, but this brotherhood, Opus Dei, if they're, or the mob. The one thing I've been able to determine about the current Marine Corps, the Marine Corps that my husband came in with, Gray, Reap, Sheehan, they're all mob.
Now, when you say mob, you're talking mafia type
New
mob?
Jersey mafia, right. Right.
And there's a...
Brooklyn, New Jersey.
Okay, is the mob and this military bunch, they're one and the
The
same?
Marine
which is-
Corps guys are the hitmen. And they are mercenaries. They'll work for anybody. You think the Marine Corps is under the Navy? No way. They can just as easily be under an Army colonel. And if the Army colonel meets a Marine Corps colonel, the Army colonel is superior. They'll switch hats just like that. My husband said it's just, no big a deal. I'll go work for the State Department. I don't really. The Marine Corps is just it's like a smoke and mirrors thing. And they're run out of New Orleans. 4th Marine, Oswald. I mean, they are not on his level. He said, we've never been an enemy of the Soviet Union. They work with these communists. The man who started this whole intelligence operation, the OSS, he was recruiting known communists who were involved in the Spanish subverting Spain. What? There's no more. They're not Americans. They're not Christians. They're German existentialists. Now, what are they doing running our nation? It's kind of, they have more affinity for the state of Israel right now than they do our nation. They don't care about American citizens. The judges now in the courts are military officers following chain of command orders. They're not independent judges.
So all this spills over then into the political areas, like the judgeships,
Sure. They're all Marines or Army
senators,
officers. Sure.
congressmen.
Who is John Warner? A Marine. Who is Chuck Robb? A Marine. They control the powerful committees. Dick Davis, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, a Marine. His wife was, I hate to say it, well, everybody knows, in Norfolk, a prostitute. Martha was a wonderful woman, I'm sure, to him, but they were involved in organized crime. Now, I don't know, I know that our present governor in Virginia is an Army officer. He takes orders. So the question that all of us wives are asking now is, well, who gives the orders? If they're told that we, the wives, are enemies, how are the sons going to grow up? If the mothers who are teaching them truth are lied to, and the husbands are told, ordered by the likes of Al Gray, major homosexual, when he was in the, I shouldn't say this, but it's true, when he was in Marseille, the boys are called Gray's boys. He never married.
Okay, the boys referring to everybody
Lavender
under
boys,
him.
everybody under Al Gray. And he had a separate organization while he was commandant that was a contract organization, getting information on people, having them, if they weren't corrupted, corrupting them, farming people, so that he would have something on them, so that they would use that later to control and manipulate them. It's like what happened to Newt Gingrich. All of these guys, like Newt Gingrich, Bill Clinton, who've gone through the sweats, like Cohen, what happens is they get a little tiny thing to prove their power, how much power they have. They use guys like Michael Isikoff in Newsweek, or their little clones, like Woodard and Bernstein, who are operatives.
Okay, they're former military too.
Well, oh my goodness. They were, I believe it was Bob Woodward. It's either Woodward or the other one.
Bernstein.
See, I knew some British intelligence people. And I was told the whole story about how he was running around with Peter Jay's wife, who was the ambassador to Great Britain. And this man was sleeping with Peter Jay's wife. And there was a movie, I think Jack Nicholson was this guy. And this was her story about what she went through while her husband, the columnist, was sleeping with the ambassador's wife to get information on what was going on in Great Britain. Now this is the team that broke Watergate. So what were the motives? Of course, Watergate was horrible. And Nixon had something like 60 military JAGs alone working for him, doing dirty tricks. One of those JAGs was Ernest Frank Reynolds. Changed his name to Ern Reynolds. He came to me. I was farmed. Tim Hunter, an intelligence army operative, came to me with this story about, oh, you know, hard luck, you know, Saudi Arabia, and I was in the army, and I have this friend who can help you out with your legal case. He's a really good guy, you know, Ern Reynolds. And if you meet him, I know he'll do some free legal work for you. So I was staying with Sarah, and I didn't have any money, and but I took the little, you know, the train into Fairfax. He met me in his Volvo station wagon with his jacket on. I didn't know what the big 4 meant on his leather jacket. And he took me to his...
what did it mean?
4th Marine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Operative. And he had the most fantastic apartment. See, I'm a big book person, and I love, you know, reading history and everything, and I'm impressed by people who read, who are intelligent, who are wise.
You have a master's yourself in?
Scottish history, and undergraduate in Virginia history.
Okay.
I worked on the Dunmore papers. I studied with people like Ian Cowan and Geoffrey Barrow and Tom Devine. These are scholars in Great Britain who are experts on the Reformation, and my interest was Mary Queen of Scots at the Reformation, and also Lord Dunmore, who was the last royal governor of Virginia, and I was working on the Dunmore papers too.
I see.
So
you had an interest in, I mean, this guy's layout impressed you.
Yeah.
He's a real intellectual.
Yeah, and he was divorced, you know, a sad story and everything. Worked for the Justice Department. Was supposedly a whistleblower. Supposedly a Christian.
So this guy's really going to help you out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Boy, did I buy into that.
It's like the old story, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you.
Oh, yeah. So I caught him sneaking around my house at 2 o'clock one morning.
2 in the morning?
Yeah, and of course I'm most gullible in school, you know. So I'm trusting, I'm a Christian, and I always look to the good side of somebody. I see the good little part. It took me about 3 times. The guy had my original documents that had just been in my briefcase under his car seat. He invites me to a cybernetics conference in Champaign, Illinois. I leave Martha Roundtree's apartment, and it's arranged so that all of my things are in his safe little car, and we're going to his parents' house in Roanoke. And of course, you know, you can't take all your things to the cybernetics conference, because I was going home. But this is a smooth psychological operations guy. I mean, he is doing psychological operations on a woman in Champaign, Illinois, who is the lover of a German spy, who he's been writing letters to her, and he's showing me these letters. The guy's perverted. I mean, he's writing Susan Parenti these letters, you know, like invading her mind, and, you know, why are you... And Susan's written him 2 letters or 3 letters. She's very beautiful, and he's got pictures. But he's sharing these letters with a group of men, 7 men, one of whom is head of intelligence, is head of computers and the intelligence for the Army, Ron Jarmuth. Now, Ron Jarmuth comes right out and says, I'm an anarchist. You know, I mean, his family are New York, old Zionist Jews. He met his wife in, I think, in a kibbutz. You know, I mean, he's a nice, personable guy, but when you say to somebody like me, I'm an anarchist, just so blithely, and you know, and he's always over at Ern's house. And Ern's got a picture by his bedstead drawn by a man who's a known homosexual whom he met when he was at the University of Virginia, who was the chaplain at Hollins College, whom my best friend was there. And she said, he's a well-known homosexual. And I'm thinking, what is a picture of Ern Reynolds doing being painted when he's young by this known homosexual? And then I find out that the man who enlisted him in the Republican Party, he was doing dirty tricks for 7 years for the Republican National Committee. I mean, dirty tricks. Underneath this man from West Virginia who was a homosexual and left all of his money to Ern's son and took his son on a trip. Now, and Ern is a lobbyist for homosexuals. He's just, working in the Episcopal Church. He's got a group of women that he meets with at the seminary. I'm sure that my case, my profile, he's probably got charge of it now. He's the expert on Catherine Pollard Griggs, but he's not. The guy is absolutely not grown up.
But
he's a thief.
And so
He was a jag.
Your case just got stonewalled, just got sucked into a memory hole by a guy who was acting under orders to.
Sure.
You get Catherine Griggs under your control, and that's that.
Sabotage her.
Sabotage. Yeah.
Sure.
And he stole your documents.
Sure.
And
Sure. Sabotage me. Turned on me right in the middle of the commissioner's hearing. Laughed at me when I cried. This is a guy who hates women. And the interesting thing is I went to his family home, and he had a wonderful mother. And he told me that his father battered his mother. His father was in the Marine Corps, and there was a picture of Chesty Puller in the basement.
Well, that fits the profile, though,
Yeah.
doesn't it? I mean, if his father battered the mother, which he grew up in this dysfunctional environment.
Totally dysfunctional.
So when he hit the military, or he was noticed in college or ROTC or whatever, so here's a guy who is susceptible to mind control.
Sure, he's
to
got,
be developed.
Yeah.
I think you used the term for budding. He was recognized as a potential bud,
Yes.
and he's moving up the ranks.
His roommate was from New York, was a Zionist, and he was an outcast at the University of Virginia.
An outcast.
Yeah.
Why would he be an outcast?
He felt he was an outcast. So he had this roommate, and I don't know, this man who was the homosexual from West Virginia. And we had to go by through his town, and, the guy died. But this homosexual was a friend of the homosexual at Hollins, who was a chaplain there at Hollins College, whom I met. We had lunch with him one day. The father had the picture of Chesty Puller, and so forth. Well, Ern, I knew he was trying to sabotage me, and so forth, because I had already had Alexander Robinson come down from Princeton every other weekend, my husband's teacher, who was also a Marine, whose family brought over the Saudi royals, who was one of my husband's teachers, and I caught him walking around my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. I overheard him talking to my best friend's mother saying, now we just, undercutting me. We just don't know. Kay is just under so much stress, And he's a very handsome, very dignified guy, Went to Columbia University, was in Algeria, that area, with the Marine Corps. Then went into the boys' school, the Hun school. He's an intelligence, without a doubt. His brother-in-law was Bill Eddy, Colonel Bill Eddy, who was I believe it's the brother-in-law. I've got to get, his name is Eddy, and it's Bill Eddy, but he was the translator for the Saudi royals during the Roosevelt administration. And the Roosevelt, the New York crowd, was trying to steal all of those countries away from Great Britain. The Balfour Declaration had sort of come in, and there was a guy named Moose, not the present Moose, who has the Africa desk at the State Department, who's an African American, but this was a guy named Moose who helped the State Department steal Saudi Arabia away from Britain, because Britain was allowing the Saudis to be Saudis, you know, to keep their religion, to keep their culture.
Right.
They were not trying to kill people right off the bat, you know. So George is part of that OSS crowd.
And their stock and trade is just murder, assassination,
Absolutely.
creating conflicts, phony baloney wars,
Yes.
conflicts,
Yes.
for the purpose of making
Selling weapons.
money,
Drugs,
drugs.
controlling the drug flow.
Now let's talk about the drug flow in the United States.
Yeah.
Based on your conversations with your husband,
I met drug lords through him.
such as
I met the head guy. See, George was telling me everything. First 3 years of marriage, it was just like, you know, you're with me, gal, because he was so used to talking to Mary Halab and Anne Bouchou,
yeah.
you know, the group partnerships with sex and all this stuff. And you know, I'm a pretty loving woman, and I'm fun. I was then.
But you're not into swinging.
No, I'm not
and
into swinging.
swapping husbands and
no,
wives.
and George was into swinging. He and Sue and Nancy and Jim Earl. You know, I mean, this was, and I heard about that from colonels and one Navy captain.
But then your husband also would tell you that this is just life the way it is
Oh, yeah.
in our crowd.
Oh, yeah. This is
All
it.
these generals, admirals, colonels, all these people.
Yeah.
it's-
Men, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but he was just, I'm trying to remember what we were on, something that was, that I was going to say, and I remember,
Well, you know,
anyway, I can't remember.
Oh, he's talking about the fact that they're into making money, and
Yeah,
this is the
yeah.
drug business.
Oh, yeah,
So
Fahim.
you met all these drug
Yes.
lords
I met Fahim.
as if they were just business partners.
Oh, yeah. Well, he told me what they did. He, you know, Fahim was a colonel. He's in the diary, too. But George said what they do is they nurture, they cultivate the sons of prominent families in all, the State Department finds them. They're called rising stars.
Yeah.
And they turn, that's the word they use, George used, they turn them, they bring them in, they rope them in. If they're alcoholics, give them more booze than anybody. If they want women, you know, they find the women, they turn them, and then let them know if they ever get in any trouble, come on over here, we'll take care of you. Well, Fahim had come on over here. Things were getting hot in Beirut. He was a Catholic. He was very prominent family, and he was going in hiding up in Maine. I remember I had his number, and I talked to his sister. But they just culled a lot of the stuff out of the house the very first time when George kind of disappeared, and and then I found out about what happened with Sue, his first wife, and all of that.
Well, now, did they? Did you come to learn how drugs actually come into the country?
Yeah.
I saw a news piece one time where a pilot who was in prison alleged that they actually landed on military bases with huge planes loaded with dope.
This is how they all brought them in, the Norwegians, the Brits. The drugs, you see, they would come down through Burma, Turkey. They'd come through the Bekaa Valley. The banks were in Beirut. They were in Panama, Mexico, in St. Thomas, after, the laundering of cash. You see, cash, that's why some of the banks in New York, you can very easily find out who the drug lords are. Barry McCaffrey, I saw him 2 weeks ago, and he said something he let it slip out. He's an Army general, you know. He said, we haven't done any more or any less in the last 5 years. Now,
In terms of the war on drugs.
yeah, no, they're just holding it. The word he used, I think, was holding it. It was a word that you could tell they'd used in briefings. They were the guys who were doing the drugs are military officers. In fact,
Doing the drugs meaning controlling
them.
the flow.
Oh yeah. In fact, one of George's best friends, Colonel Ray Moore, I suspect that Ray Moore was from the gang, the ghetto area in California. His wife was a very good friend of mine, Charlotte.
She's dead?
No, he is.
Oh, he is.
But when George would sort of disappear,
Your husband?
yeah, all of a sudden they would appear and be in the house. You know, calm me down, take me over, exercise, you know, do all this mystical stuff. And it was really funny because they came back from Mexico. And it was, George just happened to disappear, and they were right there, you know. Well, Ray Moore, all this stuff, I knew about his background, and I started thinking, what's going on in Mexico? Why the heck is Ray going down to Lake Chapala? And he would talk about his day. His day would be going out with the men, playing golf, going to this spa with the men, you know. They were doing deals, going to Guadalajara. And there would be Tom Reap, another former chief of staff for Gray, going to Mexico. There would be Ken Millis, another temporary chief of staff when George's wife's funeral took place. There was Ken Millis. Now these are guys who are part of we call the Brotherhood, and they're all going down to Mexico. So what's going on in Mexico? Ray's one of these guys who wants to sit in the sun. He doesn't want to go down there to Mexico and do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he did. And he got cancer all of a sudden. And another guy got cancer all of a sudden, right after he got out of the Marine Corps.
Now, not to diverge from what we're talking about right now, but did your husband ever tell you anything about any disease warfare, like giving people sicknesses and?
Yeah,
and,
yeah, that's part of. He called it ABC, NBC. It was something like nuclear, biological, chemical, ABC, atomic, biological, chemical. They call it biologicals. And in fact, I'm not going to mention his name because this is a guy who's really a good guy who's scared. The word they use is shitless. Excuse me. But that's the word. This guy is petrified. Because he's doing that work.
The chemical
and biological work. The Marine.
You mean the laboratory work or the implementation?
Dealing, subterfuge, deception in the Middle East.
Okay, and they use
he's a Marine Corps colonel.
Disease-causing drugs?
Absolutely.
And then how do they administrate them?
In missiles and in I mean this is an elaborate big business. Like Peter Kawaja, Marine Corps guy, who's working in plain clothes at one of the plants in Florida. This is why George is in Florida. This is why they're all down in Florida, because all of this stuff is being. We manufactured the chemicals and biologicals that were in Iraq. Now, if you don't believe me, you don't believe Peter Kawaja, a Marine Corps colonel, he says they killed his wife, I believe him. He worked in one of these factories. It was supposedly a candy factory where they were manufacturing deadly, deadly killer things. The Marine Corps, Al Gray, Krulak, Carl Mundy, he's in the CFR. He was in Ken Millis's class, who was the chief of staff, the one who controlled me. You know, I went to his mother's house in 7 Mile, Ohio. flow. His father was a German Nazi. I'm not saying that, you know, being a German Nazi is bad, but he's part of this group. And if you don't believe me, if you don't believe Peter Kawaja about the drugs, you can, I mean, it's just, it's everybody knows. There's a guy named Randy Hebert, Lieutenant Colonel, hero, American patriot. This is a guy who should be the commandant of the Marine Corps, Krulak. I'm talking to you, I'm talking to Al Gray, I'm talking to you, Carl Mundy. You all are adolescent, immature. I call you twerps. You're liars, you cheat, you steal, you kill. You're beneath the contempt of any of your wives. They are scared to death. Why do you do this to your wives, guys? Look at that tape of Randy Hebert. I knew Chesty Puller, and this is a strong, wonderful guy. I knew his wife, Virginia Mack. I knew a real Marine. You can't say that you knew them because you didn't. I did. Randy Hebert sat. He could hardly talk. He was leading a platoon into Iraq. His wife was sitting to his left. His wonderful father was sitting to his right. And he said that his colonel, he's a lieutenant colonel at that time, I believe he was a lieutenant colonel, he said, my colonel ordered me, he said, all of our registers were saying, this is danger. There are chemicals, biologicals everywhere. I was told, and I was, you know, followed orders, and he was having a hard time talking. His wife was, this is a young guy. His wife was having to interpret for him. He was crying. He'd been turned on by you guys. He said, on those canisters, on those boxes were American flags. Those were American biologicals that we were walking into that killed me, that you, Gray, and you, Scrowcroft, and you, McFarlane, and you guys knew. You, Ed Wilson, best friend of my husband. You all sold to Saddam Hussein. And not only that, I talked to the man who trained the woman who was sent over from Iraq to learn how to build the biologicals and chemicals, the plants. She was trained here in the United States, and you all know that. And Randy Hebert's testimony says everything that I could say 1,000,000 times better, because this is a man who's a real man, unlike the generals, unlike the colonels. This is a real hero.
Now, is Randy Hebert, is he still alive?
I don't know, and I hope and I pray to God that he is. Because this is the man who should take over our Marine Corps, or his wife. That's why they don't have any women in special operations. Because that's why they don't have any African Americans. They're too honest. They're too strongly Christian. Now, the only guy I know who is involved is a homosexual, and his buddy is an Israeli agent. And they are lovers. They're a pair. But
well, now,
he's now a colonel, and he is under the guidance of Ken Millis.
Okay, now as these generals, over the period of years, this is consolidated to where they're all part of this club. I mean, this is something that's been going on for years and years and years.
Members of the firm.
Okay, so as the firm grows, even as the old guys, the gray heads get old, die off, retire, whatever, they already set in motion a system that culls out these young, budding, rising stars, and they move their way up. Well, then, in time, it consolidates to where no one is in this unless they're in the club.
Absolutely.
So is your conclusion, based on what you know from your husband's revelations, reading his diaries, this sort of thing, is there anybody in the U.S. military, the Army or Marines, anybody in the level of, you know, your generals and your colonels. Is there anybody who would not be in this club?
There's nobody who doesn't know. In special operations, I would say, and I would put money in the bank on this, not one of them is not a party to this. It's not a, once they get that bird colonel, that bird, they go through an initiation ceremony. This is not a, and my husband told me about that too.
What's the initiation ceremony like?
They get them drunk.
Uh-huh.
Dining in, shell back. He told me.
Oh, dining in. This is a term that they use.
Oh, yeah.
A code
yeah.
word.
Oh, yeah.
Shell back?
Shell back. They,
what's that mean?
Anal sex. But they get them really drunk. The guys who are that way do it. It's a group situation thing. And I was told by two colonels who said, you know, it's normal, Kay. This is just what we do in battle, you know.
This is just good old boys?
This is just what we do, Kay.
They get drunk and they
get drunk and they ejaculate. They beat each other off. You know, it's awful. Now, I'm not God, and I'm not going to judge them and their souls. This is a well-oiled system.
Uh-huh.
And when you've got the commandant well known as a cherry Marine,
which means?
bottom, they're the bottom. The Navy guys are on the top. Think about this, because Walter Chrysler and Norfolk, each port has a hierarchy.
Uh-huh.
Wealthy at the top. Walter Chrysler and Phil Hornthal. Everybody in Norfolk knows that. Where'd they meet? In the Navy. I was engaged to Jack Mace when I was at the Virginia Center for World Trade. He ran the Maritime Association, the Shipping Association. Always dealt with the labor union guys. Always all male banquets. And I couldn't understand why, you know, I was engaged and I couldn't even go to the 1,000-man banquet. You know, had a big argument about that. Rock Hudson, where did he meet his guy? Navy. Jim Neighbors, Navy. All of these guys, Navy. So they're tapped for whatever it is, acting, singing, you know. The point is, Liberace, you know.
Was he Navy?
I believe he was. I know that he was, someone told me that he was a friend of one of the guys in Norfolk. There was a ring, a VMI ring of men in Norfolk, and I knew they met once a month, and some of them were married, some of them weren't. But they were all Navy. They were Army, Navy. In other words, it was kind of a group of men in Norfolk. And then I found out that the organizations, like right now, the Al-Anon is run by homosexuals. The Better Business Bureau. The Community Fund, which is the, I forget what it's called now. I'm so old, I'm 55, but it used to be called the Community Fund. That guy. There, Jack Mace, you know. And I'm wondering which one is it? You know, I mean, they all are, and the guys know it. So what's going on here? You know, they know it. Old Dominion University, the Clyburn, intelligence family. He was well known. 2 reporters on the Virginian Pilot who do the very important columns and so forth. I mean, it's just. So I'm saying, who's making the decisions to do this? They're military. What is the reason behind it? Why do they keep the wives out of the loop?
Mm-hmm. So when people suggest that the United States of America is becoming a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah,
absolutely, without
this really is not just a broad generalization.
No.
That this club, as it's grown over the years, and then placing and promoting the key people in every strata of life.
Right, banking.
Mm-hmm. Then the whole thing, not only the military is run by degenerates and top heavyweight degenerates. Yeah. People who are moral can't possibly move their way up because they don't qualify.
They kill them, they get rid of them.
But they can't be controlled.
No. One example, I was the executive secretary for the Virginia Center for World Trade had a board of the most important, supposedly the most important leaders who were picked out by Jerome Weiner, Jerry Weiner. I was a shill for that. I had, done a lot of great things at Old Dominion. They wondered why I did it because they don't understand Christians. And he knew I was a worker, so they hired me to go over to the World Trade Center, the Virginia Port Authority. I had an office in there. And Jerome Weiner, what's interesting is Mary Clark Collab worked for him.
Okay.
The girl who had my job, who was a normal woman like me, because there were a few who were not so normal, like Bobby Bray. Not the Bobby Bray who ran the Port Authority, but another Bobby Bray. He was very nice, but he was a known homosexual who worked with Weiner. But his secretary was pushed out of a window. Now, it was all hushed up.
Of course, she committed suicide.
Yeah, this was a young mother who had a baby who knew too much about his money laundering. I reported the money laundering that Book and Weiner. Now, this is a professor, head of international programs at Old Dominion University, Jerry Weiner, whose father was very high up in this Zionist group. Jerry Weiner was doing intelligence work in Algeria, in Morocco in particular. He organized this board that I was the secretary for. He was a very sick, mean guy. I mean, you talk about really water. But Jack Mace was on the board, and there was a banker on the board.
We can take a break.
And take a break.
Yeah, don't, did you stop it yet? No, don't stop it. We'll just leave these synchronized. And is your wife getting a cup?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was thinking I could use a little
But
drink.
Gustavo...
Do you need to use the restroom or anything?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm thirsty.
Yeah,
But
I got some fresh
Gustavo, I love the guy. He was from Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Virginia National Bank, which is now Nations Bank. And, I didn't put him, because I had studied Latin American history under a wonderful Dr. Blossom. I knew a lot of stuff about Latin America and Nariño and how Panama became a part of our country. And, now, I understand it was drugs and running things through and everything, but Gustavo was in charge of all the laundering that was going on in Virginia National Bank in the port. And where did he go after that? He went to Florida. And he introduced me to Ana Maria Quintero, whose brother was one of the big mobsters. The big, Colombian. I met Ana Maria Quintero. See, I don't forget some things like this. That's why they don't like me, because I imprint on wonderful foreign people. I want to know them. I want to send Christmas cards, and it's not very good to have somebody like a little magnet. I'm sort of like a Monica, she's seeking out sex with important guys. I'm wanting to meet people like that from different cultures because I want to learn about them, because that's what Christ said. You go out and you minister to the people who are foreigners. You don't just spend your time necessarily with the home people. You need your home people as a base. But you need to go out and find out truth and spread goodness everywhere. Truth is goodness. Truth is light. And that's what Christ is all about. You're not afraid to learn truth. You're not.
Thank you.
All these cathedrals and things that were built in his honor. Why? He was wonderful. Why was he wonderful? Not because he hung around a little group, but because he was out trying to. He told the big guys, look, stop being bullies and cowards. Let the poor people into your church. Everybody, God gives us all a unique spirit. Our timing is different. Everybody's fingerprints are different, eyes are. We have the right to read the Gospels.
Yeah,
They shouldn't keep the Bible from us.
that's right.
The church is not a political organization where you've got a few little guys up here telling all the mothers what to do. Who were the ones with Jesus Christ at the, on the third day? There was not one disciple there with him. It was the three women. So why are we leaving women out? Women, in Scotland at least, my culture, we're partners with our men. We need the authority of a husband. We want a strong moral husband. But what is that passage, about the good wife? I can't remember. It's in
Proverbs, the virtuous
Proverbs.
woman.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
She's buying, selling property.
Yeah, right.
She's doing everything.
She's certainly not a no-brainer.
So why keep her? Why keep her at home barefoot and pregnant, and not being able to read and speak three languages, and welcome all the foreigners and to come in? Hey, that's what Jesus Christ would be doing if he were right here. He would be here right with me, saying, "Go for it, little woman." I'm giving you the strength to tell the daggone truth. And if you get killed tomorrow, you're going up there.
You're going to live forever.
That's
anyway.
right.
Well, now these, you mentioned when you get to be a bird colonel, and they have this initiation that involves all the sexual debauchery.
Yeah.
Now, would
Drinking first.
get them good and drunk,
Oh, big time drunk.
because there would be some of these who, if they were sober, they wouldn't go through with it.
Couldn't go through with it.
They'd have to be blasted.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, do you suppose, I don't know, your husband maybe told you, when they go through all this stuff that they do, are there people there gathering information,
Of course.
intelligence on them?
Of course. The chaplains are intelligence. In Nazi Germany, that you had to tell on your parents, or in the Soviet Union, they encourage you to tell on your parents.
Uh-huh.
Phil Holwager, the guys who go to Yale, who become chaplains, the chaplain corps is tell all the tales on everybody. They have collections agencies. These Marines are ordered to go and collect so-and-so at so-and-so. If a Marine tells truth, if he's a whistleblower, if the wife is too much trouble, they collect them, they throw them in, they fill them full of chemicals, they'll implant little things in them. I believe that my husband has an implant.
Well, McVeigh said he had a chip implant.
I believe George did. Now ask yourself, all right, I know George has had a male friend. He had male friends.
Your husband is bisexual.
Yes, he's bisexual. And I was told that by colonels and a captain, by a psychiatrist.
What percentage do you think of these higher-up people are bisexual?
Oh, all of them. If they're in special operations, if they're Marines, they're all bisexuals. They've all had to do it in order to get to be a bird colonel. The SEALs, it's kind of like the fast road to the top.
So a guy could not be a SEAL without having.
Oh,
gone through this.
I don't believe so. I haven't met one that I don't believe would have done it. And judging from what a couple of colonels told me, that's the norm. It's just you women, y'all are so sissy, y'all are just, you don't understand how it is. We're under so much pressure. And when Valerie Wilhelm told me that about Charlie, I just could not believe what
Charlie
she was
Wilhelm would be a.
He's a general now down in Miami. And she was just saying, oh, well, he's run around. He has to, she said. He's under so much pressure. And I just, and she was saying that, of course, I had met Charlie in Norway, and Charlie is sort of someone my husband just idolizes. And and Michael O'Boyle is another one. Michael is my husband's special friend. And when my husband retired, we went to Al Gray's office. This was a traumatic thing for me. It was a really weird day. We drove up with his son Douglas and my son Garland. We went to the commandant's office. They had, you know, something to nibble on and eat, and, you know, just a little something. And his wife Jan came over from 8th and I Street, the commandant's house, with her dogs. She sleeps with stuffed animals and dogs. I don't think there's any love-making that goes on with Al Gray and his wife, quite honestly, and neither do the colonels. She is a wonderful, sweet person, scared to death. She worked for his intelligence organization, and then she supposedly took care of his mother. And then they married, you know, because he would not have made it. Everybody knew he was a homosexual, not a bisexual. This is a homosexual commandant. I talked to people who actually, one woman who went to one of the parties, she was French, and she married a naval officer. And it was when George and I were first married, and I told George about what she said about General Gray. She said, "You cannot believe this man is totally debauched. This man does these group sex orgies outside of Marseille, France. He's just horrible." You know. She said, "Now I have to admit, I was party girl, you know, went to these parties and so forth." But what would happen is, and I met a guy in the laundromat who was very, very, he was enlisted, and he was involved in Beirut, and he knew my husband. He was going back and forth from Gaeta to the New Jersey, the ship, and then, you know, into Beirut on the beach and everything, and he worked for an admiral. Now this is a big admiral. And the admiral would go to these parties at this big mansion outside of Marseille. What they did was they invited the wild girls, the secretaries, because this went on in Indonesia. My husband had a secretary. Anne Bouchou's husband, Hank, was sleeping with the secretary. My husband was sleeping with the secretary and Anne Bouchou. They were doing, because my husband's wife wasn't there, so they had their ménage à quatre. And of course, my husband was sleeping with Anne Bouchou, who's now, he says, a lesbian, you know, but he was sleeping with her, and, you know, called her right after his wife died, the night, you know. And I found the telephone numbers and, you know, her address and her birthday and all these letters he was writing.
Isn't there a disease that runs rampant with these people?
Yeah, yeah. So, but Al Gray, this guy, would guard the parties. Now, how does that make a young guy feel who's got a child? He's guarding an orgy with Israelis. There were Israelis at these parties. Intelligence people. Intelligence? There's not intelligence there. There's perversion. There's psychological, you know. These guys are abnormal. They're adolescent. They're not full, complete people. They can't have normal. Anyway. So he's guarding the parties, and he says, the secretary, the girls come in, they stay till about 11. They're all nude, all nudists. The Earls, Jim and Nancy Earl, my husband, Ty Kroll, most of the chiefs, nudists. Makes it easier, you know, to see the little, you know, it's terrible.
They're nudists in the sense that...
Yeah, they're nudists.
Okay, so they have whatever.
Freedom.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Freedom.
It's really kind of religious, isn't it?
Yeah.
With them.
Yeah. But the girls, the women leave at about 11 o'clock. This is what he said. I mean, I knew the girls were there because I'd already talked to the French girl. And he said, well, you know, what they do is the women leave at about 11 o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock, and the guys all stay around there. And it's just the ritual. This is what they do. So, and then I found out.
These are the guys that send their boys to war.
Yeah, these are the big guys. Then I found out, because my husband would mention this guy and that guy, you know, that he went to school with. Bob Edwards is involved with this stuff. But the guy who recruited him, Charles Caddock, who was a well-known homosexual, who was the, quote, head teacher but the bodyguard for the Saudi boys. See, the Saudi boys were encouraged to do this, to corrupt them. They were corrupting Muslims who would not have done this ordinarily. The parties at Aramco, they would give the young boys, get them really drunk, and encourage Muslim sons to do this kind of stuff.
Muslim sons who would have a strong tendency toward morality.
Yes.
And to abhor this kind of
That's right.
But if they could get them drunk and loaded enough that they would do this
Yes.
one time,
Yes.
then they would gain a controlling edge on these guys.
And who do you think did it? Charles Caddock and Borland, these guys, Alexander Robinson, Cheeseborough, who was the headmaster. The Saudis bought Russell House at the Hun School in Princeton. They brought over Mohammed Faisal and, you know, Khalid Saud. They didn't really go to classes or whatever. And who was the young man who was partying with them? My husband, George Griggs. Who was in the group with them? Einstein. I mean, my husband was partying with Albert Einstein. I said, well, you know,
And when would this have been? At what age in his life?
52, 53, 54,
Okay.
55. I believe he said that Mohammed came over in 54. It was right after the murder, the poisoning of the one who was really good.
Okay. So your husband would have been a young guy, 18, 19 years old?
Oh, he was only, when they first got to him, he was in high school, so he was ninth grade.
And he would be there?
He was at the school with these homosexuals. They sent his parents to California, got him a little Boy Scout job, his father. He didn't see his parents for 8 solid years. And this is amazing.
I see. So then the transference is these people become your parents.
Oh,
They're the
of
ones you
course.
look up to.
Yeah, but they're doing things to you.
Sure. They're sodomizing you.
Of course.
And Albert Einstein was actually...
Was in that homosexual group, bisexual group. Absolutely. Camus. Sartre. Now, Camus did not, I don't believe my husband actually met Camus, but Camus was a lover of his French teacher at Princeton. Not Todevay, not the one who helped him with his paper, whom he had an affair with. And I was told that by normal roommates, whom he had later on, and by another roommate. They knew George was doing this stuff. George was, he was a cheerleader. He was a French major.
Were there any other young teenagers from that particular setting
Yes.
that were also being cultivated?
Bob Edwards, who's a Marine Corps colonel, was part of that group. And my husband met with
In high
Bob
school?
Edwards in high school. Bob Edwards went on to Fort Benning. He was in psychological warfare. In fact, he was involved with the subterfuge in after I was injured and my husband socked me in the breast, and I had to have surgery because he'd already broken a leg, and I was starting to document the violence. But I'm such an upfront person, and all I wanted him to say was, I'm sorry, Kay, I did this. But I was trying to do like they said Rosie Greer did. You put a mirror, if you're battering your wife, you put a mirror up in front of yourself or a photograph, and you try to imprint the lower brain, because I wanted to save his soul. I mean, this guy had murdered his first wife, battered her to death. I mean, he dragged her body back. I mean, it was just, Sue had a cerebral hemorrhage. That's too much for me to get into. But he was doing that to me, and I stopped him from drinking, thinking this would stop the battering. But I started taking notes, taping things, while he'd go in these rages, because I wanted somebody to know.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted somebody to help me so I wouldn't die.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd had surgery, I'd had broken bones, and I was trying to reach out for some help. And so I was trying to get him to realize what he was doing to me. And I told him, I said, George, I know you did this to Sue. Do you really want me dead? This is... So, but he started getting scared, and he was cool.
Did he ever admit to you that he was responsible for his first wife's death?
He came, he said, he admitted that they didn't get along. He admitted that he didn't love her.
That he battered her?
He admitted that he'd hurt her. He admitted that he dragged her body back after she supposedly collapsed at dinner. Now this is a 200-pound woman, she's huge, because she's not happy. She's sleeping with her dog. She doesn't sleep with her husband because he's too busy sleeping with other people. He doesn't find her attractive. He's sleeping with Nancy Earl, and it's just the most crazy. And she loves him because he's handsome. And what is she going to do? She's never worked a day in her life. Her mother loves him. Mm-hmm. It's like me. No, who would believe you that a handsome, wonderful guy, oh, but George is so nice. So, and this is what the wives go through. They know that it'll be hard. So, the guys just, what George did was, he had clout in the State Department, and they knew that I just loved showing people around. So he would plan something that I just had to do. I would be hooked, like a hook and a fish. And he had some dignitaries who came over from, where did they come from? They were parliamentarians from, I think these were from one of the Latin American countries, Panama. And of course we had to go to Richmond. So I had to stay overnight with them, and George didn't want to go with me. And it just so happened that Bob Edwards, his Army colonel friend, invited him to come up and meet with some of the guys. At New Hope, Pennsylvania, or Bucks County, or wherever it was. Well, he had already been talking to Phil Holwager about the abuse, because I had gone in for surgery. And I thought it was very unusual that Phil Holwager was there during the surgery, kind of holding George's hand. It wasn't for me. It was to make sure George didn't fall apart, to make sure that the doctor, I didn't say anything when I was under sodium pentothal, covering George's ass, excuse my French. But he was the chaplain at Fleet Marine Force Atlantic and was the chaplain for Sue's funeral. He knew what George had done. And he runs around on his wife, he's playing golf all the time. He and George were playing golf with this single woman, and I found out, and I said, what are you all, he's the so-called chaplain, and he went to school with Gary Hart. He was a classmate of Gary Hart's at Yale. And, a colleague of Pat Robertson's. That's why he, not that saying that Pat Robertson does that kind of thing. I don't think he does. I'm sure he doesn't, but they went to Yale and so forth. But so George was a violent man, and he started knowing that I was sort of going to do something. So he started doing certain things. And now looking back, I can see why. Because of the violence, he wouldn't have been able to use his .45 anymore if he'd been
convicted of battering.
Yeah, he would not have been able to use his pistol anymore, carry it. So they wanted to make sure that he was protected. So The wife has got to go. The wife is way down the totem pole. It doesn't matter what wife, and that's the reason the wives are so afraid, the Marine wives. And they all talk cryptically, and, you know, they even talk outside the house.
Talk cryptic. There's code words and double meaning words. And
Yeah.
what's 10 p.m. Saturday TV?
Your satellite, remember? Don't we got to switch it to?
Not on Saturdays.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, okay, just thought I'd remind you. I thought
Okay.
we used to talk about earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, I think this pretty well sums up this segment. Unless is there anything you can think of? I can see where we'll do this again sometime as this develops on. Tomorrow, let's see, tomorrow's Sunday. Monday, what we'll do. Is it always if we make a copy of this, so there's two of these?
Yeah,
in case
sure.
something happens
Absolutely.
to you and yours.
Sure.
Okay, we'll make copies of this stuff tomorrow. Don't lose that.
No. But this is interesting. It talks about sabotage, subterfuge. This is the standard Army book teaching men to lie, cheat, steal, be peeping toms on women. Now, if they don't allow women in there and they can peeping tom all the wives they want, they don't need movies, pornography. They you know, and they go on all the TADs they want.
TAD is a...
Just take off, just tell their wife they're going. And they can lie, because it's all secret. We don't have to tell our wives anything.
And it's intelligence. It's work.
Oh, it's intelligence. Yeah, sure, it's intelligence. That's interesting. But this is really, I mean, you know, this is full of, and this is just a mild SEAL commando T-shirt.
Can you hold it up to the camera?
Yeah.
For me to
That's a T-shirt that a SEAL would wear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
leave it up for a minute.
I played Nancy Drew, Miss Marple, and I infiltrated, if that's the word you could use, the SEAL reunion this year. They spent a lot of money showing off, you know, jumping out of helicopters, and, you know, probably $100,000 was spent. I don't know how much, but I mean, the military was providing the funds for this little game on the beach at Fort Story.
Yeah.
And then there was, each one of the teams has T-shirts, which all sexual.
Yeah.
You know, all about, I mean, think about every
the
weapon.
driving motivation
Is sexual.
of all this stuff is
Go for it.
yeah.
So I went to the party. I took my life in my hands. I called a couple of friends and said, if I don't come back, I'm at the SEAL party, and I'm going to pretend that I'm a SEAL wife. And I'm gonna go to this drunken party, and of course I have an Eagle on my car. They try to get me to get rid of it.
So you can get access.
So I went in there, and you know that 90% of the people there were men. They didn't have wives. This party.
And the women that were there were probably
Yeah, a few wives, but feeling very uncomfortable. So I sort of got in with some of the older SEALs.
Has your husband ever mentioned the name of Lieutenant Colonel Bo Grites?
No, but I know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
But he has a lot of Army friends, not that he doesn't know Bo Grites. I'm sure that Bo Grites is well known to some of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's Army.
Could be.
I'm sure he's not a Marine. I know he's not a Marine.
Huh.
I don't believe he's a Marine.
Okay.
But he's a guerrilla. He's a commando.
Yeah. But his name didn't come up as anything in intelligence.
No, my husband was way above Bo Grites' level. My husband mentioned people like McFarlane and Crow. Crow was his tennis buddy, I think, you know. Haig,
Alexander Haig.
Kissinger, the Victor Krulak. See, Gray is the control guy. Gray and Joy.
Mm-hmm.
Joy's big guy but Joy lost his job at Morale, Welfare, and Recreation, I believe, because I told somebody, maybe that I didn't think wasn't because of me that he lost his job, but they made him move on somewhere else. Because he was at Morale, Welfare, Recreation, which is kind of a money laundering thing. They run all the officers' clubs, all the recreation. It's not a private, I mean, it's all run by the military, even though it's supposedly not military. And they give the good old boys these jobs. I mean, he was probably earning $200,000. Their retirement for a colonel, my husband, just the retirement salary was $50,000, $60,000. Then they give them these other jobs, so their income is $200,000, $300,000. Now, that is not right.
But it would certainly purchase loyalty.
Oh, definitely. They all get swimming pools behind their house.
Who's ever going to bite the hand that feeds that good?
No, nobody. Dirty business, you know, but all of the captains and all of the admirals know this and wink. And it's sick, it's sick. It's just really, really, really bad. And this is taxpayer money. Hard working people who are just wondering where the money is going to come from to pay their taxes. Mothers of children who are having to work 2 jobs to feed their 3 children. And they're spending $10 million on phallic-shaped weapons. I went to the Army show just last week. I was up there. They had a hearing on Okinawan rapes a day. You know, they call it a murder rape a day or whatever, you know. Crime a day by Marines in Okinawa. And I went up there. John Conyers had a hearing. And they also had the Army show, which I had gone to a couple of years before. And in the basement of this big hotel, they have these 200 or more vendors of weapons. Israel has a joint venture. IAI has a joint venture with, is it TWR, that does all the credit reports on Americans.
Whoa.
Now, they have the computers together. The Israelis stole the whole INS system and sold it back to the Justice Department. And there were murders over that. Mike Fuller knows all. Mike Fuller was a former assassin who's talking, and they are after him. Believe me, I met him through Sarah. He and...
what about this Victor Marchenko? You're pictured with him. What's that all about?
Well, he is a typical example of the mercenary who is brought over from Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, the Eastern Bloc countries, who were actually KGB, double agents.
Oh, Marchenko is... Okay.
The family, his family were, his family came over. They weren't even citizens. In other words, they bring over the young man.
Right.
They work for 5 years, and then they become citizens. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, I've read his books. I wanted to meet the guy. He knows George. He knows who George is. I read 2 of his books just to see if it's what George said, you know, to kind of balance, and what these other guys. If you read Marchenko's book, you'll see what my husband, the arrogance. Well, sure, we're going to go into this embassy. You know, we're going to put a whore with this person, and we're going to spy on them and what they're doing, and, you know, we're going to just steal that statue just for the hell of it, you know. I mean, now when you multiply every one of the teams, all the graduates, and think in terms of 100 men applying, and maybe 90 go through most of the training, but they don't quite make it. And then they've got, you know, 400, 600 men who make it, how many don't make it, and then you multiply that over time, and then the ones who are, I mean, this banquet, I mean, this gathering of SEALs that I went to, there were probably 1,000 guys there. Now they have to do a cold kill. You know,
Cold kill.
kill somebody, murder somebody, just to prove they can do it, like ducks.
Wait a minute, the SEALs?
Yeah, SEALs.
So like all 1,000 of these guys have killed
They've
somebody.
done a cold kill, yeah.
Now a cold kill would be a killing under orders.
It's a graduation exercise kind of thing. You know, it's.
I mean, who would
Well,
they kill?
Oh, it's just somebody, just anybody. Just
go down-
go into a hotel and whack off somebody. You know, I was told that for graduation exercises, the greatest thing they could do was to break into a general or an admiral's wife's house and steal some things, you know, personal items. And
To prove that you were good enough to get in
oh
and
yeah,
out.
oh yeah. And all of my underwear disappeared, my lingerie, my teddies. And the funny thing is that I don't know whether it was Michael O'Boyle doing it because he was, from 1991 to 1993, Michael O'Boyle was 3 miles away from my husband. He was at his graduation exercise. He was very close to my husband. And yet he was just down the road, and I started questioning my husband about, you know, what is this about you and Michael? You know, what's going on? Well, Michael was there, and my husband never told me he was there, and he saw him all the time. And I'm looking back at when my teddies disappeared, but all this time, now Michael he and his first wife had divorced, that's okay, but he had an affair with a woman and a child, a secretary. So he was having an affair with a woman. I mean, Michael is both ways, you know what I mean? But in order to get into the system, he sort of did it with my husband. He was my husband's friend, younger friend. And that started when he was in the 7th Fleet under Krulak and Buell in intelligence on the ship. So, but Michael, there he was at Little Creek, my husband's best friend. He never invited him over, but he saw him. So I don't know. You can guess what that means. But the teams, the biological electronic warfare school that, after my husband left FMF Lant, he went to the school, you know, the Special Operations School, which ran the teams, foreigners, and everywhere.
Okay, now the term MAC-SOG, what does that mean? What is that?
It was a kind of a code word for going out and sending platoons to kill people in Vietnam. SOG is Special Operations Group. Special Operations, SO, SS, OSS, Secret Service, SS, Nazi Spetsnaz, the German stormtroopers. They all, if you know anything about the German High Command, it's the Brotherhood. It's called, they are connected with the Opus Dei, which is an Italian kind of a business group that works within the Vatican. And I'm told that, and I like the Pope, I think he's a wonderful guy, but I'm told that he was involved with that during World War II.
I've heard that too.
And that the guy who was the Pope before was murdered so that he could get in.
Now I'm still curious about the SEALs in this murder thing.
Are we still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now a SEAL, in order to complete his indoctrination, becoming a, quote, full-fledged SEAL, part of that includes the fact he has to have killed somebody.
Yeah.
All right, and it could
SEAL
be
Team 6, right, the red team.
Red team.
The Ghetto was the captain of that team, and his wife and I had wonderful conversation.
And would she confirm this as well? I mean, did she confirm this with
I guess
you?
she would. She's scared. She's frightened. Most of these women are scared to death because they're warned. They know what happened to Sue Griggs.
Okay, so
They
but they
know.
support you. I mean,
Yeah.
philosophically, in their
Yeah.
hearts at least,
Oh,
if
yeah.
not with their lips.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
they
yeah.
s-
We talk about it. Some of them have to go out of their house. Some of them won't even talk in the office in which they work.
Mm-hmm.
They've had men come by their houses. They've had their papers stolen.
I mean, association with
They're-
you could be the kiss of death.
Yeah. Oh, sure. And they know that. But we talk anyway. And you're talking about some really brave women here. And when I talked there are a couple of colonels' wives, and before I went public, you know, they were talking to me, except for Carolyn Millis she turned just like that. She was the one whose house I was in when I told about the go-go dancers in the officers club and me taking the picture and thinking about writing the letter to the wives. And she said, "Oh, you can't do that. You'll ruin George's career." In other words, Carolyn has really bought into the system, and she's very pretty and she's very influential with the wives group, but she'll turn on you in a second. And it really hurt me because I was, you know, I kind of depended on her and Charlotte Moore. But when I went public, when I started telling people what I knew little bit by little bit just to get my courage, and then when I finally went to visit Sarah McClendon, it was like, you see, I told you. I mean, Sarah McClendon called my house and they told her it was an army base. I mean, it was a military base, and that the Griggses didn't live there anymore. Ha, ha, ha. See this paper? You know, then I was totally shut off. But until that point, I went in to see Peggy Sheehan. You know, we had tea and food, and he was the head of NATO, SACLANT, and his wife, Peggy, said, Kay, this is so strange. She said, just leave a note on your refrigerator. Yeah, for George. Just leave a note on your refrigerator.
Meaning?
In other words, he's coming in the house. They're coming in the house. It'll get to George. This is SOP, standard operating procedure. You know, just get used to it, used to being battered, used to being...
Well, she was a worshiper of the security of the position, the money and everything, and just don't rock the boat because this is the way it is.
Yeah.
And we don't want it any differently.
No.
I mean, they could
If
desire
you
it
have
more.
to divorce your husband, then, you know, that's just the way it is. But it's cold calculating, and yet so un-American. So un-American. I mean, I know what Americans like because everybody in my family were, you know, World War II. My brother was a briefer for the SACLANT staff. He went on to be a medical doctor. You know, I mean, this is not, of course, he got out as soon as he could.
Well, you know, people who love this country and love its history, I mean, are just completely confused.
Yeah.
From cab drivers to
Yeah.
bartenders. I mean, nobody can figure out what's going on. Why is it everything goes the wrong direction?
You know what I say? When I started this, it was like maybe a 2,000-piece puzzle. I know enough. It's like a puzzle for a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old with 6 pieces. It's so easy to see. And everybody who talks to me sees it the same way. I'm sort of an interpreter. I kind of give a lot of the wives hope, and the guys too, who are already out and scared, and you know, and they say, "Hey, well, this little woman, she's a real feisty, you know what?" And I don't know whether they're going to kill her, what they're going to do, and they say, "Aren't you afraid?" And I say, "Yes." I I mean, I've had death threats, and I mean, it's been hell. But truth and light and what these other women are going through, the hell they're going through, being put through hell because their husbands are cowards and bullies. I mean, people who dress up in black, who hide behind trees, who shoot people from behind, who break into houses and steal their papers. This is in the Constitution. You don't break into someone's home. You don't steal their papers. You don't try to destroy the core that God has given them when they're born. Mothers have sons, and their sons are 18 years old, and they were telling them, join the Marine Corps to be a man? It's not a man. It's not a man who does this. It's a pervert. That's why they're not joining up anymore. That's why they're not signing up. They're having problems with retention because the mothers are finding out. McVeigh's mothers talked. Unabomber's mothers and brothers have talked, you know. Guys like Colonel Ron Ray is talking, who was Timothy, the new boy who refused to wear the UN uniform?
Oh, Michael New.
Michael New?
Yeah.
These are the heroes. Michael New is the MacArthur. Randy Hebert is the future Patton. These are the leaders. These are the Americans, and there are a lot of them. There are hundreds of thousands of them. And just like in the days of Jesus Christ, these modern-day Sadducees and Pharisees are saying, oh, we're going to kill Jesus. We're going to get rid of MacArthur. We're going to get rid of Patton. We're going to get rid of New. We're going to get rid of Colonel Sabo, murdered him. We're going to get rid of these guys one by hey, but everyone, this is physics, everyone, like Sue Griggs that's murdered, Sabo who's murdered, the wives who are murdered, Ron Brown, there are 100 people who spring up and say, now you got me to worry about. This is why these guys have got little places hidden all over the place. They're training all the guys to just say, oh, well, the American citizens are bad. But the guys they're training are also going to wake up to what's going on. It's Caspar Weinberger. It's Henry Kissinger. I mean, Walt Whitman Rostow. Eugene Debs Rostow. What's going on here? These guys aren't even born in America. What's happening here? They're training mercenaries now to run, flip around. We'll kill on an order. Not killing because people are breaking into our homes. Not killing because they're bad. But just, we want to control this country. That's what George told me. It's political. The military, the Marine Corps is a political arm of a group that wants to run everything, control the drugs, sell the weapons, keep the weapons flow going, and this isn't what guys are going to sign up to do. Their heart's not in it. They're not going to even do it for the money. They'd rather die than have hit squads come after them, collection groups from Great Lakes. They have a group of Marines who goes out and collects guys who have gone to their psychiatrist and they're a little bit talking too much. They get rid of them. But they're not told why. They're just told they're enemies or they've done bad things. So they don't, it's kind of like they don't, so they won't have any guilt and culpability. They make it cold. Just get rid of this guy, okay? Okay, get a promotion, get a new car, get some stock. After my husband did what he did in Beirut, I found these stubs. He got all this stock. AT&T, major stock, just thousands of dollars worth of stock. And it was from a a company that was like a quasi-government company, all on a sheet of paper. And of course it was big time stock. And that's how he was paid off. Stock.
And paid off for?
For doing criminal activities, selling weapons, going through Tel Aviv, the bank in Rome, selling the weapons illegally. The Israeli agents are the middlemen. And all the money's going to Israel. It really is the truth. The money, not just the money that is given to them free and clear, but all the black budget money that Meyer Lansky's group started back in the 40s has been growing and growing and growing. It's like a pyramid scheme. And the Jesuits, I've been told, are really controlled by this group now. I don't,
Now surely Ollie North is a good guy.
No, I think he was farmed. He was, but see, Ollie was involved in Vietnam with the JAGs, covering up a lot of the stuff that was going on. He was involved with a major case where there was a Marine, George told me about this. See, George was involved with a lot of the cover-ups of Marines who went crazy. Like, remember this, A Few Good Men, was it A Few Good Men? It was a movie about a Marine colonel. They murdered a guy from, Jack Nicholson played the colonel in this movie. Oh, yeah. You remember?
Yeah, and he went on trial.
Yes.
And a
George
good guy
was the chief of
prosecuted.
staff who tried to cover this up. My husband.
The true story.
The true story. My husband was the guy who was covering this up. They were so arrogant. And it was the woman who was the JAG who got this thing going. It was not the Navy JAG, because he was going to cover it up. He was just a loose kind of guy. And if he had been the JAG, then it wouldn't have been prosecuted. But it was the woman who was working with him, because she was a woman, who got these other guys off. They were targeting these other guys. I mean, they would have put him in jail just for a little bit and, let him out. But the point is, this guy was murdered. And the colonel laughed it off. It was down there in Guantanamo Bay. And George was the chief it was Al Gray. Al Gray. That was, just that one alone. And Lone Tree, they were involved with that. You see, it's just so sick. I mean, they are so easy.
Let's pray.
Okay.
I'll tell you, this has been a tremendous.
I'm going to let you take this home and read this letter. Or did you take the letter? You got the letter? Okay. Take this and put the letter in there, because you'll see the glasses in there. That's
okay.
Bless your heart for sitting through all this. I'm sorry.
I couldn't stay down very long because I could hear a little bit.
But it's just, it's my life.